Chat number 3. I don't know what actually. Well, welcome. I am Glory, and you are on my channel. If you don't know, it is Glory Writes the Blues. We have good times. And with me are all my lovely co-hosts that I have very lovingly and maybe tricked into attending. The wonderful Laura, Chandra, Megan, Nia, and Amy. Would anyone like to do their own proper introduction? Or improper introduction, quite frankly. I'm not monetized.
I'm much better at being improper.
Nobody? Anybody? You're not required because everyone's got their descriptions. All the do's are down there. So frankly, if you're like, can we just not? You don't have to.
I have a description.
Laura's got.
Oh, Laura. So today we just got the link saying that our mutation anthology is available on Amazon as of today.
Yay!
Yay! So I'm in another anthology. Woo.
Yay!
That's awesome.
Congrats.
And then I just wanted to say that I have a chronic illness and disability tag out on my YouTube channel if you want to check it out. If you have a chronic illness or disability, I would love for you to do the tag and let me know so I can add it to my playlist of all the people who are going to be doing the tag. So that is my little introduction.
Awesome. Yay. I love it. Clap because I like it. All right. And then, sorry, my mouse is being funny today. Okay. Just to I made a little banner for this.
Oh, I love it.
That's good.
Yay.
That works for me.
Yay.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, I had to look up how to do the alt code for the arrow, y'all.
Oh, good on you.
Oh, I wouldn't use it. I would have.
Yeah.
I just copy and paste it from somewhere else.
If you just Google alt code and then I just literally typed the word arrow. There's a website.
Good.
What about the ones where you're putting in a little whatchamacallit over a letter and stuff?
Oh, the knots and all that?
Yeah.
Those have codes too.
Yeah, they all have alt codes.
I'm that's too much. Let my spell checker get that for me.
I did not bother to do that for the word cafe. I don't. Would anyone else like to do an intro?
Sure, I will. Why not?
Okay.
Oh, words. Yes, I know that. Hi, my name is Chandra. I make videos about reading, writing, and all things books. I have an AuthorTube channel, which you can follow. It's in the description. I do live streams on Twitch and YouTube. Every other Tuesday, I alternate which channel. And then on Wednesdays and Fridays, I post videos. So, yeah, check that out.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yay. Oh, I remembered something I forgot.
Okay.
But,
do you have is that Nia's intro?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Well, really quick, I'm Nia, the Vixen of Fiction, here on YouTube, Twitch, and Instagram. I do live streams on Wednesdays and Saturdays, so you can catch me there, usually in the afternoon and evening. But I am starting a series called Back to Books, and I'll be posting on my YouTube channel about that.
Awesome.
Yay. How about those books? That's exciting.
Yeah. Yeah, I keep doing the same thing over and over again. I get super busy, and then I have weeks, 3 weeks to a month where I won't read anything, and it makes me absolutely miserable. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to do Back to Books. It's going to hold myself accountable because now I'm saying I'm going to make videos about what I'm reading. So now I have to. So if I have to do something, I will. If I want to do something, I will put things that I want to do on the side and not do it. So I have to do it. Nice. And I love to read. I can read 2 or 3 books a week, and I'm so busy now. I'm like, how can I not have read anything for 2 weeks? It just doesn't even feel normal. So
what genres do you like to read?
I'll pretty much read anything, but my favorites are historical fiction, fantasy, and sci-fi. I also like mystery. I like romance. I'll do a little bit of everything. If a science fiction or a fantasy book has all of the elements mixed in, even better.
I'm going to send you some book recommendations. Then.
Ooh, yeah.
Cool.
Thank you.
Also, it's an
That'd be awesome.
excuse for me to have someone that I can bug. Like, did you read the book? What did you think? Tell me your
Fair.
thoughts.
Ooh, yay!
Yeah.
We can go on the channel on each other's channel and talk about the books and things.
Ooh.
Good
Content.
So
plans.
welcome
Yeah,
to
I
the
love
date,
it.
guys. It's going great.
Anyone-
Amy, would you like to tell people who you
Sure,
are?
okay.
I
Hi,
love her. She's so
I'm Amy, and my links are all down in the description. I am an avid cyberpunk writer, and I'm currently finishing off my very first draft. I've got a little description on my website, which is also down in the description. I have just started scheduling streams for Let's Plays of games on my Twitch, and the schedule is up on my channel.
Thank you.
So,
Clap, clap.
Yay.
Everybody deserves the claps. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I
And
guess since I have gently peer pressured everyone else, it's only fair if
Yes.
I then put myself in the hot seat real quick.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
hi, I'm Glory, and my channel is Glory Writes the Blues, as you know, my Instagram and my Twitch, and we are simulcasting on Twitch right now. If you prefer Twitch, please check us out there. Every Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern, I do a show. What will that show be? Well, it depends on the month. So this month, June, we are doing a new show called Raving Reader Roundup, where we really try to talk about how writers need community and community needs writers. So we go over like a lot of important skills. Monday's episode is going to be about pitches and queries. And you're like, but Glory, maybe I'm going to be an indie author. I don't know that I really need pitches or queries. Aha. Aha. So here's my pitch on pitches and queries, real quick. My idea is this. Pitches make everyone better at idea making. So if we can all get together and just have a nice little zeitgeist conversation, kind of like today's show on, we're just going to chat, when we talk about all the different ways we've all learned to do pitches, then it will make all of our creative works better, more interesting, more hooking, like a strong hook. Because I got my start in pitches, not where you think. I got my start doing adult novelty parties. So I had to have a pitch for every novelty, every lube and potion and goodness. And because these are ladies and gentlemen in their home, in the privacy of their home, having a little party, and here I am going, and this product, this is why you might want it. So that's where I got my start, and it really helped me sort of get better at storytelling. You would, surprise it. So that is my pitch on why I think everyone should come to Monday's episode or rewatch anytime on your schedule. So thank you very much. Curtsy. All right.
Yay.
Thank you. So, and that was entirely unrehearsed. I did not write that ahead of time. But again, just a reminder, everybody's links is below. Please follow everyone here. Please check them out. They are amazing. I'm so happy to have you all here. This is going to be so much fun. We are going to do a bio break in about 30 minutes, just so you know. So in case you don't have your water, your tea, your coffee, your stronger, more grown-up beverages, there will be an opportunity, as well as, that's right, to hydrate, to stretch, and maybe, visit the facilities. So
The room of requirement.
So what is it? Yeah, the room of requirement.
Yeah.
I wish every stadium had that.
Oh,
That
that's
is
good.
literally what I thought about when I found out about the room of requirement. Was like,
I also need a quick bring back.
a bring back?
Amy, yes. Can you recommend any cyberpunk books? Because I don't think I've read any cyberpunk books. And I'm like,
There's
must
not
have.
many, really. It's such a niche genre, just in general. I mean, I don't know if you've read Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which is Blade Runner.
Yes.
Like, classic. Read it. Definitely got to. It's like on a must list for cyberpunk reading, I think. I mean, there's a few sci-fi stuff. Like, it's not so much cyberpunk if you're into post-apocalyptic. I can also suggest Metro 2033, which is I'm currently reading at the moment, and I'm really enjoying that. I'd have to look at my shelf.
Ghost in the Shell is
Ghost in the Shell,
another. It's a
definitely.
manga. However, I want to say there's actually a light novel version now after 20 years translated in English since it was originally written in Japanese. But yeah, Ghost in the Shell is such an interesting one. I'm trying to think of ones that I'd recommend because I've read many that I would not recommend.
Yeah.
Tom has some suggestions.
I know there's one.
Neuromancer. I've actually got a friend who's read that and has said it's a really good book and has recommended that to me.
Yeah,
Neuromancer.
that was literally the one I wasn't going to recommend.
Oh, really?
I couldn't get through it, but Tom liked it, so you might like it.
Here's my.
I think there's one called
theory.
The Cyborg Tinkerer.
Oh, I read that one.
Okay, you did read that one.
I don't know. I would classify that more as romance than.
So cyberpunk is really more of a setting.
Yeah.
And you can tell any kind of story in a cyberpunk genre setting.
It's mostly. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Go on. No. Go on.
It's mostly aesthetic with a very strong theme of rebels to anti-government or opposing something that is trying to suppress a group of people, usually with a tech background or tech influence.
So I don't know. I guess that's an interesting debate because what I didn't really get a strong feel for the setting in that book, which is something that I usually like, and I know that's really like a lot of people have strong opinions on. Like, do I want to like really delve into the world building with the author, or is that too much description and is that boring to me? And I find that personally I can't establish myself in the story if I don't know where I am.
I agree. I like a good, strong description of like what's going on, what things look like, especially if it jumps and suddenly describes wherever the character happens to be and it didn't describe it beforehand. It feels a bit like teleportation-y kind of thing. And it's good to have a good established scene, I think.
So what would you say are the primary differences between steampunk and cyberpunk then?
Definitely tech. Steampunk tends to be more of the brass, the steam trains, the Victorian era type thing, whereas cyberpunk is most definitely sci-fi. It's high tech, it's augmentations, it's science, that sort of thing. So
okay, so that's where I was on the right track there. I've read a lot more steampunk, but not. I don't think I've really read any cyberpunk.
Another book, I haven't read it yet, but I've watched some of the show on Netflix, is Altered Carbon. That's very strongly cyberpunk, and I'm really loving the show, and I'm like keen as to get into the books. So Altered Carbon is one of them as well. Very cyberpunk.
Yay. Oh, I'm so excited. I have so much reading to do. Don't watch my latest video where I threatened to clean up my currently reading list.
We knew you didn't mean it when I saw the title. I was like,
you're like, oh, stop.
Yeah, I was like, she's just posturing. I know, really.
I was trying to do what Nia said, and like the thing that I want and like have to do. I was like trying to like bring it into the world.
Look, as a professional librarian, no, I know when somebody's about to kick the addiction and when they're not, and like I knew you weren't serious.
I'm trying.
Honey, you're literally planning to make a more reading like collab with Nia. You're not kicking this habit anytime soon.
It's like I'm gonna stop reading and then going to the bookstore.
Sure, right? And yeah. So before we go further, I want to go ahead and say hi in the chat because we've got a bunch of people hanging out with us who've come to visit. Eva is here. Hello, darling. And Megan's doing double duty in the chat. Hi, I like to say it. Good old Devin is here. Hello. Thank you. And then CB dropping in to say hi. Got a lot of work to do. If anybody can do it, it'll be CB. Steffi is here. Hello.
Hello.
Hey. Vanessa is here. Hey, buddy.
Hi.
Speaking of the chat that went 4+ hours, I think Vanessa was the one who was the hosting on that one.
Impressive.
Yes. And then Tom is here over in the Twitch chat. Hello.
Hi, Tom.
He woke up just in time.
Oh, nice.
Tom is my brother, Amy, and He is also my housemate and lives down the hall.
Aww.
And that is, I think, everyone. Now, as CB points out, I have technically read a steampunk novel, Little Women. I mean, I don't disagree, but technically it's more Victorian. It doesn't have more futuristic tech, which is what steampunk normally is. Steampunk is more modern tech with the Victorian setting or Edwardian occasionally.
Yeah.
As defined by Jeff Vandermeer, among others, who are pretty much still the ones producing a lot of steampunk genre-specific materials. Which he is the one that wrote Wonder Book, which we were talking about, I think, I don't remember if we were actually talking about it on a stream or if it was in one of the after parties.
It was the after party.
But yeah, I do recommend it as a book.
Yep.
And honestly, at a certain point, I frankly recommend it just for the pictures.
Yes. Glory, I want you to know that you did this.
I am not sad, and I will not apologize.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't be. I came home, and it was like 2 days later, and I was like, why is there a package on my porch? What did I order? And then I opened it, and I was like...
Isn't it the best when you forget, and then you're super excited when you open it?
Oh, me, you shouldn't have.
Yep, exactly.
Not really, you shouldn't have.
I also bought one of these, the original edition, used, in order to honestly just cut out all the pictures and paste them on walls. Because the iconography in here, the imagery is so amazing. But
yeah, that's fantastic.
It's more of a book about mechanics and elements of storytelling and writing. I do love the essays from established authors about how the struggle is real and everyone has it. So whether you're a new-ish writer or you've been writing 30 years, the struggle, frankly, doesn't change. So it's nice to know, like, oh, this is normal. There's nothing special or unusual about my, pains. It's just part of the job. So that was actually comforting. I don't know if other people find that comforting, but
it's a fantastic book recommendation, Glory. Truly, it was worth every penny. I'm so glad
you like it. I really am. I found it so interesting. Like, there's somebody else, another writer, talking about like opening lines and how they really are important. Like, I used to wonder, like, is that just navel gazing when writers talk about opening lines of stories? And, Jeff literally has 2 pages of noteworthy opening lines of like books across all sorts of genres. And to see how the really good opening lines do hook you immediately. And you're like, yeah, now tell me more. It was nice to see of like, no, they do matter. But of course, also there's a whole essay about opening lines of, no, do it later. It's one of the last things you do. Do not let this stop you from writing the story.
I think that's where it becomes the difference between writing advice and like beginner writing advice, because they're very different things. And as a beginning writer, I can tell you from experience, don't even worry about your opening line, because no one's ever going to see your very first opening line.
Yeah.
Nah. Don't worry about the first draft.
I'm gonna just
first draft's the first draft for a reason.
Yes.
Yep. And that's a terrible reason to not finish your book, is because you feel that you have to write a perfect opening line. And with my first draft, I spent way too much time on it.
I mean, that's what critiques are for, is to get that feedback. Yeah. What works and what doesn't.
Normally when I originally got my start as a published author, or a published writer specifically, in newspapers and magazines. And everything I wrote published-wise has been nonfiction. And yet, I would say, since I've written for many years in the nonfiction world, I do on average any article, which is about a 750-word article. That's like my average size. 20 drafts. And of those 20 drafts, I probably don't come up with my opening hook paragraph until somewhere between draft 5 and draft 10. And then from then on, especially for the last 10 drafts, it's definitely figuring out how to tighten up that opening paragraph hook and get it tighter and tighter where it flows beautifully, where it's a stronger hook. So playing with words, like a certain word over another word option. So that's where that comes in. It comes much later in the process than that zero draft or even the pre-zero draft where I'm researching. It's, like I can't think of a single article I've ever written. I've written dozens. I can't think of a single one where I came up with the opening hook paragraph before like draft 8, probably. Really? But again, like some people told me, like, oh, you do too many drafts. I'm like, I do exactly the right amount. If you've ever read my stuff, it's fantastic.
I am biased. And I don't want to, have a public argument with you.
Oh, okay. Which one? All right.
Uh-oh.
I honestly do not expect people to agree with me, but like I'll say what I think. But it's like, no, what you got here, Chandra?
I've read some of you've read to us some of your early drafts.
Yeah.
And I'm just always like, oh, it's beautiful. It's so beautiful.
Thank you.
I second that.
Look, they're all just trying to be polite, and here I am just being a jerk in the room. Like,
I'm not polite. Okay, actually, I am.
You're very polite. In a compassionate way, not in the rude, polite way. You're a very compassionate, polite person. But, like, I feel like there's no place for that around me. So just say it. It's okay. This is not where my feelings lay. I'll put it that way. This is not where my feelings are. But yeah, well, I mean, okay, so fair. Those were honestly all zero drafts that I then edited for grammar and a little bit of like, what is that word here? That is weird. That must have been a typo, kind of. So that would be normally my first edit round. Is just pure grammar. Let's just fix things where this sentence makes sense. Does it have a beginning, a middle, and an end?
Like, okay, that's cool, and make it English.
Right, and that is a draft for me. That is one of the drafts, in my 20 draft process. So I would say doing so many drafts, starting like my first newspaper column, recurring column was in my mid-20s, and that was 15 years ago. I'm the elder millennial here. Okay.
I think I got a year or two on you. We'll discuss it off screen.
Okay, yeah. Have you seen how gorgeous me is? Anyway, okay. So I would say doing so many drafts helped hone my zero draft part where it just comes out, where I don't know what's going to happen page to page. And so I just really kind of interpret that as part of the, like, getting better at writing prose. And that came from reading so many writers, stories that really were written well. They were edited well. So even though I realize a lot of sci-fi writers, especially of Silver Age sci-fi, are problematic, my only consolation is they are also dead. So they cannot grab butts anymore is all I'm saying. And so I'm not worried anymore about Robert Heinlein and Isaac Asimov. They can grab no more booties. So I and also they cannot benefit from, us talking about them. They feel no gassing up. But reading Silver Age science fiction, where you're having to put it out quickly and yet it needs to be of a certain quality, that was very helpful for me. So I really do think reading quality writing helps improve writing of writers, if that makes sense. If I did not use that word too often.
Definitely agree, because then you can see what works and how it works and try and pick up on the little nuances and all that sort of thing too.
So I like to go back and see how things started and what they evolved from. Yeah, I have not been able to finish any of Asimov's books. They're just so booky. And as a person who has read from the dictionary for enjoyment and elucidation. I think to say that I'd rather read a dictionary than Asimov.
So let me say first, I got started with Asimov's short stories. I love reading short stories because you have to be concise. You cannot be booky in an effective short story. And every one of Asimov's short stories were run by John Campbell, another highly problematic human being who is no longer with us. So I don't have to feel too guilty. But truly a problematic person. But he apparently was a pretty decent editor, supposedly. I don't know. But, and like Asimov, so essentially when I think of writers, I also think of who their editors are. For Asimov, John Campbell and Asimov are hard to separate since Campbell edited so many of Asimov's short stories, but he did not edit Asimov's books. So I do agree with you. The books can get a little bit pedantic. They can go on and on. The Asimov books, the science fiction books I really like is the Robots of the Dawn series. But again, as I said, I first got involved with the short story compilations that had all been edited by John Campbell. And those are truly concise. They are still Silver Age. So, you know, publishing in the 50s was a different game back then. They literally talked differently in movies and sometimes in the published magazines, which that's all these science fiction short stories were originally for the magazine market. They would try to mimic that kind of conversational style, which is really odd. Yeah, to talk to each other. It's quick, it's fast. It's clipped almost. You know, like they're very direct but effusive. So I would always just kind of take that in stride. But yeah, the Asimov short stories. Now, I also read Asimov's short story murder mysteries. There was like a mystery club that he made up of like a bunch of, you know, old men sitting around telling each other, you know, mostly locked room mystery stories. And then they all have to figure it out. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and tell, if you like murder mysteries, don't read Asimov's murder mysteries short story. He's got one trick of why you don't ever guess the ending, and that's he doesn't give you the details you need to guess the ending, which
that's cheating.
That's cheating.
No,
I still enjoyed reading them when I was a teenager, but it's cheating.
It is cheating.
I read this
like all of a sudden at the last minute, at the very end, a new character shows up, and you're like, well, come on. How was I supposed to guess that? He was not there till the last chapter.
He literally did not mention a detail you would need to know in order to, I'm like, cheater.
That happened to me in non-related, but First to Die Murder Club book. I felt that way about it. I read it and I was like, how would I ever have figured that out?
Mm-hmm.
You have the most unreliable narrator.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. I agree, CB. It is the opposite of Murder, She Wrote. It is why his murder mystery series never took off. However, I like that he introduced certain, he had a character, I think that originally showed up in the murder mystery that was like a little demon, like a little pocket demon. I can't remember the demon's name. It was like, maybe it was Azazel. Anyway, and this demon was like a genie in a bottle kind of situation where he would tell some of these stories. Like, so this man is saying at this like kind of like sort of like a Diogenes club. You're like a bunch of men sitting around in nice chairs around the fire talking to each other, right? And there's one guy who is saying that he used to know a little tiny pocket demon, and this is a story the pocket demon told him. And that's where most of these stories, it's wild. If you try not to like think too hard, they're fun. But yeah, I would recommend Asimov's short stories. That said, Asimov did the Foundation series, and I have never even tried, y'all.
Okay, that's where I started because I have to start at the beginning. It's
No.
a compulsion. I didn't say it was healthy.
No, it's
Right.
not healthy. Stay away from that. No.
I already bought them. They were cheap. I'm going to finish them at some
No.
point in time.
Your life is not worth the wait.
Oh no.
You're telling you don't do it.
It might be out of sheer spite, but I have to.
I have the audiobooks if you want, because Dad wanted to know what was in it, but Dad didn't read fiction, so he made our mother read the Foundation series and like describe it to him chapter by chapter. I'm like,
I made 3 pages into the first book in the Foundation series, and we still hadn't gotten from the street view to the top of the building.
I actually consider the Foundation series to be the worst examples of Isaac Asimov's writing, quite frankly.
It is quite literally a foundation.
It's
Wow.
I don't I don't know a nice way to say it, so it's just the worst of writers, like how some when writers get more famous, they don't allow themselves to be edited.
Yeah.
I consider it up there with that of like the worst examples versus the Robots of the Dawn. There's both a short story compilation of that name, and then there is a murder mystery series with Robots of the Dawn with the robot Daniil, and he is I'm going to ruin the second book for you. He is a robot that not only develops sentience because AI, but he develops telepathy, not just among other AI, but among humans. And he tries to keep it secret for like the whole book series. And that was really interesting because sometimes the mysteries were very difficult to solve. But I thought what I liked so much about these murder mystery series, because they actually go on different planets to solve this, is it really says a lot about how humans develop. Like, so I think in the second or third book, they go on a planet that, like, to say these people are rich is an understatement. I think it's like only 4 people live on this planet. And so they never see each other. They only communicate through their automatons. And they, of course, have like an equivalent to like Zoom, but, holographic. And yet one of the humans died. And so they call in the human AI combo to come solve this mystery. Like, because in Asimov, he's got the 3 rules of robotics. So none of the robots should be able to kill a human, right? If you're familiar with the rules, like, they're supposed to essentially always safeguard humans. And so they've got to solve this mystery of how this is possible. But in the process, the detective has to actually interview everybody, which the humans are not thrilled about because they have not had actual human in-person contact in years. And I mean, in my opinion, they went kind of
What's
fair.
that like?
This book, it was very
Relate
fascinating.
a little bit.
Going through early pandemic, I was like, oh, Asimov predicted all this. Okay. So I did enjoy it, but yeah, he's was pretty good about like seeing how humans, given their deepest desires, the worlds they create, what happens, and then how do they get murdered in it? Because that's honestly the whole series. Is then how do they die in these worlds they create as they like continue to stay away from more and more humans. It's the oddest thing, but people are like that.
I feel like I would enjoy, like, theoretically speaking, I should enjoy Asimov's writing, or books, not his writing, but I should enjoy the books. And I just, like, I want to find the point, like, if I could read an entire book and then be like, no, it still is terrible, then I will be like, okay, got it. This is, like, what not to do. But I also found, like, with the Name of the Wind, which is fantasy, Patrick Rothfuss, I made it halfway. I had to get to the halfway mark of the book before I really loved the book. And now I love the book. But I also gave it to one of my friends to read. And I was like, look, you're going to suffer through the first half of the book. And then once you get to the second half, you will understand why you had to suffer and you will be grateful for it. And so she read it and she was like, you were exactly right. It was like slogging through the first half, hit the second half, and consumed it in like a day after that. And it's a big book. But once you do that, then like you're hooked on the entire series. But also I feel like the setup is super important to the whole series. But So I'm not opposed to enjoying books like that. I know a lot of people are like, if I don't love it within the first couple of pages, I'm not going to read it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I am the kind of person that if you can't get me enjoying it by somewhere between page 50 and page 100, I will move on. With audiobooks, it's like you got an hour. You have an hour in an audiobook to make me enjoy it enough that I will slog through whatever, editing mishaps are going to happen. But if like an hour goes by and I'm like, I still don't care, I'm still not wanting to finish this, I don't see a point, I will turn it on.
Yeah, I think I'm more generous when it comes to an audiobook only because I can do something else. So you've got a chance that I'm busy and don't have time to click it off. That if I can get to that point that's exciting, then you've got me. So you have a better chance of me lasting longer if it's an audiobook and I'm doing something else. Because I'm at a point where I'm like, oh, I can't cut it off, but it's kind of boring. So you have a little bit longer to make it interesting for me. But I don't usually like. I can take a minute to get into it, especially if I know that it's a premise that I like. So I'll be waiting to see. I'll be like, oh, but I really like this thing and that elements that I know are coming up. So I'll try to hang in there. But I don't like to DNF books. So I try not to. But just in the past year or so when my life has gotten really busy, I really depend on recommendations and reviews. I don't like spoilers, but I don't waste my time on books that a lot of people tell me or are saying it's cringe or it's problematic, or I'm just not gonna pick it up. Before I would have when I had more time to read a lot of things. I'd be like, oh, I'll just see for myself. Now I'm like, I don't have time. I have too many people that I trust their reading has said it's got problems. So
yeah, it's like there are a few people like Tom. If Tom like reads a book and he's like, I think you'll actually like it, he's the kind of person that he knows what I like and he knows what I don't like, that if he says, oh, I think you might like this book, I will put it on my list. And even honestly in the first dozens of pages, I'm like, I will try my best to get through it because he said, I think you're going to like it and here's why. It just depends on who's recommending it. Like, I used to have a next door neighbor. They've moved since, but it was at the time I was a young librarian, and there was the Diana Gabaldon, whatever her name is. The TV series
Outlander.
Outlander.
Yep. Yeah.
So we didn't have the library. We didn't have all the books, especially in audio. We had all the books, but we didn't have the audio because it's like 56 CDs. It's forever, and it's just one book. And so I was having to interlibrary loan request these for various patrons. And I was curious. I mean, everybody was talking about this in the TV series, and I'm like, oh, costumes. I love a costume. And my next door neighbor was totally into, she's a voracious reader. She's moved. And I was like, oh, I was thinking about, watching it and then reading the books. And she's like, oh, you should. And then she proceeds to describe the entire first season. And, pretty much it was like, oh, male rape. Nope. You've talked me out of it. And then she kept going. And I was like,
I've read all of the books, and I've started on the Lord John Grey series that's a companion series, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of obsessed with them, but it is very much like that is a description of a genre that I would read. But also, I usually, if anything terrible happens to the main characters, then I'm like, want to read. It's a personal problem.
It's not just you.
Did you say tragedy? Tell me more.
And everyone suffers?
Yeah.
I literally feel the opposite. I'm like, no,
Yeah,
I'm here for adventure. I'm here for adventure. I am not here for somebody losing a limb. I'm like,
don't read Cyberpunk. It's a very dark genre.
I was gonna say, so she didn't tell you that he lost a finger too.
Into that. I was literally turning green. I was just like,
Oh
and
no.
I was like, afterwards, Tom was there, and afterwards I was like, Tom, do you think she realized she just talked me out of not only watching the series but reading the books? And he's like, oh no, she was so wrapped up in her joy. No.
So in the series, I don't think they've done or will do the bit where he loses a finger. Did they do that? Did I miss it? It's so. When I read it, it's so vivid in my head.
I think they did it.
I don't think so, but I didn't see all of it. I have seen some, but I think they did something to his hand, but I don't know that he lost a finger.
Because I think
they just broke it. I think they just broke it.
They just broke it.
Yeah, I think they just broke it.
Because otherwise it'd be like in Grey's Anatomy.
Like it being a problem CGI wise, it would be expensive.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because in Grey's
Game
Anatomy,
of Thrones, where you have to, we need to figure out a way to give him a hand.
Yeah, how are we gonna like have
him? That's a lot of CGI work.
This is not at all related. This is more in film, but in Grey's Anatomy, the actress who played Arizona Robbins walked around with her leg like in a thingy behind her back, so that she could have the
prosthetic look.
Yeah. Well, this is before she got the prosthetic leg. Yeah, it was quite a bit of commitment.
Wow.
Yeah.
Godless, the guy that has no arm, the actor was wearing a green sleeve, basically.
Yeah.
So we could remove his arm and add a different stump for the gunfight. That was fun.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was like I feel like in the show though, for him to only have 4 fingers on one hand for the entire rest of the series would be a lot of work for them.
Yeah, especially if they, have to.
I guess I can't say like I'm like out. Like I saw like what Vanessa's like, no torture, and I mean like I in theory agree, and yet I will admit,
logical or physical.
There is a book series that I read when I was 18 living in the Philippines. Harry Harrison's Stainless Steel Rat. The first 3 books came, bound together. And I read them. And like, frankly, they put, I can't remember the character's real name, but like he calls himself the Stainless Steel Rat. It is very much sort of, I guess, a cyberpunk dystopia. Guy Greaves, whatever. Tom just walked in to like let me know the name.
Get it right.
Cite your sources. What? Degrees.
We all need a Tom to just tell us when we're totally wrong. Just come in and be like,
years, do not care. And they put that character through the paces. They do all sorts of stuff, especially with the one he ends up having a romance with. She's like truly a psychopath, and so but like obviously I had no problem with that, so I can't say like no torture ever, but it was number one, the editing was so solid, y'all. Like it was so fast paced, so it wasn't like, well, here we are halfway through the book and we're still in this one scene. It was it's literally would be at most 1 to 3 pages. And the whole time there's so much dialogue happening while, electrodes or something. That, and as well as like he'd always taken pills ahead of time so he did not feel it. But he would still act the pain since he's the Stainless Steel Rat. There is a lot of, what is it in Cyberpunk? The biohacking?
Augmentations? Yeah.
So, yeah, he would be taking something ahead of time so he could handle this, or he could take pills to sober up, which that was always my favorite one when I was young. Of like, if only. Bye, Tom. Tom's going off to delivery.
Yeah. How is that not a thing yet?
I'm very
my favorite search stuff for fan fictions is like hurt comfort and angst, like torture these characters, please. I want to see them go through the depths of hell and come back out the other side. Yes, please.
Yeah, I would definitely say the Harry Harrison series, the Stainless Steel Rat, the first 3. Later, it gets kind of ridiculous, but the first 3 books I thought were a really fun example of cyberpunk.
I think the thing that bothers me the most is when they have something traumatic happen to the characters and they just like have them go back to how they were before, and they don't incorporate the trauma into their development as a character. I'm like,
it doesn't. That never
sits
right with me.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, just to shock you? That's not cool.
Yeah, like I need them to like have the healing journey as well, and maybe like they're never like maybe something always triggers them, and we need to know that, because I think that is part. Yes, it's part of like it does help me enjoy the story more, but also if they go through like when they have a traumatic experience and then like a relationship breaks down, and it's a relationship that you've waited for forever, and then like you get the relationship and then all of a sudden something else happens and now the relationship is gone because neither of the characters can function the way they did before, it has more impact on the story, and it also doesn't make the trauma seem
pointless.
Yeah, and even if you have a character that has to go through the motions of doing everything the same, like I can't act outside like something's wrong, I've got to continue to be, whatever it is, at least show in the background that, yes, this is tormenting them and they're masking, they're putting on this facade and going out and pretending like everything's normal, but make it real.
Mainstream traditional publishing, there is this idea that PTSD and trauma recovery is not entertaining or sexy or all of these terrible buzzwords.
Yeah.
And so there is this, and I don't think it's just writers who are like, oh, I don't want to write about it. I think it's like the whole publishing industry is, let's skip over it.
Yeah. People don't want to
know
that.
It's
like,
so...
Tom had to literally come back. Tom, what is your 2 cents before you go to work?
I'm just saying, if that's what you're looking for in your characters and reading, that's pretty much everything Charles Stross writes.
He just wants to plug Charles Stross one more time. Tom is the one I've been overlooking. Yeah. I just looked up the archive.
And cyberpunk and magic.
He's my younger brother.
Technology. But no. I think if you want the torture lusting, it's in Atrocity Archives and goes on.
Which is why I did not read Atrocity Archives. It's not my bag. But
it's called Atrocity Archives.
That's what the series is called. Atrocity Archives.
That's the first book.
Okay, fine. There, whatever.
I wrote it down.
No.
There you go.
Also,
Laura wrote it down.
What was it? Saturn's Children.
Oh, if you want torture, okay. So the Charles Stross.
Say like all Charles Stross. All Charles Stross will have. I'm going to torture my characters, and they will have to deal with it for the rest of their life.
I will.
Look, I'm following the author now. You can rest easy.
And he's actually a really lovely Twitter person. Yeah,
and like his writing is excellent. Like I love all of his writing.
I will admit, I have listened to Saturn's Children twice, and they put that poor character through hell and back. And please know that as far as sexual violence, let that be there is a trigger warning. And you're like, but robots, Glory, because there's only robots in Saturn's Children. And I still cried in the scene. So just be warned, when I say they put her through hell, they put the robot main character through hell.
Yeah, that's all I would say. Look, if that's what you're looking for in your stories, Charles Stross will always deliver you on that one.
He's a really good writer, I have to admit.
We have it when you came for the games in the comments.
Yes. Okay. So sorry, y'all. Obviously, this week has not been my week. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go do a bio timer. We're gonna do a 10-minute break. I found chickens. And then and everybody's going to do the things. They're going to do the things, the walking, the stretching, the snacking. Yeah, the hydrating. And when I come back, I will actually have like a bingo link for you. And we will do the things. We will have fun. So on that lovely note about torture books.
On to the fun and games.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So let's just do that, and we'll see y'all in a minute.
All right.
All right.
Chickens.
In 3, 2, 1, sprint. I definitely lost track of time. How did everybody do?
Took the dog out, and that was yay. She finally did what needed to be done.
I learned I cannot eat a hamburger in 3 minutes, but I tried.
Oh,
That's what's important.
I had cheddar jalapeno Cheetos. They're not just regular Cheetos, they're cheddar jalapeno. They were very delicious. But now they're gone, so I'm sad.
I also got water.
Very nice.
Nice.
Refill.
Yeah.
Ooh, wait, that's on my bingo list.
So in Canada, Easy Mac is called craft dinner.
yes.
Cool.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
My mom always called it that, and we're like, "What are you talking about, Mom?"
Yep.
I'm just reminding my cat that he chose this.
Oh.
You chose this life.
Ooh,
He's like, no one is coming to save me.
that's another thing off my bingo list.
Is it really?
Oh,
Yeah.
look at you go.
It is the thing. Yes, ma'am.
I just need 2 more. Someone needs to show off their toys, and another person needs to give off a recipe.
Didn't Gloria already do that when she showed us the book?
Does that count as toys?
Does
I
that
mean,
count?
they are writer toys. I could see,
true.
I leave it open to everyone's interpretation.
I'll wait for
Oh,
real.
I have a
am not
toy.
here.
I don't know. It's an instrument, but it's a toy. Hold on.
I am not here to police anybody's interpretation of their bingo squares, and I do not even need people to tell me
I
what
love
their bingo
this.
squares are. What you
It's
got?
just a little maraca, but my kids will come in here and they'll just shake it sometimes. But I've had it for years. I love it.
Nice.
So I don't know, and maybe it might count as an instrument. I don't know I didn't get to look at the bingo cards, so
Yeah,
but
click on the link.
my kids play with it like it's a toy.
Click on the link and it'll just generate for you.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to click on it now.
I've already got like a lot of stuff on here. I'm so close.
Yeah, because you can just click on each square that you have, so you don't have to remember. You just
Yeah.
click on them.
I said good
So
day.
Eva got bingo.
Ooh, Eva got bingo.
Oh,
That's nice.
Nice.
That reminds me, let me get something to write with so I can write down who's got bingo so I can remember to send it to them.
You wouldn't think that he's comfortable like this.
There are enough prizes to go around. It's just digital badges.
Oh, that's the other thing that I was going to say should be a badge. Well, one, if you like replay, there should be a badge for that.
Oh, yeah. I could do that. I could definitely like post it to my Instagram and Twitter so people could grab it.
But I mean, also for the, because they were saying, like, if you think of any other badges, they said it in one of like the pre-videos. They're like, if you think of any other badges that we should have, let us know. And I think replaying anything from the Writeathon should be a badge. And if you're following all of the, like, if you follow everyone, that should also, I feel like that should be a badge.
Agreed. I am honestly playing with color right now on on the first badge. If I'm brutally
Most
honest.
important. Most important. thing.
Chandra had some good badge ideas. I like those.
I'm gonna hang on to those for the final chat and be like, yo, you got badges? I like badges because I read on Audible a lot and there's badges on there and I'm kind of obsessed with them.
Mm-hmm.
And they updated them too because I got one for listening to something with my home system.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And it was
Because
like,
I like badges too. I'm about to just go do that. Just to get an extra badge. Like, I
It's
need
not
the
just
badges.
me.
No.
That's great.
When we did NaNoWriMo, the first time we did it, I didn't realize that if you update every single day, you got badges for that. I just wasn't paying attention. And so I was like, I didn't have time. So I updated after 3 days. And I'm like, oh no, I missed badges. I was just mad. For
You
like
know that
a
you
week.
can go back and you can
Yeah.
update if you wrote.
I found that out because I was mad about the badges, and then I was like, but I wrote those days, and I was like, wait a minute. And one way it doesn't always let me do it. I don't know, but I just have to wait, and it lets me do it. It's a little flaky sometimes, but I don't want to complain about the website because
We
It's
appreciate
great.
it. These are just suggestions to improve.
Yes.
Also, I would really
It's
love
great.
it if there were the community on the Nana website was a little bit more interactive, because it's really hard to even if you have people following you, it's really hard to interact with them.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
Is it compliment bondage if I aggressively pet my cat?
Your cat loves you for it, so
He gets bingo, I don't.
All right. So just so y'all know what it is,
Ooh.
this I'm trying to figure out how to make this bigger. Nope, that is not what I wanted to do.
Control Z.
I wanted to show it where it pops out, but apparently I can't think straight. Let's see. Isn't there a button?
What about that?
There we go. Thank you. There it is. So there's the first one.
yay, Eva.
Yay.
They are all different and unique.
Go, Eva.
It's your badge day.
Okay, so it's Eva, but I keep wanting to say first bingo winner ever.
Hey.
Seeing it in my head.
So yeah, it is. You don't have to do blackout, Sarah. You could do any of the ones, like four corners, diagonals, horizontals, verticals. I've known some people who they got one, and then they did blackout after that, to make it that much harder. And then I know somebody who actually did blackout and still got a badge. That was for one of our December shows where we were doing a Christmas theme. That might have been the Harry Potter one when someone got all blackout. So I was very impressed. But yeah, it's just, the fun bingo. It's just that, look, if I'm brutally honest, I'm looking for an excuse to give everyone their own digital badges, which you can hoard for yourself, or you can post to Instagram or Twitter or Facebook or anything. And you can do anything. You can make it your avatar for a little while just to flex on people. See, I went bingo on a thing that you didn't even know existed.
Make it your live stream avatar, so whenever you go on break, everybody knows you got it.
Yes. And everybody here can play too, on screen. Everybody is welcome to play. I have plenty of badges. So
Every time I hear the word badges.
Do you need some stinking badges? We got so many stinking badges. Because I used to be a teacher and I'm definitely over-prepared. So, and also I was one of those sticker teachers, if I'm brutally honest.
Kids love sticker teachers.
Okay, look, you can stick them anywhere.
Yeah.
The scented ones too, especially scented ones.
Scented markers.
Scented ones.
Oh, yes.
Megan. She will come back hopefully. But yeah, I loved the scented ones when I was a kid. I used to have a sticker book, and I had all the scented ones because on Fridays in the school cafeteria we used to get scented stickers, and instead of real dessert, we get a fruit dessert, fruit cocktail or something, and then we'd get a scented sticker.
Banana split.
Yeah, instead of cake. And I was like, you know what? I'll have to be honest.
I'll take the cake, thanks.
The scented stickers, though, were really awesome in the 80s. I'm sure they were for cancer. I don't know. But I had a sticker album. I had puffy stickers and hologram stickers. And I had that album.
I remember the puppy stickers. Oh, man, Glory.
And the stickers with the flopping on it so you could pet it all the time.
Oh, yes.
My problem was they would always peel the sticker off and just give it to me. And I was like, don't do that. I want it on the back.
Oh, no. At our school, it was cut off and it was on paper. So you could decide where you stuck it. And that was, as a sticker teacher, on Fridays, I had a basket and there were snacks and pencils, but there were plenty of stickers. And I would have them in little packs in a baggie, and they could like get that as their treat for, doing their best to behave a minimal level.
Why would they peel off your stickers? I would be
stick it on you.
No.
Yeah, they would like you have to stick it on your hand.
They should come on a full sheet, and you just cut them all out. It should be a variety of different kind, and then we used to be able to pick our own.
You know how serious I was about stickers when they did that? I cried.
Ooh.
I was like, you ruined my sticker.
I agree. Because you ruin the sticker. It's like, do you want me to hand you this sticker on the paper, or do you want me to put it on you? And like a minority of kids would put it on me, but like the majority,
it's not going to last.
Hand me, and I will then take it home and I will put it on the thing I want.
Yeah.
And I'm like, totally fine with that. Sometimes, some kids were so good, they got 2 stickers. And then they would inevitably, put one on me, like I've got a badge of honor today, and then I will take the other one out. But I was a sticker teacher. I spent so much on books of stickers for my kids. They never get too old for stickers, by the way. They will tell you to your face. I'm in 6th grade now, and we don't really do stickers here. And then when you're like, but you've been so good, are you telling me you don't want me to give this to you? And they'll be like, just put it in my textbook. You're like, flip it between the leaves of the paper there, and they're like, so
at Disney World, they have these stickers that are like this big, of a bunch of different styles. And so they have them at all these different cash registers throughout the entire parks. And so like each register has a different sticker. And so I think they're for little kids, but no, me and my sister, 2019, were like, give us the stickers!
Yeah.
We're collecting the stickers for our journals. Like,
yes,
give me all the Mickey stickers.
There's no calories with stickers. There's no monetary compensation. It's just a beautiful, fun, awesome thing, right? I love stickers. You don't have to worry about is a kid diabetic. You don't have to worry about any of those do they have a peanut allergy? You don't have to worry that with stickers. Everybody gets a sticker.
Unless the kids eat them. Then you might want to know if they're allergic to latex.
Oh, I'll tell you, they'll like the scented ones. They'd lick them. They'd lick them, and then they'd be mad at me that they didn't taste good. And I'm like, I think you misunderstand the nature of paper. And these are you're like, Glory, you were a teacher. Surely you're talking about kindergarten. I am talking about 9 and 10-year-olds.
I actually, one time my mom got this beautiful bar of strawberry glycerin soap, and I know that y'all know where the story is going.
Oh, I'm so worried.
But it just smelled so good. And I was like, but surely it is not possible for it to smell this good and not also taste good.
No.
And so I took a big old hunk and bite out of it.
Not even a small bite.
No, it was a big one. No. And it was not tasty or delightful.
Oh no.
And my mom went into the bathroom after and was like, someone bit the soap. And I think that she thought that whoever did it was going to lie about it. I was like, that was me. It was disgusting. Why would they make it taste? I was upset. I was like, why would they make it smell that good if it's not going to taste good?
I mean, that's fair.
Lip balm.
And
fruit scented lip balm.
Yes.
I can't have fruit scented lip balm because otherwise I'm just going to lick that off. It smells so good.
That's valid.
Yeah, and I will admit, I make lip balm, and I will add sweetener to it because I'm like, how dare it smell so good and not be sweet on my lips? How dare? I do buy the sweetener for lip balm, and I put it in, because I am here for this. Of if it's watermelon scented, this thing had better taste sweet.
I have a sugar lip scrub that is actually tasty, so.
Yeah. So you just walk around just licking your lips all day.
Sarah, I think you've totally caught me. I was a savage sticker teacher. The kids were laughing all the time, but they knew the zingers came. I did actually say to more than a few children, I think you've misunderstood the nature of paper. And they were like, did I? I mean, they really went, did I? Oh, and the other kid's like, yeah, that's not how paper works. And I mean, like, because I taught 3rd through 6th grade over the years. That was my age range, and like, you can be a like, I never tried to be mean to children. I genuinely enjoyed them, even the ones that I felt were like troubling, like they did troubling things. I still cared about them, but yeah, these things would just come out of my mouth, and they knew, like, Miss Fink doesn't mean to hurt anybody, but sometimes Miss Fink, you've got these liners.
I don't know. I had a manager who was like that, and I think it was the tone with which he said everything that people assumed, because it's the South, they assumed that he wasn't 100% serious. And he was like, he himself was like, I don't understand it. People think that I don't mean what I say, but I do mean what I say when I tell them that they're stupid. And everyone would just be like, oh, you're so funny. And he was like, well, hell.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. And also, like, later I got the library to start carrying scented bookmarks. They're the scratch and sniff kind.
Nice.
And they sell like 26 different scents, including dirt.
Dirt
Scent, which I am here to tell you did not smell like dirt.
It didn't smell like the good dirt after it's rained?
No, it
That's
smelled
my favorite.
It smelled like asphalt and black pepper.
No thanks.
I mean, but let me tell you, kids will read books to get the scented bookmarks, and so will the adults. Like, can I get a scented bookmark? Popcorn was our favorite, though. I
think that just make me hungry all the time.
Yeah, and then second was strawberry. Yeah. Strawberry scented bookmarks smell like strawberry shortcake dolls. Does anybody remember those?
Mm-hmm.
And that's that super sweet strawberry smell. Yeah.
Oh,
so
he's in one of his moods where he's perpetually miserable. Like, he can't get comfortable, but he wants to be up here, but he can't get comfortable.
There, do you want me to? Okay, you did delete that link. I was like, I don't know what's happening. CB says, I always got 25 minutes work and a frowny face on my daughters all the time. Aw, CB. We're going to have to make a sticker care package for you as soon as I find the rest of them from teaching.
I still have an envelope of stickers.
Yes, I will be everyone's resident teacher, and I will make up for all the bad ones here. I will at least try. We're going to make it better. We're going to get you those stickers. You deserve them. Everybody. If anybody wants me to make them digital badges, even afterwards, I will happily make you more digital badges, y'all. Okay? So if anybody does get bingo, just bingo in the chat. Let us know. For the perpetuity of our chat, you do not need a blackout bingo. I don't know what's going on with the Wide Writeathon. They can have their rules. But this is my classroom. And these are my classroom rules. And everybody gets stickers. Who gets any kind of bingo? You get 4 corners. That's a bingo. You get diagonals, horizontals, verticals. You get whatever. You get I would like a bingo for participating. You get the bingo at the end of the chat.
Question.
Yes.
Does your adding sweetener to chapstick mix count as a recipe?
I could honestly tell you I could if we don't want to do another bio break, I do have a recipe book of my lip balms if anybody does want. But yeah, I saw Sarah's of girl, we're gonna have to get you some lip balm. I haven't made lip balm in a while, but I still have all my supplies because I make my lip balms with shea butter because,
Nice.
Once you're a curly hair girl, you learn about the amazing miracle of shea butter.
Yeah.
Shea butter will heal the psoriasis because I also do have psoriasis. So shea butter does amazing things to skin and hair. And so it has healed my lips so many times because wintertime, my lips could look like, people have asked me, have you been out to sea? Why do your lips look like this? And people have asked this to me. And so I make lip balm with sesame oil and shea butter and beeswax, of course, as well as sweeteners because, now my favorite one was always pineapple. The pineapple lip balm that I made. Mm-hmm. It is.
sounds
It's luxurious.
So good.
delicious.
That does
smelling.
sound good.
When y'all see me putting on this is just like, as somebody who makes lip balm, of course I never put the labels on my own stuff because who cares? Because I'm just like, yeah, this is my baby.
All right, for Zara, can we have a bingo where you get all but one bingo badge?
Oh,
Yes. We can definitely do that. So close, y'all. We'll get there. We'll get there. And of course, I just want to point out, if like something happened earlier in this show, the mistake was I didn't post the bingo link earlier. Y'all, I meant to. The ADHD is real today. So I consider it retroactive. Go ahead and play retroactive bingo from the start of the show. Please. We are not trying to keep anyone away from their badges.
So when it says you've written today, that counts on the streamer was on after midnight, right?
Yep. Yeah. Whatever your interpretation of today is, time is a construct. Lunchtime doubly so.
Yes.
So, how's everybody doing?
I'm smelling
doing pretty
barbecue.
good. I'm jealous.
The barbecue outside smells great.
Nice.
I jumped into some of the streams earlier and actually got some writing done. So that was nice.
Very nice.
Yeah.
It's like the middle of the night for you right now, right?
It's currently 5:52 in the morning right now. So
Oh, good.
But-
Good morning.
I'm yeah, good morning. I'm fine because I do night shift. So
yeah.
this is normal for me. So I'm wide awake. But I do have a Coke on standby. So
I
just
have
in
to be
case.
honest, Amy, when you originally messaged me, I looked you up and I was like,
yeah.
does she know it's PM?
Yeah,
Not like Eastern Australia time, like Eastern time, America time. And I was like, you know what, Glory? She is a grown person, and you are not here to police people. So I just said, welcome aboard, and like, let it go.
Yeah. Well, thank you for thinking about that anyway.
Because I was just like, you know what zone you're
yeah.
in versus us? And I was like, you know what? She has free will. We're going to leave it at that. She could always understand later.
I did my research. I checked again and again just to make sure that.
I know, because I hardly ever get to hang out with people on the other side of the planet.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Definitely. It's good. I like it. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
It's very quiet. There's pretty much no one international to speak to, really, if you do normal Australian time a day. So this is good. I like this.
Yeah.
Can be social with people.
True.
Oh, yeah.
This is when like most of the Americans and Canadians are definitely awake.
Mm.
Some of Europe.
That's one of the
No, it's
reasons why
good.
I like streaming at night. I like to go at 7 or 9 or 10 because other people will be like, I just woke up. It's the morning. I'm like, good morning. It's great. Because otherwise, like in the middle of the day, most of them are still asleep.
It's very quiet.
So I've moved my Monday night write-ins up to 9 p.m. instead of 10 because Austin has announced that they are no longer doing YouTube. So yeah, they're just doing Twitch. So
Gotcha.
Not writing, but other crafty things. So
Very cool.
like, well, I don't have to stay as late anymore, so I'll start at 9 instead.
Yeah.
Get to bed a little earlier.
Maybe before midnight.
Yeah.
I had honestly wondered if like part of why you were doing it late was like because your family is on the opposite side of the time zones.
Well, it did help because my nephew goes to bed around 8 or 9. And so by the time it's 10 my time, my other sister would be able to jump on and be a co-host if she wanted to.
Yeah.
So it did work out, but I work.
Yeah.
I need sleep.
Did Show and Tell happen? I feel like that one, I feel like it did.
Yes. We did the showing of our favorite books, the writing books.
Yep.
That's true.
I did like very much show the books.
Yep.
I have this book. I really enjoy the emotional craft of fiction.
Oh yeah, Sarah wasn't here when we did that.
What?
So.
Hey.
Wait, twins.
That's the one I'm reading at the moment.
Which one is that?
Metro 2033.
Oh,
It's
wow.
post-apocalyptic Russia, pretty much.
Nice.
Very
Very
cool.
good.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm currently reading The Diviners.
I'm reading like 5 books on my Kindle.
I think technically I am in theory still reading, what is it? Heinlein's Number of the Beast, but y'all, I'm not going to make it through. It's a 19-hour audiobook. I'm only like in like hour 5 and it's been a year. I can't get through this. It's
Wow.
It is so in desperate need of an editor. I cannot handle it.
I'm actually trying to get back and do Madame Bovary because I was like halfway through it and I had to return it to the library because it's so long.
Yay!
Yay!
Yeah, writing Violet, I've been trying to adjust my Wednesday time because I wanted to go earlier initially, and I feel like no matter what time I pick, I'm going to be interrupted, so I just need to pick a time and stick with it. So right now I'm at 5 on Wednesday. I know it's still kind of the time.
I just picked like which evening I have the least stuff come up with during the week that I have to do, and for me that's Tuesdays. And then I also teach yoga on Tuesdays, so it'll be Tuesday at like 8 p.m. 8 to 10. That way I can do yoga, get home, get settled, and go.
Yeah, and normally Wednesday I have off. But I think because everybody knows I have Wednesday off, that's when everyone wants to come over and pop in and think, I'm like, oh, okay, so this day off is not really working. It's not really off. But yeah, so it's because everybody knows that I'm off. Everybody wants to come over. I'm like, I'm live streaming right now.
I actually literally a few minutes ago was typing that to somebody who was messaging me of like, I can do this, but right now I am live streaming.
That's actually why my dog started barking. My brother had to come by and drop something off, so he just like tiptoed in and was like, let me just put it here on the counter. And my dog was like, alert, alert.
Oh, no.
So she's a good watchdog.
True.
So this is cool. So Zara's got a badge, and yes, by Liver Bray. Oh, cool. So I'm just starting it, so I'm glad. I'm hearing good things, so it makes me feel better.
Okay, I've got both badges sent out.
Yay!
Yay!
Woo-hoo. And I will, let's see, figure out how to do the link so I can show y'all. I know you're like, Glory has unusual trouble.
Do you have a badge for if someone makes a X across and a cross? You have a badge for that?
Crisscross?
I'm like, yeah, I'm just trying to come up
like,
with
I don't
ways for me
know
to be a
if
badge
you
with that.
understand how Canva works, but I can make it say anything I want.
What about one for the outer ring and one for the inner ring?
Oh, yeah.
Good one.
Again, like my level of ability, I think you may be overestimating.
So pretty.
I mean, I'm not saying I can't given time, but like, can I like literally make that while we're chatting and while I'm running the chat? No. Can I do it when I have like a free moment? I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe.
I have no idea what I'm capable of.
Well, y'all, I am going to have to run. But this has been delightful, and I thank you all for the amazing book recommendations. I am going to read up and probably
have fun at your, job.
Yeah.
Enjoy the zingers.
I will. They'll all be virtual zingers today, but I will zing.
Absolutely.
As you, aren't you the head of HR?
I am.
Ooh.
I am. So
it's not really. It's
I elected myself as such, and the president and CEO doesn't hasn't overridden that. So.
What?
It's fine. You know, because if he does, I'll just fire him.
Yeah. Exactly. That's how it works.
Good.
That's totally how that works.
That's when it's friends and family. But yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys, and I'll see y'all later.
Okay,
All
bye.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Oh no.
Plan. I just really. I am a person in need of a laboratory of disreputable intent. So, does anyone have anything in particular that they would like to talk about? Not that anybody beats you.
Okay. I am working on a collection of my horror short stuff to put together.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you guys think covers of horror short stories should look like? Should they be like the old school drawn creepy stuff? Should it be like, I don't know what's creepy?
Well, that's what first popped into my mind was the old school kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, I also like the very it's not really creepy though, but I like the dark woods kind of look with eyes. I like that kind of thing. I don't know if that's creepy though. I just think it's kind of cool. I'm like, oh, what?
I like when at first glance it looks nice and innocent and sweet, and then you look a little closer, and you're like, ooh, this is actually going to be really creepy.
Well, I mean, what kind of horror are you writing that, do you know what kind of readers you're trying to attract?
There's definitely some Lovecraftian influence in here in a few of the stories. There is one that is a Victorian Gothic romance with ghosts. There is a bunch of these micro short stories, so like the Tree Roots one, the Praline House one I wrote last night on the stream. Just random horror. Because there's also the really cool like VHS tape covers that look really cool.
Yeah, maybe have a look at similar things like within the genre and see what they've done for their covers.
Yeah.
Kind of some inspiration from those.
Yeah, like maybe 70s, 80s horror movie kind of, where girls like screaming, got like you only see part of the mouth open and maybe nails or something, so you don't see the whole thing, but
not the whole thing.
Yeah, those old style 70s, 80s video
that
covers
hinted at something malevolent without actually showing anything. That.
Oh yeah.
But like again, I am more of a genteel horror reader. It's not. I don't do the hardcore stuff. So again, that is the kind of thing that would appeal to me. Is like I don't.
Maybe it's a monster. Maybe it's just the pizza delivery. I mean
okay.
Who knows?
Like that's literally the cover I'm planning for my thrillers. Tom and I talked about like if we can't get any local models to model for us, it's going to have to be me for a little while for the Vela cover, and I think it's supposed to be something like that.
I love it. I love it.
Somebody saying something horrible, or is she looking at something in the room that's horrible and trying to call the police? We'll never know. Hopefully she'll
you got to read the Bella and find out.
Right, because it's that Amanda story. That was the first fictional character I ever wrote when I was 15.
Wow.
And it was a scene with a guy with a knife, and she, he's in the kitchen. She turns around in the kitchen, and there he is. And she's like, what? And my mother was very upset that I never wrote another scene for it. So for Vela, Tom's like, I think we should dust off Amanda And she should finally get an episodic of, what you had always envisioned of this guy was stalking her all over this small southern town. And I'm like, Amanda may finally see the light of day.
Yeah. Maybe something where someone's just sitting there and it looks like perfectly normal, and it maybe shadows, what look like normal shadows are in the background, but then when you really look, they're not normal shadows. Maybe they're like, the shadows are shaped like hands reaching out to grab you.
Part of that is like where the shadows actually look like elongated hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. Like at first you're just like, oh, they're just shadows in the window.
And then you're like, oh, wait.
I also like the almost, it just reminds me of like the Nancy Drew style of the covers where it's painted and you get like a glimpse of, something going on and just, horror.
Right. Or something's through the window or something she doesn't see, but we see.
But I love
those.
the painted, how it looks like almost like an impressionist painting usually, or some sort of like stylized painting. Those are always fun. Or you could do it kind of like more black and white, cartoony, kind of like the stuff you've done for your cards, like that kind of style would be just as equally creepy and horror-y.
The working title is Tiny Shivers, because they're short stories.
I like it.
Yeah, it's good.
Tiny Shivers.
Yeah, that works.
It's a good title. Yes. Yeah. So I think like just kind of maybe thinking if you see any.
I think it's time to go to Pinterest.
Classic kind of covers that you like of taking inspiration from them. I mean, unless you want to do something totally new or.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends what you're going for.
Yeah. No, it'll be cool. No matter what you decide, it's gonna be right for your stories.
I just want to point out, like I, as like a longtime reader, I have always been fascinated by books that essentially end up getting multiple covers. For different prints. Or different book runs, they get different covers, and it is sort of a fun way to reinterpret the book. Because I've always been fascinated by how like a book gives you one kind of vibe with one cover, and then I'd see it 5-10 years later, like in a used bookstore, and it's got a different cover, but it's the same book.
Yep.
And it has like a different vibe. And not that either cover was misleading. It's just like, there's a bunch of different ways to run it. And I guess it depends on the team involved in essentially republishing it. So you can honestly interpret it how you want, and then you can change your mind later and try it in another direction if you ever want to.
Very true.
So like there's no perfect. There's just what you feeling like, what you want to do.
I like old school. I don't know. Something painted.
It does tend to fit with your style of writing. You tend to. I don't know how to explain how you write, but what am I trying to say?
Words, yes.
Yeah.
You make the words pretty.
There's that.
Thanks.
Even when it's horror.
Yep.
Yeah.
Creepy, but also it seems beautiful. But it might just be the way that, because you're always telling your short stories when you write them in your stream, and the way that you tell the story is so interesting. I'm like,
it's very much prose, not just,
yes,
just
I would say, Laura definitely has a prose slant to her horror stories, and I love that.
Sounds good.
So there is definitely a certain kind of style or art.
Yeah, it's
They're
almost like it's
poems.
a poet. Yeah, a poetic. I was gonna say a poetic horror short. Is what it reminds me of.
Yeah, so maybe make like the cover metaphorical or kind of subtly hinting at something in a like a more poetic kind of way. Less direct, maybe.
Yeah.
Now, when I was a kid, well, I say kid, but more like middle school, high school age, any book that had the woods in it on the cover. Sometimes somebody could be walking in there. Sometimes I remember I've seen before, like where it's like truly woods at sunset, but there's like eyes. If you really look, you can kind of see there's an overlay of eyes. All sorts of things like that. If there was anything with the woods in them, I would pick it up and at least read the blurb when I was younger. Like, I still like it, but I just mean like when I was a teenager, I was very much into what happens in the woods. And honestly, most of the books didn't have that much to do with the woods, but it was more like they were talking about how the woods is where things happen away from the public's eye. And I was very much interested in that. But like, even, what was it? The Witch of Blackbird Pond did not turn out to be half as scary as I was hoping. But nevertheless, there was like a woman in a cloak in the woods in the morning, and I think there's a crow flying by, and I was like, yes, where do I sign up? I think
we had that book, and I can't remember it at all.
Yes.
I know I've read the book, but I just can't remember.
It could have been so much. It could have been like The Crucible for children, but no. I wanted, like The Witches of Eastwick for kids. I wanted something like dark and terrible, and yet, not too terrible. The covers were great. Pretty much almost every cover I've ever seen for The Witch of Blackbird Pond is excellent. The book itself, man.
It's such a nice title, though. It's so evocative.
Yeah, it is. Good title.
Yeah. Yeah, I think titles are a lot of fun. Book covers are a lot of fun.
Yes, I love book covers.
I've made book covers before that had no intention of going with any story. It's just sort of let me play with the idea of what looks stylistic for various genres.
What if instead of tiny shivers, because I have Lovecraftian, it's tiny shivers down my tentacles?
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, I like the Phantom of the Opera too. I liked it a lot. Both, and I saw it. I think I saw it. I don't know if it was on Broadway or off Broadway, but yeah, I had a good time when I went to go see it. Just because I like going to New York because I don't live there. So whenever you don't live somewhere, you always think, "Oh, it's awesome to go there."
Thanks.
Yes.
Yes. Oh yeah, it's too much with magic. Yep.
CB's got the hot take there.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, but have you seen the Universal Monster movie version of Phantom of the Opera where he is her dad?
Oh dear.
That one's interesting.
I told y'all about like when I get old and have dementia at 2 p.m. every day, they're going to wheel me into the common area and I'm just going to sing the entire 2-disc version of Rent. Because I had these 2 roommates out of high school that's all they played 3 times a day was the 2-disc soundtrack to Rent. And when I begged them, please, could we find anything else in the world to play? Can we like mix it up? They got Phantom of the Opera. Did not help. Did not help. And then hilarious. Can't we like mix it up? Can't you find any more CDs? They did get Cats, and I'm like, save me! I had to end this whole roommate situation. Not working.
got a good matchup.
It was like I came from a different musical side, and also I just like a lot more musicals than just obsessively listening to the same soundtracks multiple times a day, every single day, forever. I would be more like a musical radio station, of all like soundtracks. Yeah, like that of like, we're just going to rotate.
I'd be like that until I got to that one song. I just had to keep listening over and over.
Yeah,
and then I would drive
I get
crazy.
Like that. Yeah, I don't subject other human beings to it. I like, let me hide this from other people. I even apologize to Tom if he like has to like listen to an hour on repeat of something. So I try to wait till he's asleep before I play like Hosier's Take Me to Church for an hour straight. I wait till he's asleep.
CB, that's the whole point of Phantom of the Opera. He was just thought
yes,
that's
glorified
what it
Stockholm.
that's what it is.
Yep, teenage girls in the fancy dress.
Mhm.
Only on Broadway. You're not old enough to have seen it off Broadway, Nia. Did you know that?
I won't tell you what year it was.
Yeah, I am glad I have listened to the soundtrack once. I've listened to it actually lots of times, but I've listened to it once, and I'm like, I'm good now. Thank you so much. Hold on, let's try to give it to you. Yes, Into the Woods. I probably could have had a lot of fun. I have since accidentally memorized parts of that because it's been in. I live in a town with a university that has a very big theater department. Like, apparently, theater students come from all over to get their masters and doctorates in theater here, which means they do a lot of experimental theater over the summer when all the other students are gone, and the tickets are cheap. And so we go to those, and there's some weird stuff. There is some weird stuff, the productions they do. They did one, it was like a Vietnam play, and everyone did it in lingerie. It was the weirdest thing.
Okay.
Yeah. However, I will say the set design was absolutely gorgeous. Why was there a mermaid pond? I don't know. I don't know what this has to do with like the Vietnam War, but okay.
All right.
Let's see. Oh, we saw Chicago. I do enjoy Chicago. At least the soundtrack.
I love Les Mis. I've gone to see that like 3 times. I would go see it again. It's so it's so the music. I like the songs.
I've never seen the musical version of Les Mis.
I find it a very problematic story. So the music is great. I do love. As far as Les Mis goes, my favorite song is Master of the House, and I have forced my brother to deal with me singing all the parts by myself multiple times. Yeah. And he just has to like roll with it. Haha.
Yeah. And most of the ones I love, it's because the music. I just like music.
Dolores doesn't like realistic people on covers. So, Slender Man.
I have not written a Slenderman story yet.
So. I don't understand, Laura. I feel this is like a gap in your, body
of my repertoire. Oh, man.
I like
get Jeff the Killer in there too, man.
There, yeah, but only because he did. I don't know what
Macavity
is that. It looks wrong. Okay. Hello, sweetie. And Mercurial Writer is here. People popping in. People having a good time. Before I forget, I do, in theory, somewhere. There it is. I was like, I've got a link to the thing. Bingo, links for everyone.
No, I'm not very versed in the musical scene. I did Phantom of the Opera at school, though.
Oh, apparently Macavity is villain in Cats. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. That's fine.
Yes, Haley came at the right time.
Oh, yeah, Haley.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody saying hi. Chicago is okay, but Les Mis is CB's jam, apparently.
Yeah. It's the music. So good.
Yeah, I really liked it. Is that Master of the House is my favorite, but I'm like, everybody's a bad person in Les Mis.
Yeah.
The only thing I can honestly say I find interesting about Les Mis is the author spent a lot of his time on the island of Guernsey writing it, and I'm like, I still want to go. I know that's the weirdest kind of turnaround. Of course,
I love
of course, Alan Rickman. Look, CB, honey.
Yes.
What was I watching the other day? And Alan Rickman. Oh, I was watching Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and I was like, I bet CB
or was it Galaxy Quest?
Is happy with Alan Rickman as Marvin the robot. Yeah. Yes, I do sing a very robust. I do the whole thing. There's a lot of rude gestures I use in my version. and I regret none of it. Yeah, my mother, when she was alive, had to put up with me doing Master of the House. If you say something that triggers it, you're going to get a Master of the House song eventually. I did not know that about. I read some of the poems and was like, they made a musical on this. Okay, choices were made, and I just chalked it up to it must be nice being a man.
Yeah.
So the bingo, we've got our bingo cards, and we're not doing blackout bingo unless you want to. But if you get a bingo here in our chat, you get a digital badge. You let me know what name you want on there, or I put whatever your username is, and then how I can send it to you. It's that simple. There's the bingo link, and we have a good time. Yes. All right. So Writing Violet said Lovecraft meets Slender Man. I think that's like sums up Laura.
Yeah.
Right there as a writer, not like as a person.
Don't inspire murder.
Well,
I failed.
I'm just telling
I
you,
love
you're a writer.
Yeah.
Come to the home they put me in, and you will be set in your dotage. We will do it together.
So this is going to be me every time somebody puts up a musical. I'll be like, "Oh, I love that! Oh, I love that!"
Right,
Yeah.
whether you've seen it or not.
Music.
Like, oh, I love it.
Oh no, if I
I've
haven't
never
seen it,
Rent. I've never seen
Rent
Grease.
is
I've
good.
never
I
seen
didn't-
Chicago.
Neither have I. Don't worry.
I haven't,
You're not
I
the
haven't
only
seen
one.
Chicago. Oh no, actually, I did. I saw the one that Catherine Zeta-Jones was it?
Yes.
Am I thinking? Okay, then I did see
Yeah.
Chicago. I was like, I didn't.
Yeah,
see
I
that.
loved. I loved a Richard Gere in that. Give them the old razzle dazzle. I can't tell you how many times I've actually referenced that song when I worked in sales, because I mean that is truly about salesmanship.
And I've seen Rent. I love the one with Renee Goldsberry in it. She's so good.
I think it's really cool that
Sweeney Todd is where it's at.
the bed Victor Hugo died in.
Yes. And I do
That would
like.
be so cool.
I like the idea of Sweeney Todd. I feel like that's really a terrible thing to say.
My problem with Sweeney Todd is the way it ends makes me want to go right back to the beginning. So I get in a Sweeney Todd loop, and it's like, I can't stop listening.
Yeah, and again, I liked the soundtrack way before I ever got to see any version of it, play-wise or movie-wise. I liked the soundtrack quite a bit. But yeah, once I actually watched the movie, now I'll tell you what version of Sweeney Todd I actually like, and I feel totally fine and not guilty about. I like the Simpsons Treehouse of Horror version, where what's his name? Moe romances Marge with the beer that has Homer's blood in it. Like, it's so weird and twisted, and I highly recommend it, y'all. I'm having a good time. So, Zara, I've never seen a stage version of Les Mis. And so I've only seen the big production version where they did not do much in the way of rude gestures. I was told everybody was very disappointed about that. So I just did my own rude gestures that I thought were appropriate if I was a French innkeeper.
Yeah, I'm sure you can imagine.
Yep. Yes, one more day.
Yes, this happens on a regular. Yes,
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah. Sweeney Todd. It is a little, because cannibalism. It's, I can see where it doesn't appeal to everybody, just like cats with buttholes doesn't appear to everybody either, let alone in human form, having their little alleyway drama. I can see where that's not like a big deal to some people. That's
My other favorite musical is The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Oh, I love that.
That's good.
Yeah.
And Lion King.
I still need to hear that one.
Because music.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So much goodness. The version is so funny. Les Mis on stage. People stand still while singing. What? They stand still while they sing?
Oh, maybe he's talking about when they come up to sing their solo, that part.
Oh, that's
Maybe because there's a lot of singing and dancing going on, and
I just am like, why would you stand still if you have a stage in the room, people? Like, yeah,
Have you seen because I know that they have some recordings. Have you seen a live, or have you seen a YouTube video of a live?
I don't think I have. I caught part of the PBS one time aired, like the 25th anniversary of Les Mis, but they didn't do the entire production because I guess copyright. So they just had the songs and they had the actors from the best versions of each, whatever. But they mostly just stood there in groups with lighting and they didn't do anything. So again, nobody was doing any gestures. So, yeah. I'm trying. Everybody's talking so fast. I'm so sorry. I just watched The Greatest Showman the other day for the first time and wondered to myself what took me so long. I still haven't watched it.
Oh my gosh, my daughter made me watch it, and I felt the same way. I'm like, why did I not see this sooner? I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know why I thought it was gonna be good, but I just didn't. And she's like, Mom, it's so good. And so we watched it. It was a couple months ago, and I was like, wow. This is why you're always running around the house singing this song.
I will definitely have to bump it up to, be more likely to watch it. Yeah, Zara said Sierra Renee, who they cast as Esmeralda, went on to be Elsa, powerhouse voice. Excellent. Only the film famous concert versions, not the actual productions. Let's see. CB says the 10th anniversary version they did that, and the 25th anniversary, but live it's slightly different. And so they did not do gestures. So I was like, I would have gestures. I would be using my hip a lot. It would be so great. And I have only done private in family productions. But yeah. Les Mis, let's see. He says Les Mis is my favorite, and then Joseph the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat.
That was the first play I ever saw.
The Joseph the Technicolor Dreamcoat, we were able, when we had the video store back in the early 2000s, we were able to get, what's his name, Donny Osmond's live production of it. It was one of the very few I could get a copy of for the video store, because I do think theater is really important. Theater was not meant for the elite. Theater was meant for the every person, and it's meant to entertain everyone. And I think that that's where it excels, is when everyone can enjoy it. And live, they move the barricade down. It doesn't move the anniversary editions, or versions. It's a very different live. The staging is magical. The productions don't capture that ever. It makes you sad. Yep. Yeah, the theater was seen as something for commoners, and that is actually in Shakespeare the purpose of the witches, like in Macbeth. They open up every act to get people to calm down and pay attention to the stage. They are meant to be a filler to get people to notice them, so that everybody stops talking to each other, stops eating, and actually pays attention to the stage, and then the story actually picks up. That is the point. And in a lot of Shakespeare, the first scene in every act is literally just meant to be attention grabber. And I kind of think of that in writing, of like the beginning of every chapter is meant to hook, to keep the reader reading, because most people stop reading at the end of a chapter. They go to bed, they get off the train, they, whatever. And so when they pick the book back up, you don't have their undivided attention yet. They could put you back down and go do something else really quick and then not come back. So like having a hook at the beginning of every chapter, I think, is very important, because for the same reason as like having that opening scene at the beginning of every act in Shakespeare. And I think about that a lot, about, all right, I need a witch's boil cauldrons burn, I need that kind of hook to get people to like settle in with me for a chapter or for an article. And that's how I think of like opening paragraphs in articles. What do y'all think?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's important to like end the chapter with that cliffhanger to make you want to continue going forward, and then have it grab you back in at the beginning of the chapter and keep you reading through it. I think it's very important.
I think Brandon Sanderson was saying in one of his he gives these lectures, and he says that it's good to do that. He said, but you're gonna burn out your audience if when you come back, it's like, I think, what did he say? Like, oh no, there's something at the door. What is it? And then it's just the next chapter. It's the pizza guy. It's got to pay off. Don't do that, or your audience is gonna catch on that. Okay, you're just setting us up for nothing. So,
it'll lose effect.
Yeah.
One thing that was hard for me to get through was reading Lord of the Rings. So the first movie had come out, and it blew me away. And I was like, I have to read these. So I start reading, and I get into the Two Towers, and it starts off with one half of the Fellowship, and then it gets all the way up, and it builds up, and it's a cliffhanger, and it's like Shelob's lair, and then cuts to the other half for the rest of the book. And it's just, we're walking, and we're walking. And then something starts happening, and then oh my gosh, and then it cuts off, and then it's the Return of the King.
Oh, that's frustrating.
Like, I have waited half of a book to get back to this cliffhanger. Like,
yeah, you gotta
they got
that
you twice.
payoff.
They got you twice.
That does drive me nuts when there's like in a book there's a cliffhanger, and then where the next chapter picks up has nothing. It's the scene is nothing to do with the cliff. And I'm like, are they just hanging there this whole time?
They have fingers of steel.
And I can't focus on, like, meanwhile, back at the ranch, I can't, because it's like, no, I have to know what's happening. And
you're killing the tension.
I feel very distracted.
Ruins the flow of it.
I've skipped pages and then had to go back for stuff like that. Like, no, I need to. Okay, here we are. What happened? All right, now I missed these 2 chapters. Let me go back and read those 2 chapters real quick, because I'm like, no, I need to know now what happened.
Yeah, I guess because I'm not really into the whole back at the ranch kind of idea, like where soap operas sort of tell it, where they're like taking you. Well, you know, a lot like how Lord of the Rings, the movies are, where they keep moving from location to location between each scene. And so it's like, meanwhile this, and then meanwhile this, and it's like, all right, we're juggling 5 different locations.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same day, I'm exhausted. Also,
you don't want to overdo it.
Little hobbits finally get to the volcano.
Yeah, finally. I find it's the same thing with character relationships. Like, there's a couple, they set it up, and they just keep teasing you. Like, are they going to get together? I don't know. And then they're having problems, and you're just like, it becomes more frustrating than enjoyable to see them finally build up to, like, you know, admitting their feelings to each other. And it just, it ruins the pacing, it ruins the enjoyment of it. And yeah, you don't want to overdo it too much.
Yeah, I would agree. It definitely messes with the flow for the reader. Like, for the writer, I don't know, it's probably fine. Yeah. But for the reader, it's like, wait, but I was in this gear. I was in second gear. We were going along, and now I have to shift. Why? I was having a good time. And that, I guess now that you mention it, I don't really enjoy books that keep making me shift gears, or it feels like, you know, speed, if anything, or tension level. They keep shifting a lot. If anything, I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, it gets me frustrated, and I lose engagement. Yeah.
I just got an Instagram notification that Sarah has been inspired by our musical theater discussion. I am so glad that we could offer some inspiration to various people. That's nice. Violet thinks books can definitely jump the shark. I would say, like, if you're just sort of, I am done with this. This is not enjoyable for me. Then that book, I would definitely say, is probably, you know, jumping the shark. If you were totally into it at a certain point, and then by the end you're like, yeah, I'm never going to reread that again. I have read certain books where I finished the book, so at least I knew how it ended, and then I was like, I'm never reading this author again. Never. Yeah. I feel like they definitely jumped the shark, because, like, I as a reader, I felt like they betrayed my trust. that they were messing with me or toying with me. And it's like, if I want that, I'll go get a relationship with a person.
Yeah.
I don't need that in my fiction.
So is jumping the shark
a better relationship with my fiction?
Yeah, like you go to the fiction, like even if there's all that drama and things like that, you go there for the fantasy of the payoff that happens afterwards because you want that positivity. Yeah, you want that payoff.
Or if you're reading a book and like halfway or 2/3 of the way, something happens in the story that you're just like, it's so either cringe or just so awful that it's like it's gonna ruin the whole end, and you're just like, I will still want to know what's gonna happen, but man, you just kind of like blew it for me. It's like not so, like you have say it's a couple and you're hoping that the couple gets together, and then you have the guy or the girl do something that's so bad that you're like, I don't even want them to get together anymore. It's just like,
you're just like,
I don't like him anymore. I don't like her.
Bad
anymore.
taste. Yeah, like that.
And now you want to put them together? That's like, oh,
what? No,
I know. I don't even want them together now. Run the other way.
If I can't like a main character, you've lost me. So
yeah, I agree. And it for me, it's not even just books. Like I was just thinking about. I remember way back, I watched the first season of the Mindy Project, and I think I want to say I actually got through the second season, and I saw where this was going and was like, no. I'm just getting out of a marriage like this. There is no way I'm going to commit to a third season of this. No. And I think that I wasn't the only one like that. Not necessarily about the Mindy Project, but just that of like, if you see characters in like a really bad relationship, or one of the characters is like, to me, one of the characters was almost villainous.
Yeah.
But they're supposed to be the good guy. I'm like, no.
I can't stand that.
Especially if one of the male characters reminds me of my ex-husband. It's like, and I'm done. Unless this is like he's about to get his comeuppance. That all right, maybe, but not.
Yeah.
I am not into a certain kind of person triumphing.
Yeah.
When they definitely are just strictly abusive. So I say that as somebody, and we were just talking about books that torture characters.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got a book for that.
Oh, yes. Emotional wound thesaurus.
I have to read that for my book. Oh, there we go.
Nice.
I have, yeah.
I bought that for my cyberpunk because it's full of lollies and fairies and all that good shit.
Yeah.
So that'll be an interesting read.
Yeah, normally nobody wants, the bad person to end up with the hero or the heroine, unless you cast Ben Barnes, I guess.
Oh, actually, yeah.
And then
my morals are very, very torn. I don't know how to feel.
I'm like,
have you read the books?
I haven't read the books, but
I've read.
Ben Barnes, so.
See, that's the problem. It's like, why would you do this to us?
I know.
That's why, I'm refusing to get involved with that particular series, because I'm like, oh no, I've been there, and you can't make me go back.
Yeah.
No.
What series is it?
I remember the second book, and I could not finish it. I made Tom finish reading it for me.
It's
to tell me what happened, because there was no synopsis on Wikipedia of the book yet, because it had just come out and Wikipedia wasn't that big yet. And I was like, you have to read the book and tell me how it goes. He's like, why can't you read it? I'm like, I cannot handle this level of abuse.
See, Sarah, no, I did not, in the book, I did not ship the Darkling with her. I didn't. I was like, no, he's the Darkling, he's evil. Doesn't matter how cute and romantic she's trying to make this. He's the worst. And then Ben Barnes, and I'm like,
with a beard. I'm sorry, but
he's still the worst. My confidence level
look at.
He is still the worst, but yeah.
Don't like him as a person, like the character, but I mean, eye candy.
Yeah, that's why, nope, you're not going to get me. Nope, my heart is too tender. I cannot. I could not get. I desperately, I had to bribe Tom to read the third book for me. because again, the synopsis was not available at the time, and I'm like, is it as bad? And I'm like, don't tell me if it's worse than the second book, if it's more abusive. And he's like, he was like a third to halfway through the book, and I'm like, you haven't updated me on anything. He's like, yeah, do you remember why? He's like, and by the end I was like, all right, at least like give me a hint so I understand what I'm like being saved from. And he told me a little like, I hate this writer. I hate them. How dare they do these things to this character who I love and want to protect. I just like could not handle it. And I'm like, I feel like at a certain point the abuse can be a little too much. Like, damn. With a Y. Damn. So I don't know. I mean, like, I guess, like, yeah, in theory, sometimes it's fun to torture the main character or some, and it is. I mean, it's fun. But then I feel like there's where it's like a little too.
There's a line.
Yeah.
It's, like, yeah, that it's a little too much. And I feel like you're stabbing my teddy bear. Please stop.
Yeah.
I know I technically have plenty of thread and needle for this, but I cannot handle seeing you stab my teddy bear repeatedly and then snipping a leg off. Please stop.
Like, I've got some things that happen in the books that I'm writing in terms of torture and other things I won't go into, but I use it in a way that shows a character development. It's how they deal with it and how they come out of it, and how it reflects on the realism of the horrible situation they're in. And then it more so moves the character growth forward and how they come out of that and how they like bond with the other characters and that sort of thing. And it's, yeah.
I think, like, yeah, there's definitely a place, like, look, real life has trauma. Real life has abusive situations. That's fine. It honestly, by the second book, and as Charlie points out, most of the reviews on the chain were taken down by Amazon. Charlie, don't argue with the reviewers.
Yeah.
But they were upset that the character did end up with a serial killer.
It's like, people. It's a serial killer.
Yeah. Yeah, it was so much work. Yeah, like, I don't understand people who are shipping really abusive relationships for main characters and other characters when it's so torturous. It's like, I guess for me as a reader, I read to escape. So if the terrible things, like, they're not necessarily meant to be torture itself, but like, if the terrible things don't feel like they're being glorified, where they're described in what I consider overly detailed, then I understand. Like, I'm hoping at least that this is somehow important to the main character or to whoever character's growth, that this will somehow inform the character in their journey after that. But I did not feel like that really was definitely communicated in the second and third books of Shadow and Bone. Like,
and you can
I felt like it felt kind of gratuitous.
But yeah, you can still have like a bad guy character who doesn't cross a line where he can't come back from, and where he has a really good redemption arc. I have a soft spot for that, and I find he seems like he's not probably further than an anti-hero, but then hasn't done anything that is completely unredeemable, and then kind of grows into being one of the good characters. I really like that kind of arc. Yeah, and I think that's a much better way of doing it, because you're not, so long as they don't do anything that they can't come back from, because that doesn't work for me. You're not going to come back from certain things. It's no matter how much they work into the story or whatever, they're still going to be the bad guy in my eyes. So it depends what they do, but yeah.
And I think with Shadow and Bone, I know that the Darkling, I don't want to spoil anything, but he wants her to come to his side, basically, and be like him. He thinks that she is like him. So he doesn't see what he's doing as problematic, but he's the bad guy. And yeah, there's more to it. If you read the last 2 books that she wrote, Rule of Wolves and King of Scars, you get more detail, and there's some sort of conclusion, kinda. So there's like a lot to it. But even with all that, Ben Barnes is nice to look at, but I still don't ship the Darkling and Alina. No.
We're more for the
Very
actor
nice.
rather than the character. I
Yes.
think.
Yes,
Definitely.
I love it when an actor really owns a role and they're easy on the eyes. It's nice.
Yeah.
It's nice, But I just can't take just because like I watch movies, I read books, I watch TV for an escape from the world. And like it needs to somehow not feel so close emotionally for me.
Yeah.
And that's I guess why I liked the Stainless Steel Rat series, was even though there were some like real scary moments and truly adventure of like cliffhanging stuff, there was also humor to kind of bring a levity there, and that helped me cope through the more difficult scenes in the first 3 books. So I think there's that too, of like maybe it's different kinds of writing styles and narrative voice. Maybe that's some of it.
Yeah, I get it. If you're reading because you need that escape, you definitely probably don't want to read things that are too close to something that's caused you trauma or distress in your real life. It's like, well, I'm living that. Why would I want to read?
You don't need
it? I don't need this.
Need it.
Yeah, and I mean, like, look, yesterday I was not feeling well, and I was on one of the streaming services, and there was the last season of Wallander with Kenneth Branagh. And Tom wasn't here to stop me, and so I watched the last 2 episodes of the series, and which are like movie length. They're an hour and a half each. And so when Tom came home, I was like, "So I did that," and he was like, "Why? Why?" And I'm like, "I know. I feel so dark inside now. It's so quietly depressing." And he's like, you're not supposed to, like, no, but you weren't here to stop me. And also I wanted to know how it ended. And so I told him, like, so they did this so they can't bring the character back. And he's like, oh, well, at least they did that. I mean, I love the visual style so much in the Kenneth Branagh version. Visually, it's so spare and quiet and bleak. So bleak, y'all. It's just terrible. Also, why would you put a doctor's office in a glass house? That seems like a really no privacy. Anyway.
Yeah, some issues.
I feel like maybe they're trying to make an artistic point, but okay.
That's creepy.
Yep. Nah.
That's just creepy.
It's like dentists with glass windows. Nah.
Yes, again, of like, maybe I don't want to see that, and I don't want to be on display for people. Anyway, yeah. I'm like, there's no way that this is an actual medical clinic. The building, because they film it on location. But yeah, he was like, why? Why did you watch it? It's so bleak. And I'm like, I know. I feel bleak in my heart right now. I'm so easily influenced.
It's like I just felt like torturing myself.
Yeah, I wasn't making great decisions, y'all. If you were in the pre-party, the bad decisions continued today. Because we're naturally attracted to watching and reading how we feel inside. That's what they found. People who are feeling sad are attracted to sad music. They're attracted to sad movies, sad TV, sad books. This is, and so therefore when people are happy, they are much more attracted to happy music, happy movies, and happy books. This is normal human psychology. That it's not that, things necessarily truly make us like sad music doesn't necessarily make a happy person sad.
No, sad people want sad music.
Yes.
Yeah.
It matches their mood.
So, I mean, like, it's, as I said, like, anything I say about a book or a movie or even musical, it's not like, oh, I think no one should watch it. It's just more like, look, I don't understand alley cat drama, y'all, but if you want to sing about it, okay. It's a choice. You can make that. It's okay. I just don't get it. That's all. Maybe I like cats. I've owned cats, but I've never felt that way about cats.
I did not watch that new Cats movie, though. It just looks too weird. I can't do it. It's got people in it that I like, but it looks weird. I don't know.
Butthole edition.
Mm-hmm. My
This
gosh.
is the world we live in, and I am like, this I could never have imagined. I live in this world, and now I know.
Yeah, someone okayed that. Someone said that's okay and put that in there.
Paid people to
Someone paid.
Yeah,
a lot of money probably.
Convinced a lot of famous actors. Yeah, you look great. Do this.
Like,
no.
Oh, Sarah,
Oh, dear.
I hope you're being cute. You know that I am not attacking you. I just needed to watch Wallander and know what happened. Also, I love the bleak imagery. I mean, it's so cold and spare and Swedish. It's very Swedish. Multiple people okayed and paid people to put the buttholes back in.
It's like, no.
Did not need that.
I'm like, oh, they're making a Cats movie. Took one. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Also, like finding
my excitement immediately went.
Also, finding out like they had children do the voices and the faces of the mice, and it's cats, so you know what happens to mice. And I'm like, wait, what? I feel like there's like things being implied here about adults and children.
Oh no.
Like a predatory thing, you know, and I'm like, concerned.
I don't like it.
Nope.
Concerned. Like I love musicals, but I feel like musicals have gone into a place that it's like, I don't know that I think maybe I'm too sober for some musical production these days. Yes. But you know, I mean, like, I also enjoy cyberpunk dystopia, and Tom again is like, why do you keep watching this stuff? I'm like, because Dark City is so weird. Come on, it's just
you never know if the weird is going to be a kind of weird thing that people actually all love. So you never know. So just create your art and put it out there. Someone's gonna love it.
I mean, I'm always fascinated by any kind of, especially visual production, where I'm watching it, or even theater and things, and I'm like, I feel far too sober for this. I feel like I am meant to not be in my head for this.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's fun to have like trip while being sober, and that's Dark City for me. I like Surrogates, and Surrogates is a very strange sort of dystopia, and that is very cyberpunky. And I'm like, oh, but it's so weird how they've airbrushed everybody's pores out.
Yeah.
I find it very much in the uncanny valley.
Yeah, the uncanny valley is an interesting thing.
So, anyhow, from what I understand, the next sprint is about to start with Sarah Cahill at, 5:30 Eastern. So that's
5 minutes.
5 minutes my time.
5 minutes.
And I wondered, now we can keep chatting forever because, they didn't tell me no. Maybe they overlooked it. Maybe they meant to tell all the chatting hosts no, that they have a time limit, but nobody remembered to tell me, or else I forgot to read it. So we can keep chatting, but I want everyone to know in the chat, there is another sprint starting over on Sarah Cahill's channel in a few minutes, and also to see how my co-hosts are doing, because I'm not here to hold anyone hostage. I know you didn't know that this was a lovely velvet hostage situation.
Thank you,
I
Devin.
feel the vines releasing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. There is a link. Devin has taken care of everyone. Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you, Devin.
So, do we want to keep chatting? Because I'm happy to chat.
Sure.
I just wanted to check because,
I'm
you know,
down.
sometimes people feel like socially bound. And that is like, no. I'm not good at that anyway, quite frankly.
Well, I will need to go check on things here shortly, but if I come back,
have they started
yes,
cooking the food?
they're already eating. I ate half a hamburger during our bio break. I tried my best to eat the whole thing, but I couldn't. I wasn't fast enough.
Do we need to do another 10-minute bio break so that Nia can make a cookout run?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, maybe a little snack, maybe a little,
Yep.
you know, biological needs. Or at least, you know,
That's
at the very least, people can go say hey to Sarah, and then if you feel like
Yes.
you can come see us in the sprints. I mean, like, look, like I know anytime I write for, say, a long period of time, several hours, it's like, no, I need a genuine break to shift gears. Otherwise, it's like the well starts running dry by the evening, and then I'm no good for the next day. And yeah, the sprints will continue through tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sarah's is a sprints
Yeah.
chat, right? Okay.
Sarah's
just
the
wanted to
sprint
know.
stream. Yes.
Sarah's
Sarah's
doing
sprinting.
sprints. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you need to get back to writing, that's where you need to go. Okay.
I mean, look, if Sarah says it, I'll be here. I will babble endlessly.
And so yeah, I definitely want to go get some more food. They were talking about making steak. But I can come back and
we'll do that. So Dolores,
and I'm gonna probably have both streams. I'll have her Sarah. I'll have Sarah stream up on my YouTube.
Cool.
Yeah, but I'll probably be chatting. But I'll be working. I'll be with everyone in spirit while they're writing. I'm with them.
Yes, we are with them,
supporting.
Spirit, but quite honestly, we are kicking off.
Tessa is on the sprint stream.
Oh, Tessa's there too! Yay!
Yeah.
Have they started yet? Let me pop up.
No.
Let me get my YouTube
Okay,
ready.
so how about we go to let's see, what do I got? Well, I could just keep the starship up. And we could just have, you know, a kind of a starship break. Let's see. Since that was the next one in the timer anyway. I originally found that because Laura inspired me. If she's like, did they have any other timers? And I'm like, I don't know. And I finally looked through, because I had, I think, a 20-minute timer of theirs where they do it on the ship. And I went and looked, and they have like 5, 10, 30 minutes. They have all the times. This channel set it up. And I do have a timer playlist. If anyone needs like a whole heck of a ton of timers, I have a timer playlist on my channel if anyone happens to just need some timers.
Awesome.
So how about we start sprinting in 3, 2, 1. Sprint!
Ta-da!
Ta-da!
Woo!
Hello.
Yes. It does have a the Star Trek klaxon sound like Red Alert.
Yeah.
Just,
That's cool.
I don't do the sounds because I find it like, wow, what's happening? Am I okay? But it is available for those who wish, if they like to listen on their own. As I said, the timer playlist is available to everyone. If you'd like to, you can grab my playlist off. So, how is everybody? Did they, I guess, get an appropriate biological break?
Yes, it was quite lovely.
Oh, thank you.
Ooh.
I'm glad.
I mean, I made some progress on what I'm writing. We've
Ooh,
been putting off, so
nice.
yes.
I've got peanut butter and honey on toast.
I
Oh,
am.
yummy.
Yeah, that sounds yummy. I'm nursing my cottage cheese with a little fruit that I thawed, and
Ooh.
what remains of my croissant bear claw. I'm a very slow eater. Like, I'm famous even in my own family for being slow. So I nibble and then I'm good, and then I nibble and I'm good. Slightly a bit of a ruminant as a person. Nia, did you get the cookout food? Nia, did you get the cookout food? You're still muted, sweetie.
No, they're playing games. My husband said he'll make the steak later. So
What
So
is
he's-
blasphemy?
no, he said he's waiting for me so
Aw.
I can have my steak nice and fresh because he knows
Aw.
I literally like it right off the grill. So
That's sweet of him.
Mhm.
yes, so they're playing cornhole and some other games right now.
Is there potato salad and the like?
I don't like potato salad.
Okay, well,
So I don't make it. My mom makes it, and my mom is not here now. So she is across the country living with my brother. So my brother gets potato salad. But we're not going to mention that because my husband loves my mom's potato salad, and I do know how to make it, but I don't want to.
Oh.
So I pretend like I don't know how to make it.
out of curiosity, do you have any favorite cookout sides though that you do like?
Yes, I like fresh corn on the cob. You just wrap it in some foil and a damp cloth and put some butter in there, stick it on the grill, and then take it off. I love that. I could eat like over and over, just like eat bunches and bunches of them. They're so yummy.
Mm-hmm.
Fresh corn on the cob. I love it. And steak.
Yes.
And ribs. I like ribs. Ribs are good.
Oh, yeah.
Fresh made burgers. Those are good also. Barbecue chicken is good.
Are there
So
Okay, you can
pretty
stop
much
now. I'm hungry now.
any meat that comes
I
off
feel
the
like
grill.
Nia's like ribs. Is that a side? Sure, babe. It's a side.
Yeah. Yeah. So I eat all the meats and corn. So whichever one is the main, and then everything else is the side.
Sure.
So steak is the main.
Yeah, I
Then
like
the ribs,
and I have a side of
the
burger.
burger.
Of course. Doesn't everyone do that?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing.
Yes. That is how we do it. Like there's always like 10 meats. It's like
I'm seeing a pattern.
yeah.
I do like potato salad. I like Southern potato salad. Nia's like,
yeah.
It took me being in my late 20s to finally like potato salad.
I'm very particular about my potato salad. Like it has
Yeah.
to be
genuinely
just right.
horrifying potato salad out there.
Nothing crunchy in it. No crunchy celery, please.
Oh, I'll take the celery. I like the celery in it.
I despise celery.
I'll trade you. You can have the
I'll take celery salt. But no.
I mean, okay, so like, you know what I like as well. Like, and yes, I do like the celery and onion, like especially red onion in the potato salad. I like
Yeah.
that kind of crunch.
Yeah.
But we found the Hawaiian macaroni salad recipe. Yes. I mean, like, it's only like once a year that we end up making it for a variety of reasons, but I think it's, what is it? Cook's Country version. I haven't really had many other versions, honestly, because like we're so east of Hawaii. But I really like that pasta salad, that macaroni salad. That I like that one. And excuse me, I am normally not much into pasta salad because I've had some genuinely terrible and undercooked pasta salads in my life. But when I was a teenager, I wanted to make pasta salad. We used to have a night. I was the one who decided, since I was the one who'd been cooking every family dinner since I was like 12. So I decided one night a week I was just going to do cold things, and I called it antipasta night. So, you know, there'd be olives and there would be raw vegetables. It was just, you know, all cold things. There would be tuna salad there because, you know, we didn't have a lot of money. And I thought a pasta salad would work quite well, but I couldn't find any recipes back then. This was the 90s. And this was before the internet, really. And so I made up my own version with corkscrew pasta because I thought it was fun back then. And my own homemade Italian dressing, and then things I thought were appropriate to throw in there, like cube mozzarella and salami and olives. Black olives, I mean, just the black olives. And, you know, Roma tomatoes and things. I will say it's pretty good, but I mean, like, as I said, I'm not going to, like, stand here and go, it's the best ever, you all should love it, even if you make cold pasta. No.
I love pasta salad that's drowning in ranch.
I don't know. There's something about cold pasta I just can't get around.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that was kind of how I was like, but I just did not want to cook on Tuesday night.
No, that's fair enough. Sometimes you just don't want to.
I was 15 and was like, I am so tired of cooking in the summertime in this house where there's hardly any air. I just didn't want to cook. And so being able to do a cold pasta salad, because, like, you know, my mother would only let us have whole wheat bread, and it was terrible. She's like, there has to be some carbs, you know, some bread product. And so this was like my, you know, compromise. And if I, like, as soon as the pasta came out of the water, you know, as soon as I drained it, if I immediately put it in the bowl with my homemade Italian dressing, which I will say I did a pretty good Italian dressing. I did it more traditional, like Roman style, not like modern Italian dressing. So there were lots of herbs in it, and they soaked in the vinegar first, since I read that's apparently how the Romans used to make it before they added the olive oil and whipped it. And I would use a little mustard to emulsify it, you know. So if I added it immediately to the hot pasta and tossed it, covered it, put in the fridge to let it cool, then it was pretty good, because then the pasta would absorb those flavors, and they would have overnight to do it. Since, again, I'm not cooking on Tuesday nights. So I would boil the pasta on Monday or Sunday. So that seemed to be pretty good. Also, like, I had to make the dressing really strong in order to get those flavors into the pasta and have them last. So, you know, because, like, I'm Southern, the flavor has to be strong. Otherwise, what are we doing? You know, we're not here for bland food.
I just got a picture of my puppy after a bath.
Oh, you have to share.
Are you ready? Are you ready to share it? Okay, let's put it on. Oh, so wet. Poor baby.
So cute.
Find yourself some dirt to roll in.
I'll do everything.
Adorable.
Oh, the hair.
Yeah. Let's see.
How much longer till you can get them? What's the
We're
order?
shooting for like June 26th, I think. Yes. This was him right before the bath.
Oh, so fluffy.
So cute.
So now he's a little drowned.
So cute.
I did put up for anybody new coming between sprints or whatever the bingo link for our bingo game. And let me know if you get bingo. We're still playing.
There's the last part count is giving a recipe. I still need the recipe.
Yes, that counts as a recipe. Have you finally got a badge?
I got
one. Yay. Okay. One or two? Who got both? What? Both?
Yeah, both of us.
All right, let me go make two. Oh, very nice. But yeah, like, hi Sam, how are you? We sent those who wish to write back on their way to Sarah Cahill's. And we're still just having a good old chat because you know us, we are the chatty chatters. Nia's family's having a cookout and they are torturing her with the beautiful scents.
Yes.
So yeah. I'm just saying, look, if y'all ever want to try cold pasta, take whatever your favorite fun pasta is, whatever you think is kind of fun. I've known some kids when I babysat them, they were like, fettuccine, like, we will make fettuccine pasta salad. Why not? Life is short, right?
Bow ties, man. Bow ties.
Right, the bow ties.
Yeah, I like the bow ties.
Bow ties, yeah.
And yeah, and you know, you boil them. They're not, so they're soft. So it's not like that there's really like a tooth too much. Drain them and then put your favorite dressing. Yes, ranch counts.
Yeah.
And toss it. Put the lid on. Put it in the fridge at least overnight, if not 2 nights. And then toss it with, you know, the things that you like in that salad. You know, like if you don't like olives, don't put olives. For heaven's sakes, don't put that thing in. But toss it with the things you like and add more dressing because, yes.
It soaks it in.
Yes. You know, because the new things. So you need more dressing. And try it out and see what you think. Or see if you're like, I could play with this. I actually have done one with ranch powder and olive oil. Like instead of reconstituting the ranch into a creamy dressing, I did ranch with olive oil and a little bit of rice wine vinegar because I needed it thinner. But I didn't want to dilute that ranch taste. And it was really nice with pasta. And that was what I did. I think it was for the fettuccine one. I was like, I'm going to need something thin. And because this kid loved ranch so much. He put ranch on he just literally would take the ranch bottle and just this to his dinner plate every night.
Oh.
And so he wanted ranch and fettuccine pasta salad. And I'm like, you know what? You're not wrong. We're going to make it and we'll see what we think and we'll have notes. And he was like, okay, it's an experiment, Glory. All right, it's an experiment. And, you know, it was pretty good actually on its own. I cut the tomato slices lengthwise. And then, because they were like grape tomatoes, you know, the small ones. And I cut them lengthwise and then quartered them. And that kind of worked with the fettuccine because I was trying to make everything a little longer. But he didn't like carrots, so we couldn't do like grated or you know, matchstick carrots. So it was like, and he didn't like celery. But he liked mushrooms. So again, I did mushrooms sort of a matchstick style. And I did, it's summer. I don't want to cook. So I melted butter in the microwave, put the matchstick mushrooms in, tossed it, and then microwaved it for another 2 minutes, covered. And then I tossed it in with the pasta. And he liked that.
It's quite interesting how creative you can get when you don't want to cook something.
I do not want to cook in the heat. It's like just a crime against human beings to have to
do
cook
not blame me.
Like a hot kitchen is just like, why do you hate me? So you can make pasta in the microwave. I'm just throwing that out there, y'all.
You can make cake in the microwave. That's an amazing trick.
You can make cake in the microwave.
So good.
Stevie says they made pasta salad with macaroni, noodles, chicken, raisins, and red pepper with an olive oil and cayenne pepper dressing, and it was amazing. It sounds delicious.
I would probably skip the raisins, but otherwise, that's just because, like, me and raisins, we have an on again, off again relationship. But everything else sounds good. That sounds really nice. Yeah, I love like just trying out stuff because you know what? It's food. If it doesn't work, that's what dogs are for. Right? I mean, like,
Oh yeah.
I
My
have been
favorite.
known to like portion up the leftovers that I knew I wasn't going to eat for the dog. Like, yeah, she can have some today and then some tomorrow, some the day
Oh
after.
yeah.
And then
I'm
it's
an
not
avid
like
sharer.
But you could just throw out food. I came from parents who were very old, and they, grew up with that sort of depression era mentality of like, we cannot waste food for anything.
Oh yeah.
And so it's kind of hard for me to undo it. So it's like dogs.
It's technically not wasting it.
Yes, exactly. That's my theory. Also, some cats, like I have known cats that like a little bit of pasta. Like they just want a couple pieces and they consider it a treat for, cooked pasta. And I'm like, works for me. Here.
Yeah.
You can have, one noodle.
I share.
Yep.
I'll be back.
Okay. So if you had recipes on your bingo card,
I did.
talking about food. Yes. Let me write you down and I will get yours done soon. Okay.
Yeah,
Ooh.
my dogs love carrots. It's like a vegetarian bone. They love it.
See, because you can replace raisins with cashews. I bet that's good.
Mm-hmm.
I have never thought to try that, but I do like cashews in like Indian curry gravies because they get so creamy in there.
Mm-hmm.
So I bet that would be good. Yeah, my mini dachshund loved baby carrots. She loved ranch. I'm going to be honest. She was like, she once snuffled my ex's salad because he had coated it in ranch and raisins. He was a raisin person. and snuffled, like, just under that bed of lettuce, there was a nose.
Aww.
Yes. And I was like, you didn't eat any raisins since, raisins are bad for dogs. And she was like, no. And she had instead carefully like licked all the ranch under the lettuce leaves. She stuck her nose into a tunnel of lettuce and licked all the ranch that came through, and he was just appalled.
Oh my gosh. I can see my dogs doing that, but I've got Labradors, so they're cheeky too.
Oh, they are. They know what they're doing.
Oh, they do.
Yes, they know what they're up to. Yes, and she was just like, yeah, she would do anything for a ranch, and that's how I was like, well, here's a baby carrot. She'd lick all the ranch off first, and then be like, I shall take your consolation prize, and then not the baby carrot.
Oh, that's so good.
Cool.
I mean, I think it's probably a good sign that dogs love ranch, or most dogs love ranch.
Yeah.
Like, okay, it's probably pretty good then.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I think.
Definitely.
Does anyone else have dishes they like at cookouts?
All the meats on the grill.
I mean, yeah.
Did I say that? Did I mention if you put all the meats?
You haven't mentioned the sausage, the inevitable sausage on the grill.
Oh yeah, my sons and my brother, they love the bratwursts, the nice big ones on the grill. Yep, that too. All of these things are sides.
I mean, I love a side of meat with my meat.
The way to go.
Serial writer says I've been following other Twitch channels too, but I find myself watching YouTube lives more often. Well, I think Amy has a Twitch channel. Nia has a Twitch channel. I have a Twitch channel as well.
Yeah, I'm streaming you right now on my Twitch channel.
Aw, thank you.
So I couldn't resist. I had to go get myself a bowl of pasta.
You were like,
We were talking about it.
That's fair.
That's how, yeah. But I'm always fascinated by what people like as sides at cookouts, barbecues, and picnics. Because sometimes people like throw a curveball in. I knew one family that for picnics, they started taking. So let me back up. I babysat for years, like 15 years of my life. I babysat or was a nanny or both. And there was a family I babysat for when I was like in middle school. And so I taught the kid my favorite after school peanut butter snack, which was peanut butter balls. It's just peanut butter, honey, and skim powdered milk or whole powdered milk. And you stir it until it's like, honestly, like it's like putty. Or Play-Doh. And you roll in a ball, and then we were poor, so we just rolled it in more powdered milk, but you can roll it in, this family had stuff, so we rolled it in mini chocolate chips, you could roll it in chopped nuts, you could roll it in anything fun, right? I've rolled it in cocoa powder before, and that's really kind of fun. It's really good. And because like Mom was very anti-sugar, but honey was okay, since honey was how Tom, when he was a kid, he was allergic to everything, especially like milk, but he was allergic to everything. So he always, he almost had to get tubes in his ears. But honey, when she found local honey, it was the only thing that worked. This was the 80s, so it was before like most allergy medicines didn't make, like Benadryl was available, but like you would have a doped out kid. Like, who wants that? So she found local honey worked. So we were allowed to use local honey. And that was like our little honey balls or peanut butter honey balls that we would make. And, like you may think, oh, I hate powdered milk. And I would agree with you because I feel the same. But in the peanut butter, it's a totally different sort of thing. And it tastes really good. And so I would actually recommend trying it. Well, anyway, so I taught the recipe to this kid I was babysitting. He was in upper elementary, and I was like a freshman in high school or upper middle school, somewhere in there. So 8th or 9th grade. And he loved it because he could make it himself. He could make himself a nice healthy snack. And if you put them in the fridge, they get kind of hard and then they're a little bit chewy. By the way, if you like raisins, this is at the point where you take several raisins and you squish them and you then wrap the peanut butter putty around it so you have a raisin surprise. And then you can put it in the fridge or not. And you get like this lovely. So if you like raisins, it's a great time, or any dried fruit, it's a great time to put it in the middle. And so I found that they had started taking it to all their picnics. And that was like their go-to picnic. Or dessert. And so like I'm always kind of fascinated by what people like, what their family, how they eat, because we, for the most part, we all have approximately similar foods, but how we put it together is often unique to our family and our own taste.
Yeah.
My brother, one of his absolute favorite snacks since he was a child, is a jar of Prego spaghetti sauce, which is the thick kind of spaghetti sauce, not the ragu, and a whole sleeve of saltine crackers. Cold.
Really?
And he can put that away. He has been putting that away since he was a kid. He loves it. I told him he needed to start buying more jars because I noticed he's always happier when he's had at least one jar a week. And I'm like, it's a very healthy snack. It's like loaded with vitamin C and fiber for sure. So I was like, there's worse things to have, but like that is his favorite snack, or at least one of his very top 10 all-time favorite snacks. So like that's what I mean about like versus we literally share both parents. Tom and I do. I've tried it.
Bye, Vanessa.
It's okay. Bye, Vanessa.
Bye.
I've tried this dish several times in my life. Like pretty much every decade, I'm like, I'll give it a try again. And I'm like, you can have all of the cold Prego and saltines you want, buddy. That's yours.
Yeah, we mostly, whenever we do cookouts and stuff, if my mom's here, my mom makes all the really cool stuff that takes a lot of time because we think she loves to do it. So my sister and and my brother also, we all know how to make them, but we're like, does anyone want that? Because if not, we do mostly fresh vegetables because we have to make up for all the meat that we're eating. So anything that's a fresh veggie salad with all the veggies in it. We do fruit salads. We do, we'll just get all the fruits and melons and pineapples and chop them all up. So we do the fresh fruit salads and all the meats. That's how we do it. And when my mom is here, she does the potato salad, deviled eggs, and she does coleslaw. And, But like, I don't know. I somewhere in the transition between generations, like there's so many things that I was a very picky eater, and there's things that I couldn't eat. They would make me sick if I would eat them. So like, I feel like the next generation's kind of losing that. Like, I know how to make it, but I don't because I don't eat it. And now my kids don't know how to make those things. And it's kind of sad. I'm like, oh, they know what it is because grandma makes it when she's here. And I'm like, oh man, they might actually like these things. So when she moves back, I'm going to make sure she teaches them how to cook it. But half of my kids are as picky as I am about, they won't eat potato salad or something like that, but the other half will. So literally my mom had 5 kids, and half of us, same thing. Half of us are very picky, don't want it. The other half want all of it. So I'm afraid that these recipes might get whittled down, which is why I'm so obsessed with like writing all the recipes and at least knowing what they are, because I'm like, we're not eating them now. After me and then my daughter, that'll be 2 generations that don't eat some of these things. You know?
Well, I think like part of it, I really think that stomachs or taste buds to a certain degree are genetic. Because like the things that Tom likes to eat are so similar to Mom, and the things I like to eat are so similar to our father. And I'm just like, it's like I should never have worried when both of our parents have passed away. They both have been passed away more than a decade. I'm like, I don't know why I was worried that when they die, that'll be it, because I'm haunted by my siblings. They're like a mixed up bag of all of my parents' quirks. And I could never be free to the things that either I loved or did not love about Mom and Dad's quirks. And so, like, yes, Mom would eat some weird stuff. Like, middle of the night, I'd catch her eating, again, that whole wheat toast, which... Y'all cannot do whole wheat bread. It's not just the trauma. I think it's the flavor. I swear. But lightly toasted whole wheat bread with plain yellow mustard rolled up and then just eating it that way. And I'm like, why do you hate yourself this way? But she loved it. I mean, like,
that's funny.
It was the good whole wheat bread, you know, the stuff without corn syrup, without any of that stuff, you know, the equivalent of UK's National Loaf. I looked at the recipe. It was National Loaf, but like the American one. So it was fluff. It was lighter. It was like fluffier, but it was still just pure whole wheat. So bitter. They can't stand the butterness.
Yeah.
Is American bread like really sugary? Because I've heard that it's like extra
normally
sugary.
Some of it, yeah.
This was not.
Okay.
It was so bitter because it was just pure whole ground wheat. And that was all we were allowed to have as kids. And believe me, it was like sandwiches are so sad and horrible.
Because here we don't really have like a desserty kind of bread. It's just bread, and you either put something sweet on it or something savory. It's a very neutral kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot more variety of bread in America.
Yeah. I think it tastes more neutral to Americans because they're so inundated with sugar.
Yeah, we don't notice it, but when you do, definitely when I have stuff from, I want to say cookies, but even anything that I have that's made from someone who's over in Europe, it's like not sweet. I'm like, oh, and they're like, you gotta put some spread on it, and I'm like, oh, okay, because it's very not sweet. You can tell then. I'm like, do we really eat that much sugar? Yes, we do.
Like,
yes, we
do. Like commercial bread is not really considered bread elsewhere because there's so much sugar in it.
Wow.
I just read Zara's comment, and yes, there's 2 that like certain things, 2 that like certain things, and there's one who kind of like splits both ways. So yeah, it's very weird that way.
I will say, okay, so again, my mother was a hippie. She was a secret hippie, by the way. She denied she was a hippie, and when I was a toddler, I liked peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I got those at the daycare, but she did not want me to have the sugar. So she and my aunt, her sister-in-law, would offer me peanut butter and mayo sandwiches as well. And by the way, it wasn't the mayo you may be thinking of. It was Miracle Whip, y'all.
That's not.
Which I just want to point out how much sugar is in that. And also, that doesn't taste right. I'm just, as a Southerner, I'm just going to say Miracle Whip is not mayo.
I
know that this is a controversial hot take, and
I was afraid to offend someone. Did you hear me say that's
I
not?
know. It's like, look, I know that there are people who are like, "Are you attacking me?" I am not. My mother was from the Midwest. It is okay. I understand that you have valid feelings. I'm just saying, it's salad dressing. It is not, or salad cream, if you will. It is not mayonnaise.
It's not mayonnaise.
And it
never heard of it.
Why does it taste
I
weird?
don't eat either one, but I know my mom has made it very clear when we're cooking, they're not the same.
Miracle Whip and cake mixes to make it moist. And I can always taste it. I'm like, what is an interesting flavor you have in this?
Never heard of this. Never heard of it.
Recipe, and I'm like, her secret recipe is Miracle Whip, y'all. Let's move on.
And it has a weird taste, and I can taste it.
Okay.
Please don't do that.
Odd aftertaste that I cannot unforget.
My dad liked Miracle Whip. My mom liked mayo, so I grew up with both.
My husband grew up with Miracle Whip, and my mom only used like real mayonnaise. So when she'd make stuff, he'd be like, "Why is your potato salad so good?"
Because it has real mayonnaise. Like, we're a Hellman's household, okay? And I moved back here to my brother. When he moved in with me and we became housemates, I'm like, you do understand this is a Hellman's household?
Yes.
There will be no Miracle Whip unless it's ironically. Because there's one dish that I can tolerate Miracle Whip on and no other dishes. It's something that we used to make at home when we were kids. And you toast whole wheat bread, 2 thick slices of Monterey Jack. I don't know what the Australian equivalent is, but it's it's kind of a tangy, semi-soft cheese, if that helps you like figure out.
Yeah, maybe.
And Miracle Whip. And the Miracle Whip, because Miracle Whip has this, it's not quite a lemon tang, but it has a sharp tang to it. Not quite vinegary, not quite lemony. And it complements the like kind of tang of the semi-soft Monterey Jack cheese. And with the toasted bread, it sort of works. And it's like the only thing, and again, I probably only have it once a year. So Tom, when he sees Miracle Whip packets at stores, when he picks up food delivery for people, he'll like grab 2. He's like, here, I have it for the once a year.
Okay. No, my guilty pleasure is probably, I discovered this in high school when I had like no money. A bread roll, butter, tomato sauce, and you put it in the microwave.
Oh.
And warm it up. I don't know. It just tasted, I think it's the saltiness balanced with the sweetness. I don't know. It was just, I found it was good. It's weird, but I eat weird things. I can eat pickles from a jar. So, I mean.
CB, I can't either. I can't eat any type of thing like that. Mayonnaise, Miracle Whip, none of it. It's like, I can taste it. No. And it just, it makes me feel a little sick when I eat it. So I don't.
I'm not even into the normal mayo. Like, I've had Japanese mayo, which is like an egg mayo base, and I just can't go back. I find the
Hellman's
normal mayo is too sweet.
Hellman's is very similar to Kewpie mayo. And in fact, in America, where we are at the university in my town, we have a lot of foreign exchange students, including, I don't know, usually we've got about 30 Japanese students at any given time. And when they're all like, oh, the Kewpie mayo imported here is so expensive. Do you have something like it? We always go, here's your Hellman's. It tastes like a lightened taste-wise version of Kewpie mayo. And they all like will hug me when they try it of like, oh, thank you so much, because Hellman's is widely available. But yeah, the closest thing to Kewpie mayo here is Hellman's, and I love Hellman's. As I said, we're Hellman's household. My brother was like, there is no argument with me. I'm so glad to be here.
Like, you just can't go back
from the terrible mayonnaise wars. Just like, I'm so glad I'm here. You know?
Sarah's like, how is that even a question? It just is. People do not know.
People like, you'll ask, oh, do you have any mayo? I'd like to put mayonnaise on my like sandwich, and they will pull out Miracle Whip, and you're just like,
what?
Oh,
no,
I don't.
Never even heard of it.
I did not see you the same way again.
Friendship over.
I mean, it's just like, it's more like, oh, this person is not quite in their right mind. Obviously, they're not making the best decisions. Or they come from a Midwestern family, because Miracle Whip is pervasive in the Midwest, I'm told. So do you have any regional differences in Australia like that, where like there's one brand you like if you live in a large, or I guess like a province or something, and then elsewhere everyone's like, oh, why are you like this?
Not so much, but it's probably more of a beer thing, really.
I could see that.
I'd say, yeah. I think the different brands of beer is probably where the difference is with the States. But usually people just like eat this pretty much the same kind of foods, really. I mean, you'll get the odd one like me who will eat pickles, but other than that, I think it's pretty
everybody
across
not
the
eat
board
pickles
the
from a
same.
jar. I mean, like, I'm not saying like you stick your fingers in and like germs.
No, you stab a fork in.
Yeah, you get a fork,
do, right?
Yeah. I'll do it with olives too.
But like, do you re-stick the fork, right? Or that was in your mouth?
Well, I'm the only one eating from the jar, so.
But yeah,
I'm
you
not
just
sharing
spit
with
it out,
anyone.
and then you're like, "Thank you, I have my pickle. I'm great." Or my pickles in
I'll
the
take
bowl.
a bunch out, put them on a plate, and I'm good.
Yeah, that's what I do. Is that not like normal in Australia? That's what I do.
No, not usually. I think a lot of like the really salty flavors aren't liked a lot. Like salt and vinegar is not a very common flavor. Well, it's sold, but not many people are really into it. Olives, pickles, anchovies, like those kind of flavors, majority aren't really into them.
Really? Wow.
I find, yeah.
I mean, I kind of imagine Australia as at least a place where, how shall I say, people sweat a decent amount, at least from time to time. So I figured salty things were, appreciated.
Yeah.
The whole not getting heat exhaustion. It's great.
We've got various flavors of chips, but salt and vinegar is probably the least liked out of most of them, I'd say. Yeah, it's not as commonly liked.
It's pretty popular down here, especially among like my elementary and middle school kids when I taught, as well as dill pickle flavor. Like, the mistake I made once when I got a mixed pack of potato chips, the little individual bags.
Yeah.
And put it in my treat basket for Friday, and there were only 3 bags of dill pickle chips in there, and
what?
They don't sell those in California.
Pickle flavored chips?
Yeah, dill pickle.
Oh, we don't have those.
I've never seen pickle flavored chips.
I
think it's like
interesting.
you either love them or you hate them. Like if you like dill pickle, then you probably will like dill pickle chips.
My grandparents would bring them down from Canada to us so that we could have dill pickle chips.
Have them in California. That's so odd.
Smarties.
Yeah,
I've never seen them before. They would have this whole of junk food, like
what I used to miss from Canada was ketchup flavored potato chips, and
so good.
They're good. Sadly, limited edition. A lot of the time, they're not commonly sold, but they're so good.
They're addictive.
So good. Oh, they are. Really?
Hair.
I love it.
Our brand of potato chips. They expanded down to my town, because I think they're a Pennsylvania company or something. And they always have ketchup flavored potato chips. And then they have now spicy ketchup flavor.
Oh, wow.
And they've got smoky ketchup, which is not exactly barbecue, but it's just smoky ketchup, honestly. And so we now have a way to always get that. And we're like, finally, the world is improving. But yeah, it used to be like I missed it, because I only had it when I was going to boarding school in Canada.
Okay.
And I missed it because, everybody's like, ketchup.
I mean, I'm only speaking from my state, and I'm not in one of the big, the politics don't really see that my state exists when it comes to the news and that. It's mainly the bigger, more populated east coast of Australia is more on the map kind of thing. So I don't know what they've got, but so I'm only speaking from experience in South Australia, but I'm not sure what it is over there. I mean, I think Melbourne's got Starbucks and stuff and we don't. So I've never had a Starbucks before. So that sort of thing.
My town only got a Starbucks about a decade ago. Right before Hurricane Katrina, so I guess that was 13 years ago, and it they had literally just opened a week or two before Hurricane Katrina, and everybody was saying when we were all checking with the neighbors and everything after Katrina, I'm like, well, I think that Starbucks is going to leave now. And I'm like, maybe they just now realized they're in like Hurricane Alley here.
Yeah.
But they did stick it out. So I'm glad
Huh.
because it's nice because it's a nice place to just sort of meet people. But like honestly, any coffee shop would be
Yeah.
a nice place to meet people. It's just I think that they just researched enough to know exactly the kind of atmosphere you want to meet people at.
That's good.
And also, you know, the Frappuccinos, I like them. So.
Yeah, I hear good things about. I mean, it's all over the internet about Starbucks, but so it'd be interesting to try one sometime.
I have no doubt that eventually the Starbucks monster will make it to you.
Oh, probably, yeah.
I mean,
probably.
like, yeah, the corporation.
It's inevitable.
Their inevitable marches on.
Oh yeah, wouldn't doubt it.
Yes.
Mm.
But yeah, like, let's see. Oh, there's bread and butter pickle discussion.
Yay!
Can't eat bread and
So
butter
good.
pickles.
Because
Just the dill.
Do bread and butter have dill?
They're sweet pickles, and I hate sweet pickles.
Ah, okay.
I like the kosher dill molasses.
Yeah, it feels
I
better.
don't
Like
think
those
pickles
do.
in general. I have no qualms about any of the types of pickles. I'm just like, give them all to me.
Yes, that's how I feel. I like pretty much. There's hardly a pickle I've met I didn't like. Recently, Tom brought home some Egyptian pickles. It was like a mixed pickle
That's interesting.
jar,
Mm.
and I don't know if I'd say it's my favorite pickle. It was very lemon heavy.
Oh, I
Okay.
love lemon.
So, like, if you've ever had pickled lemons of this,
I have not.
it is like it's not a pure vinegar flavor. There's more. There's like different kinds of tartness happening. It was like that. So, and it was so lemony that I was like reminded heavily of cleansers.
Oh no.
That's the way I like it.
It was like I would love it, but I wish it was a little less lemon oily. So it was so sorry, and I like looked. I'm like, what did they put in it? They just put that much actual lemon oil in it. Like,
Wow.
Nice.
yeah. So, but it was fun because like there were carrots in there, which I'm like, they grow carrots in Egypt. Okay,
Hmm.
I thought it would need a different kind of climate, quite frankly. But there was also I don't remember if it was labeled as turnips or rutabagas, but there was also some other. It was nice. There was also olives, green olive slices in there.
Ooh, nice.
So it was sort of like a chow chow mix or a garden variety mix. So I love trying other pickles from all over the world.
Yeah.
I'll just honestly, I have been known to take pickled grape leaves out of the jar, just take one or two leaves and just munch on them in a bowl,
Yeah, fair.
which is odd, I'm told, but you know. Hey.
I will pour olives into a cup and eat them like that. So I mean,
Just eat them straight
Yeah.
out of the jar.
oh yeah, just eat it.
I have
I-
iron tongs made specifically for
yes.
the
I
Nice.
love garlic stuffed olives.
yes.
And I wish there was
yeah.
a way to get just the garlic cloves because I love them in that pickle brine. Like that.
Oh, it's
olive
so good, isn't it?
it's so good and it's so expensive because I guess you have to hand stuff them. There's no machine.
Yeah.
That can do it unless you're Memento.
I did not know
So
that.
yeah,
That
I
explains the
love
price.
garlic stuffed. I have had jalapeno stuffed olives, and those are pretty good. But like garlic is my favorite.
Garlic's good.
Whenever I hear the word pimento, I had to think of the Get Smart episode
Yeah.
Mhm.
with the two-way receiver of the olive with the pimento in and out.
Oh yeah.
I think it's Annie Oakley. She's on the show and she swallows it, and so she's getting the transmissions from chaos.
Oh
with all the
no.
secret codes and plans. Oh my gosh, it's amazing.
Oh dear.
So be careful
Yeah.
with the olives you swallow.
Mhm.
Yeah, like
I
I
love
love the
gherkin
baby
pickles.
gherkins. Yeah, Tom didn't know they
So-
existed. He thought they were made up for movies, and I'm like,
No,
No, they're
they are
real.
real.
Wow.
They're delicious.
I love the crunch, like because it's a
Yes.
different kind of crunch. Since they're
Yeah.
so teeny tiny.
Ah, I've never had them.
And I once bought the Cornish sweet ones by accident. Oh, that was a rude surprise. They're so sweet. They're not like bread and butter that are mildly sweet. They're like sugar sweet. I'm like, why? Why would you do this to a beautiful baby gherkin here? It's But yeah, like I always thought it would be fun to grow up or to live in Amish country where I'm told they pickle everything.
Yeah.
I've just always been curious of like, what do all the pickles taste like? I once got a friend was growing zucchini, and he kept missing zucchini. So by the time he'd find it, it would be like the size of like a hefty man's forearm.
My gosh.
Like, he was a very big man, and they were the same size. And I'm like, what am I doing? Because like I don't really like zucchini much. I find it kind of bitter.
Okay.
And I thought, well, I had been wanting to make bread and butter pickles and couldn't find affordable cucumbers at the time. So I decided to can to jar zucchini in bread and butter brine. So much better than cucumber bread and butter pickles, y'all. Because they're sturdier and they hold up and they actually absorb more of the brine. So then I made garlic dill zucchini pickles. And they were so good.
Nice.
That would be good.
Which I really liked, unlike, just regular fresh zucchini, which I just find kind of bitter. I don't care for it.
I cook zucchini, and I find that goes really well with the Kewpie mayo, actually, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So,
I like my zucchini fried with squash and onions and just fry it up. So good.
They, at the, local Japanese hibachi restaurants here, they do the zucchini and onion on the grill, and then they have that.
I love that.
Around here, they call them yum yum sauce. I don't know what it's called everywhere else, but it's like a pink mayonnaise sauce.
Yeah.
Mayonnaise.
Okay.
I don't eat the yum yum sauce.
With the zucchini and onion, we put it,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, I love Japanese food. It's great.
Same.
Oh, so good.
I love how fresh it always tastes. Like everything
I know
they have available. It's always so fresh and light.
And the quality, I went to Japan a few years ago and just you can live off the convenience stores. It's just so good.
I've heard that. I watched some videos where people are try shopping at various convenience stores and all the things you can get.
And it's healthy too. It's cheap and healthy. It's amazing.
It is. That is pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's so different because our convenience stores are just really overpriced junk food and some bread kind of thrown in the shop, But in Japan, it's full on. You get, your rice, your pre-made meals that they'll heat up right there for you. And it's healthy, udon or ramen dishes.
Nice.
And it's not restaurant quality, but it's still better than what we get in Australia anyway.
I had seen one video where they had an Odin container with all the Odin soup. I don't know what it.
It's Odin, yeah.
It's like a hot pot situation.
Yeah, it's a pick and choose type of thing. You get a bowl and you've got a whole bunch of stuff in hot water. You might get mushrooms and sausage and other things, and you kind of just pick what you want and then pay for what you've put in there, sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I gotta go.
Is the steak ready?
Yeah, and everybody's like, okay, we need you now. So I gotta run. But congrats to Zara, said she finished chapter 26. So
well done.
And hey to Haley, who's popping back in again. Okay.
Hello.
All right. So guys, most of you, I will see you tomorrow, and I will be on people's chats, dotting in and out to see how everybody's doing. My big writing day is going to be tomorrow. So, but I'll be in and out of the chats later, or not the chats, but the writing streams later today, and probably in the chats too. So I'll see you guys around, and then I'll see you tomorrow.
Your sprint number 16 starts at noon Eastern time tomorrow, right?
Yep, yes.
I'll be there.
That's all right. All right, guys. It's been really a lot of fun.
Yeah.
The rest of the chat. Bye.
Bye.
Hello.
And then we get closer together.
If anybody in the chat would like to come on, let me know, and I'll send you a stream run. We've got room. Because, I think, I'm limited to 6, including myself, so I've got room for 2 more, y'all. So let me know.
Story is what brings us together today.
True love.
Exactly.
Dear.
Such a good movie.
It is.
Mm. Now, I've got a topic we can talk about. What are your thoughts on chapter lengths? Like, what do you define as a too long a chapter or too short or just right? Like, how many pages, that sort of thing?
I have no idea. Like, my chapters they vary in length depending on how the story is going. I usually just try to get like one section of the story completed, and then I'll end it, and then I'll start a new section of the story. So I don't really have a set chapter length. I'm still working that all out. Mine's a mess.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm asking my question too.
Sometimes I like where it's been like longer chapters and then something extreme happens and it's a little short chapter of like, ah! And then it gets back to the middle.
Yeah.
And so I like the little punch of quick and fast and oh my gosh, what is happening? Something big just occurred. So
I think for me, like, my goal is approximately a half hour of reading, 20 minutes to 40 minutes. Because I think, like, a lot of my life is sort of compartmentalized in that way of like, okay, I've got 20 to 40 minutes to do this and sort of enjoy a chapter. Or also, like, I like to read at night before I go to sleep. And I don't want to read for 3 hours, but I have had people do chapters that way. I'm like, do you realize this book is 400 pages and it literally contains 6 chapters? Why bother at this point?
That's too long.
Why? Why bother with chapters? No, you can just skip them and because I'm like, oh, let me just read to the end of the chapter and then I'll put the book down and go to sleep.
Yeah. I like
Honestly, I never even notice chapters when I'm reading. Like, I just zoom over it and go to the next part. Like, I'm like, okay, this chapter's over. Okay, let's start the next one. Like, it doesn't even occur to me that I've ended a chapter and I'm starting a new one. It's just like, it just starts and I continue reading until I get tired.
I noticed because my sister reads out loud to me for funsies in a British accent because it's fun. Yeah, we'll notice when they're longer chapters because her voice starts going.
Yes.
Yeah. Because I was aiming at around...
Oh, no. Oh.
Didn't mean to exchange. I didn't touch anything. Oh, no. I hope she will be back. Yes, I can hear a bop.
Yay!
Yay!
I have you mouse, and the button on the side, which you can hit with your thumb, is the back button on my web browser. So sorry about that.
I was like, hopefully she'll find her way back.
Yeah, sorry about that. As I was saying, I try to aim at like 10 to 15 pages at least in my first draft, but as I'm going through, I'm adding in a lot of notes currently because a lot of things have been added and changed since my original outline, and I'm seeing my chapters start to like stretch quite to the 20-page mark, and I'm like, should I be breaking it up or like is it too long? Yeah. I think it's also, I'm worried about the consistency. I don't want to have like really long and then suddenly like 10 pages and then it feel a bit pacing funny, I think, as well.
What do you think, Zara?
Personally, I aim for around like 2,000 words for every chapter. And if I'm a little bit under in a first draft, that's okay. Because normally my alpha readers, I ask them, I'm like, what haven't I described enough? Because I know that I'm an underwriter and that's like my weakest area in a first draft while I'm trying to get everything out. So I know that like, okay, if I'm under 2,000, I'll get more words. And if I'm around 2,000, that's fine. And to me, as a reader, anything over 6,000 words in a chapter is too long. But as a writer, anything longer than like 4,000 gets a little bit long to me. But sometimes a chapter is like, okay, a lot is happening. So it is like 4,500 words, but that's very rare.
Yeah, okay.
And that
I think that makes
multiple
sense.
scenes. Like that's not necessarily like a 4,000 word scene. Like a lot of my chapters have two to 3 scenes in them.
Yeah, mine, it depends on what's going on, really. And then I'll kind of break it up with a chapter if it's a big change.
Yeah,
So.
I try to keep it about 2 to 3 scenes per chapter as well.
Okay.
Because I feel like mentally that feels about right, both when I read as well as when I write. Of like people, like I feel when I read chapters, like especially if I'm just trying to like, okay, let me just read one chapter, let me just sneak this in my little like at lunch or something. Of okay, well I've done 2 or 3 scenes. I feel like I've gone on plenty of adventure to hold me over till tonight when I can finally read more than one chapter at once. It's almost like going to multiple places. It's like, yeah, I've had enough adventuring for midday.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because you don't want to like burn the reader out by overdoing it, but you still wanted to make it engaging.
Yeah, I do not like 60 to 80 page chapters, and I have read that and been like, 80, why? Like, and this was before I was ever trying to analyze writing and try to understand how to be a better writer. I was just enjoying reading for the love of stories. And I remember, talking to people like, why are they like have 68 page to 80 page chapters?
Yeah, it's too long.
Was there no stopping point before this?
I feel like you do need like a reasonable break. Just, I don't know. Otherwise, it just seems like it like drones on a little too much.
Yes.
Or you just lose your attention. Yeah.
I feel like when you have shorter chapters, you have that little creep factor of just one more and just one more.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
It can be helpful to have shorter chapters.
I agree.
Just to eke out a couple more.
I read chapters that had pretty short chapters, and that was fine.
My chapters always get shorter at the end of a novel, like as things are like rolling very quickly towards, the end.
So right now my sister is reading Order of the Phoenix in a British accent to me. We are nearing the end. We are flying to the Ministry.
That's awesome.
Nice.
She's also reading Pride and Prejudice in a British accent to me, and it's great.
I love that. That's
but I introduced my older cousins who had like introduced me to a lot of books because when I was growing up, I introduced them to the Hunger Games books and the Divergent books, and every Thanksgiving they would make me read it out loud. I was like, you do know you both like have money and could shell out the $30 for an audiobook, but like they made me read the chapters and I could really tell when it's like, oh, this is long.
Yeah, I agree. Especially, what was it, that third book of like, really? We could not have broken this into some smaller chapters?
They're just kind of, I was like, and they're like, keep going. I was like, I might die. I need a break.
I thought the first book in the Hunger Games was actually paced really well. The chapters were designed very well. But I felt like by the third one, it was like, meh, who cares?
Yeah.
We have them hooked. I was just like.
I also think she was just going too deep into like District 13 world building. And I'm like, you're doing you got to break it up a bit more. Because, like, yes, we're invested in the story because we're in the third book, but you still need to, like, keep us interested.
The third book was honestly the hardest to get through because many a time I, like, looked up and went, this is just kind of, it's like a slog.
That's exactly how I felt. I never actually finished the third book. I read the first 2, and then the third one, I don't know, I just, like, lost it. Sorry, I'm like glowing white here. I brought up my my chapter just to see how many words, and I'm at 5,000. So we'll see.
Good place.
Yeah.
I had always heard the like ideal kind of sweet spot for writers is 2 to 3 scenes per chapter, and don't worry as much about consistent chapter size.
Yeah. Okay.
Because like to a reader, a scene is like a different location. So every time you go to a new scene, it's like you've taken them to a new place. Well, think about like in a date, you probably aren't going to go to more than 2 to 4 locations on one date because like
4 locations on one date. Damn.
I've not been to. Maybe it's just me and my adventuring. I'm just saying. Okay. I have itineraries. Anyway. It is a trick to bond people quickly. Anyway. I will cite my sources later if anybody needs the psychological studies of how to be
Dating advice and dating tips with Glory.
Oh, please help me.
Look, I got this psychology degree for teaching, but why it's not being used anymore since I'm not teaching anymore? But yeah, people bond. So if you want a relationship to feel like it's moving faster, you go to multiple locations on each date, and it will feel like your relationship is accelerating quite quickly. So if that's what you want, like if both people are wanting to, essentially, where are we going with this? That is like the sign of, we need to go to more locations each time we go out. Yeah. And so, 2 to 4 locations per date is what feels comfortable to people. And 2 to 4 scenes in a chapter is also what tends to feel comfortable to people. So I've been told by publishers and editors.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
that
makes
what
sense.
I kind of keep in mind. That's the problem for me is keeping the scene shorter.
I mean, this is also a first draft, so I don't know what I'm going to like trim, but yeah, I'll keep that in mind. It makes a lot of sense with keeping your attention, definitely.
Yeah. I mean,
that's good.
That's why, like, when I wrote newspaper and magazine articles, the sweet spot was 500 to 75 to 750 words. Because that is the time it takes to do what you have to do in a bathroom.
Who knew?
And that was literally why, that's the goal, is that size, is that is the time of which it takes for most people to do what they have to do. And so that was always my goal of like, okay, let me get it in there. But that was where these numbers, they're not arbitrary. They've actually come up with them over the decades.
Yeah.
So Zara, hello and welcome.
Hi.
It's lovely to see what you doing.
I'm editing the 3rd book in my new adult sci-fi trilogy. I used to call it new adult sci-fi romance, and like there's romance in it, but the more I'm writing it, I'm like, there's like some romance in each book, but like this book, not really. Like it's almost all sci-fi, and it's soft sci-fi because I was like, I can't write hard sci-fi yet, but it's coming out July 6th, and I have 10 scenes left to edit. Not only 9 chapters though. The epilogue has 2 scenes because I do a dual point of view within one chapter, which I normally don't do except for like epilogues in my books.
You're clipping along quite nicely.
Yeah. I'd like to say I really like the covers. They look really cool.
Yeah.
Show them off. Yeah, show us.
Okay. So I also have a young adult paranormal romance trilogy. So these were first book, 2nd book of like best friend and brother, and then 3rd book, ex-boyfriend, but still friend. Like in a healthy, not like, let's be friends, and then it's awkward type of way. And then Obscure Origin, book 1, and then Bitter Blood, book 2. And the third one is Sacred Souls, and it's basically the same cover but blue, and obviously a different tagline. Nice.
So how do you come up with the covers for these? Do you like hire someone to make the covers for you?
I always hire someone. For the first trilogy, they were all custom covers, and then actually for this one, they were pre-mades. And I just kept the titles that the pre-mades had on them. I changed the taglines and stuff and wrote the story. But I was like, I really like the covers and I like the titles, and there's no reason to change it. So sometimes I have so many covers for books I have to write. And then I've put myself on a pre-made cover like buying ban for like the past 2 years, and then I broke it with some books that Keelan Rivers was designing under her cover design company, Astronautica. But like this is, those were pre-mades, and I saw them in like the designers group, who's no longer designing covers, which is a real shame. But I was just like, yes, please, I'll take them.
I'm intrigued. They look interesting.
Yeah, they're so well done.
Yeah, they look really clean.
Yeah. I love my book babies.
I don't blame you.
Understandably, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and it is a bingo square if you have it. The showing of the toys, the showing
Yes.
of the book baby.
Or I think there's one where it's a streamer is showing off a new book baby.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
One
Yeah.
Because, you know, what's
Yep.
coming.
Very nice. So,
Hmm.
what should we talk about?
Hmm.
We've talked about book covers several times. We talked about chapter length.
Musical theater.
Musical theater.
Mhm.
Yes, I can't wait, Zara, for like what you have planned. And now
I need people to like say that they're in, and then you can get excited.
Yes.
Right now, it's just like
I'm excited. Well, like I was already familiar with Haley's Discord, which like has an entire theater section, and there's.
I don't think I'm in her Discord.
Oh, I'm about to say, if you are not part of Haley, on the berry farm, you need to join the berry farm because that's wild.
Do I have to be a subscriber to her on Twitch to get access? Because I can't afford that right now.
I do not know what the rules are because
I'll message her.
Yeah, message her and find out. Find out, let me know, because I've been wanting Tom to join the berry farm because I'm like, there's some wild stuff. Also, there's a screaming pond, and I am fascinated. There's a pond for screaming, and people just scream in the chat, and then sometimes Haley goes to the pond and records herself screaming there, and yeah, I have watched it.
Okay.
So I like it. It's a zany place. It's fun. But yeah, there's a whole place to talk about theater, and that was where I was talking originally about all sorts of crazy things that have happened in local theater here.
Mm-hmm.
And how that's why I like watching the Goes Wrong show, because it really reminds me of my own personal life experiences with local theater here. Not the least of which is when the Southern Baptist local theater tried to do a play that had one of the main characters is a lesbian, and they rewrote that out, but they did not fully rewrite out details from the character's life. So she still had a roommate. Things were weird. And I like nobody came to this play. I can't imagine why. But my mother, since she worked with one of the guys who was organizing it, she had felt like she had to buy a ticket. And so, of course, she's like dragging me along. This was many years ago because Mom passed away about 10 years ago.
Don't you hate when like your parent commits to something like, "Oh, you're coming," and you're like, "I did not sign up for this.
I don't want to go." And she's like, "You got to go." And I'm like, "What are you going to give me for it? Because you need to make up for the hours of my life I will never get back." You know? So I did get a trip to New Orleans out of it. And
I want to go back to New Orleans so badly.
I love New Orleans. It's helpful that I only live 2 hours away. Like
I was supposed to go in March 2020, and even before the pandemic ruined that.
I'd like to go.
I was supposed to go with a friend. That friendship blew up. I was supposed to then go with my ex, and then he just randomly was like, "I don't think we're healthy for each other," and he did it over text. And I was like, okay, I want to go to New Orleans, but I want to go with actually good people. So I keep trying to convince Jesse Elliott, who runs the Wander Writers Retreat, to eventually do it. Because I also know that Kate Kavanaugh and Brooke Passmore and other people want to go to New Orleans. So I'm like, the demand is there. I just want to go so badly.
I mean, you do understand, in fairness, you just have to say, "Glory, I'm going to New Orleans. Can you meet me there this weekend?" And I'll be like, "Okay."
See, okay, just because I live in Manhattan does not mean that I have disposable income to just take a trip.
I'm just saying, you just say, "Glory, I'm going to be there this weekend," and I'll be like, "Okay, what I'll just do is I'll get Tom to drive me down. He'll drop me off. Then he'll do delivery all over Metairie. And then, he'll join us once it slows down at like midnight."
Okay, delivery over Metairie, gibberish to me. Please translate.
So, New Orleans is the place of my like 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Like this was my stomping ground. Every weekend, me and all my friends, whoever I was friends
with, the best years of my life. so far.
This is we go. And so Metairie is, it used to be a separate town, city from New Orleans, but now, honestly, you know, they're all kind of growing together.
Mm-hmm.
So Metairie is a part of, what is it? I guess it would be the east side of Pontchartrain. And then there's Slidell. It's all part of the east shoreline, or what's called it's technically called the North Shore, even though it's not on the north, it's on the east, but whatever. If you've met
Cardinal directions, who cares? Just
people
spin 'em.
from New Orleans, then you understand. They call it the North Shore when it's the east, but anyway. But yeah, Metairie is essentially like New Orleans East now because it's all connected. Mm. But Metairie is the business part, so there's way more money there. It's sort of like the Manhattan of New Orleans. So there's more money, there's more business, and the roads are better. I don't know if that Manhattan has better roads. I don't know.
Manhattan has shit roads, and everyone always complains about them. And they're like, we don't have the money for the budget. I'm like, you don't? Because this is one of the most expensive cities in the world. Like, granted, right now, a lot of rich people are leaving the area because it's not safe. And, you know, my mom and I are, like, really not happy with the mayoral candidates who, like, every time they're asked about safety, they're like, oh, we're going to do this. I'm like, that's not a plan. They're like, we need to do this. As in, like, those big overarching things. I was like, you had a debate where you all were supposed to talk and not interrupt each other. And what'd you do? You talked, interrupted each other, but didn't talk about anything.
That's the Australian government in a nutshell.
Well,
even the Ents got something done.
No, I'd love to go to New Orleans. That's one of the places in America I'd love to visit because of the whole cultural and the history and everything. It'd be awesome to just like wander around and like learn about everything, I think.
So speaking of Lake Pontchartrain, going back to that, have you ever heard of the band called Ludo? Oh, they have a song called Lake Pontchartrain, and it's honestly, this band is the funniest lyrics to all their songs. Like, they're just weird songs, and I kind of love them. So I highly recommend you check them out if you ever get the chance. It's spelled Ludo. And my favorite song is probably, Lake Pontchartrain is good, but I also love the song The Horror of Our Love, which is like basically about these two lovers going through a gruesome death, I guess. I don't remember. I haven't listened to that song in quite a while, but I remember loving it quite a bit. And it's kind of like upbeat for the song lyrics, which is amusing to me. They're from like Missouri, so I wonder if Charlie has heard of them.
Good question. Yeah.
It looks like a band from India that I'm finding. Ludo.
I grew up
Ludo is they're not from India. There's a I have them up on Spotify. Let me get the link real quick. Oh wait, no. I'm on my wrong computer. Oh wait, I can put it into the chat. Ha ha ha.
Yes, you can. Let me know if you do not have mod abilities. I am happy to distribute that.
There we go.
Yay. Thank you, Megan.
So if you're looking for some interesting music to listen to, it is weird, but just a warning. But it's good. It's good, kind of weird. In my opinion, at least.
I need to listen to them more because I've heard about them, but I actually don't know if I've listened to them.
Yeah, Tom mentioning about the Labyrinth character, I'm like, yeah, no, wait, I have heard about one because, like, I am very into Labyrinth. I may or may not have worked on, trying to copy some of that Jareth makeup.
I still
It's a
need
good
to
movie.
watch it. It's on my bucket list, and there's no reason I haven't watched it yet.
Young
The same way that
people,
there's no
why are
reason
you
So good.
teasing? I'm teasing. You know I love teasing you, but it's like, I mean, I am surprised, honestly, a little bit that it hasn't, Labyrinth hasn't found you somehow. It is on HBO, by the way.
So
I
Charlie
didn't
has
see it
heard
till
of them.
college.
That's fantastic.
Yes, I love it.
I didn't watch Labyrinth until college. We found the VHS at a DI. It's like, oh, I guess I should
Charlie.
finally watch Labyrinth.
Charlie says I just canceled myself while I'm at it. Also haven't watched Stardust or
Stardust. You have to watch that.
and
Yeah,
oh my
or at
God,
least
I had
listen to the
another
book.
Never Ending Story.
Oh, you have to see
I
that.
don't know what
Oh.
happened here, Sarah,
Or
but I
Pan's
feel like,
Labyrinth.
yeah, something
good
has
one.
happened in your life, and I feel like we need to somehow address it.
Well, for like a really long time, like I wasn't interested in high fantasy movies if like they weren't based on books that I'd already read. And then like as I've gotten older, like I'm not into high fantasy mostly because of the gratuitous like sexual violence.
Sure.
But like those aren't a problem. I just never got around to watching them.
I think Stardust has Ben Barnes in it, and I think
It does.
is Henry Cavill, is he, or
I
is it
think
somebody
he's
else? I'm
also
thinking
in it.
he's
I
the
think-
blonde one,
Yeah, I
the
think
blonde guy. Yeah,
I saw like a screenshot on Instagram. I would say
Very
Tumblr,
weird.
but I'm not on Tumblr anymore. Where it was like, look who's in Stardust, and it was like both of them, and I was like,
it's so strange.
I didn't realize there were multiple Never-Ending Story movies.
Yeah, watch the first one. You're pretty much set.
Yeah, I mean that's what
The
I was
main one.
planning to do.
Charlie, but David Bowie though.
So I realized, like, I was trying to, like, just quickly sort of fix up Laura's badge. And I sent one to her, and then I unsent it because I was like, what am I doing? There's literally nothing scary or weird about this badge for Laura. So I'm not trying to ignore people, but I'm essentially ignoring you all to add blood drips to her badge.
Oh,
dear.
Because I mean, like, yeah, because like I fixed
You
makeup
have
so it had
to.
that blue color she liked, you know. So anyhow, but yes, Stardust. Yes, by the way, it's a book. You could read it. I'm throwing that out there. I really like the audiobook version. They did a special recording of it. I think before they came out with the book, or at least one of the versions of the audiobook is actually based off the comic book or the graphic novel. You know,
Who's
to
the
me, comic books
author?
and graphic novels, Neil Gaiman.
Oh, that's what I thought.
To me, graphic novels and comic books are the same thing, but apparently there's a prestige difference that I don't understand. Whatever.
Prestige difference, but to me it's more about length difference and about the completeness of a story. Like,
Well, normally a graphic novel is 3 comic book issues.
yeah,
That's the length. And so, like, I'm like, whatever, it's a graphic novel, whatever. But anyhow, they made an audiobook, sort of like an audio play, which y'all know I love my radio plays. And Tom was able to get a copy for me a long time ago. And I listened to that, and it was awesome. It was beautiful. It was interesting. The movie did a pretty good job of, like, simply being a different medium. But still kind of retaining that magic and the messed up relationships of Stardust. There's some dysfunction happening.
Stardust is the one with Captain Shakespeare, right?
Yeah, right.
Yes.
We're talking about, is it Al Pacino? No, it's Robert De Niro. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. He looks so good in dress. So yeah, Stardust is great. So is Labyrinth. I'm partial to Neverending Story. Neverending Story is also a book by Michael End. He wrote it after World War II. He grew up, I believe he was a child or a teenager in World War II in Germany. He's German, or was. He's passed away. And he wrote Neverending Story. I believe he actually wrote it or started trying to work on it in the late 50s. It did not get published till, I want to say, the early 70s or mid 70s. And it was essentially his he was trying to grapple with the whole, how did my country get taken over by Nazis? So I think we might all be able to relate.
Unfortunately.
To varying degrees. And so this was his book that he wrote for children, trying to like kind of understand this idea of how, because like I guess essentially in this, if you know anything about Neverending Story, there's this idea of the nothingness comes and it takes over Fantasia. And after the nothingness has shown up in your area of Fantasia, it's gone. It's not that it's dark and terrible, it's gone. And this was, you know, him grappling and trying to help children grapple with this idea of what happens when essentially it's not just a terrible person took over your country. It's that an idea just took over and ruined your world. And it's not a good idea. It's not a bad idea. It's just this nothingness. And that's what he called it. So I do recommend the Neverending Story. I worked really hard to get it for our library because I thought it would be an important book for kids. It's translated in English now. And if you watch the Neverending Story movie, that's the first half of the book. And then the second half of the book is the second Neverending Story. It's Neverending Story 2. And honestly, even though the second movie and the second half of the book are both kind of, wait, what is happening? It is a very true translation from book to movie. So I do recommend that Silver City. Oh, they did such a great job describing it and building it for the movie. So I do recommend, if you get a chance to read the Neverending Story, I really do recommend it. If you like fantasy or if you like the movie, then yeah, I think you'll like it. Also, you'll get to finally find out what Bastian was yelling out the window.
Yeah, I knew they were books, but I also never got around to them. So, like, I think if I had read the books back then, I would have gotten to the movies a lot faster.
Right. Sure. Absolutely. Like, yeah, growing up, I didn't know it was based on a book. I literally found the book by accident while traveling. And of course, I went to another bookstore in another state. And I saw the book and I was like, oh, did someone write a book based on the movie? Because, you know, I have been known to read those kind of novelizations. And that's how I literally read the back and found out, oh, so we better believe I was putting pennies together at the end of this vacation to buy the book. And it was wonderful. I read it while I was fleeing from Hurricane Katrina. So that was wild.
My trip to New Orleans was a Habitat for Humanity service trip to do houses that were still not taken care of after that.
Mm-hmm. So, and like Willow is another book. There is a book that's is the book first or the movie first? George Lucas won't quite say, but Willow is an interesting movie, even with Val Kilmer in it. And the book is actually pretty good. If anything, I dare say I might actually like the book better than the movie. No, I definitely like the book better. Yeah, no, who am I kidding? I definitely did. I love the brownies in it, and essentially the brownies kind of show up in some of my stories. So don't tell George Lucas's mistake. So, because he does not own a patent on that. Let's see what else, because there's like four. There's 4 movies and books I worked really hard for us to get at the library. There's, let's see, Neverending Story, Willow, Labyrinth. What are you? Oh, Dark Crystal.
The baby in Labyrinth is the person who wound up doing the puppets in Dark Crystal.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Because they were the child of like the puppeteer for
Toby.
Labyrinth.
Toby, what is his last name? Because I've got his father's books. He's got so many books.
Yeah. But he was also the only baby who wasn't freaked out by like the puppet. So they're like, okay, like, can we just the baby?
Thank you, Tom. Toby Frood and his father also the same last name. Yeah, that's why in Labyrinth, Toby's name is Toby. He was the only one who could handle the puppets. Yeah. Also, he looks so cute in that little weird striped onesie.
He does. He's cute.
And he's done some short films that are available for free on YouTube. If you are ever interested in just seeing what is Toby doing now that he's all grown up. Yeah, so those are like the 4 movies that like they really they were all made in the 80s. They're all fantasy, and they heavily influenced a lot of writing in the 90s and 2000s, also movies. And in fact, several people have credited. The guy heavily involved with Dark City credited Jim Henson and the Dark Crystal with a lot of inspiration growing up and making Dark City. So I think that's kind of interesting how artists influence other artists.
They do.
And that's why I would do recommend, if you can. The Dark Crystal has several manga and light novels written after that, but it's done by the same, like Brian Henson's been involved. It's still part of the same creative group that created the Dark Crystal. There's some weird stuff that goes down in the mangas, y'all. Because like I got our library to get some of them. That's some like, this is like telenovela level of
oh dear,
what is happening? People are making bad choices repeatedly and thinking it's okay.
The only novelization of something that I'm considering reading is I'm forgetting the author's name and I feel really, really bad. Are the 3 novels based on Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, which are linked to the Netflix show, which are based on the comic run. The comic run is wild. I'm just gonna say that.
That's all.
My dog's currently having. You can see her. There she is. That's our family dog. She's having some conflicting issues.
Hello.
She's carrying a teddy and knocking all my stuff off. But I've got a treat in my hand, but she won't let go of the teddy, and she's really conflicted. She wants both, so she won't drop the teddy. So she hasn't given it.
Maybe if you put the treat on the ground, she'll drop the teddy.
Maybe. I don't know. I was trying to get it in her mouth, but nah, she just couldn't. She couldn't let go of a teddy. I'll feed the other treat to my other one who's keeping my feet warm.
I thought like maybe like a toddler had just woken up from sleeping and was like,
no, she does that every morning. She'll come in down from like the rooms upstairs, and she'll come in and start wandering around the house and say hi and do a morning routine.
Novel? Do they have
light novels in Japan? Are what we would call, I don't know, Tom, you tell me if I'm wrong here. There's no real imagery. Sometimes there are a couple drawings, but it's not like a graphic novel at all in that sense. It's still the same. The story will follow the same, but it's like so much more.
Novelization.
Yeah.
If there aren't as many illustrations, I would probably say not the same as a graphic novel.
No. It's called a light novel. I think it's supposed to be, in theory, it's a faster read. It's kind of like pulp in that of like they'll put out light novels quite quickly versus like a regular novel is, I think, usually considered more serious content, maybe less action adventure.
So is it similar to like penny novels?
Or Five and Dime pulp fiction?
Yeah.
So I just was like, if I'm wrong, y'all let me know. But that's like at the library we would get both the manga and the light novel version because some people like the graphics and some people don't. And for very popular book franchises, they'll put out both at the same time even. So what was it? Vampire Hunter D has an entire light novel series, and everybody tells me they are true to the graphic novels, to the mangas. And I'm like, really? Because like Vampire Hunter D, I think of it as like truly a manga product. Because it's such a visual. But yeah, no, that's what all that is description. Yeah. It's a like an emotional thing of like it's a light novel because it's supposed to be fun to read. And they're heavily serialized. That's why like everybody's talking about, I remember a couple years ago there were so many librarians complaining about everything's serialized now, everything's a series, everybody's putting out series, and I'm like, yeah, because people like it. What's the problem? Trust me, traditional publishing wouldn't keep putting out series if it wasn't selling.
Oh, they would cut that so fast.
Yeah.
As time goes out, Animorphs books are very similar to Japanese light novels.
I remember those covers. Those Animorph covers.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and I love like when authors turn out to be okay on Twitter, because I feel like Twitter is this ground of like, to sink or swim. Are they going to end up being a terrible person or not?
Mm-hmm.
Twitter will find out for you, you know. And yeah, the author of Animorphs, she's actually turned out to be like a really sweet person.
Oh, that's good.
And very pro-trans, because one of her kids turned out to be trans.
I did not know that.
And so she's become a very vocal advocate.
Good for them.
Yeah, and so she's, as a mom, very much dealing with TERFs. And I'm like, yeah, I just like watching the fight.
Grab the
Go deal with it so I don't have to. And she's like, don't you? Because, like, yeah, people being upset, like, I can't believe trans people are, like, citing Animorphs. And she's like, no, I'm happy. It turns out, even though it's Scholastic, she retained her rights as the author.
Oh, wow.
Retained her rights to Animorphs, which I'm like,
Oh, nice.
That's
Good
Must have had a good agent.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
Retrained
so,
them or got them reverted. I mean, either one's a good deal. for them.
I don't know the specifics of, like, I mean, one day I would like to be that kind of person that could slide into another author's DMs and they actually, like, respond when I'm like, hey, so what are the
Yes.
specifics of how you retain rights, or did you get them back?
I just feel like it's really hard to
Mhm.
retain rights unless, like, you're already a really established author and you're starting a new series.
Yeah,
Mm.
I don't know exactly what she did, but yeah, she has rights, so she's able to, like, say, I'm the one who owns these rights, so I can unequivocally say that, you know, da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, yeah, you go.
There haven't been any Animorph movies, have there?
No. not that I
According
can
to her,
think of.
part of that is because she required, like, she has a diversity clause and everything, and nobody's been willing to
Mm.
follow through with that. So she'll shut stuff down, apparently.
Nice. That's
Yeah.
impressive to see.
Mm. Good.
Yeah.
I never got into the books. They were a little too just bizarre for me.
Our sister was so into them. Like, again, one of those of I've never had to read them to know so much about them.
I never read one. I was just hypnotized by their covers.
The covers
Yeah.
are really cool.
Mm.
All the animals, people turning into animals very slowly,
Mm-hmm.
just
I-
staring at like the steps.
I think
on
I
the
saw
way.
a bit of the show, the TV show.
Oh, was there a TV show?
I think there was, wasn't it on Nickelodeon, or am I misremembering?
I don't know. I remember it being on our TVs when I was a young kid, but I didn't watch much of it. So, but yeah, it was a TV show, I think.
That's cool.
Mm.
There. You have something in your Instagram box, Laura. I had to get the blood splatter.
1998 TV series, Animorphs.
Oh,
Yep, late 90s kid show.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of libraries didn't stock Animorphs because they considered it witchcraft or shapeshifting.
Oh,
Yeah.
it was in my primary school library. Wasn't
I'm
even
so-
in the like.
Anytime I hear like about a book being banned for like promoting witchcraft, I'm like, you do know it's called fiction, right?
Yeah, like that's why it's fiction.
And also, like, kids are imagining this stuff by themselves anyway, like in like games and like and wishing they had magical power. Like,
Yeah, like
let it go.
what do you think they do on the playground equipment? Like, I don't know.
I
Mm.
just, you know, look, I've actually talked to the people who made these, I guess I shouldn't say arbitrary decisions, but who I made what I would consider controversial decisions. And they don't believe witchcraft is fiction. They believe it is real, and they're in a fight against good and evil on this planet. and they're not about to let the other side get a foothold. So
here's the thing. I believe it's real, but not like in any book or novel. Not like in any novel. And people just need to calm down, because most people obey by the rule of 3, where anything you do comes back to you 3 times over. So most people don't mess with hexes.
Right. Like, they just, like True Blood. Especially, I only watched the first 2 seasons, okay? So straight up, just know, I only watched the first 2 seasons, but that they believe, like, these are teachers, principals, librarians, parents, superintendents, and they believe True Blood is real, and for all they understand, it's like a documentary series for reals. Or like what is it?
Because it's totally normal for I don't even remember what Sookie is, but she's not normal. She's not a normal human to be in a love triangle with 2 vampires, which is even more normal than the Vampire Diaries.
Yeah,
where it's a normal human involved in a love triangle with 2 vampires, or Twilight, where it's a vampire and a werewolf.
Yeah,
totally normal. Happens every day. I have a friends who are in that.
No, it's real. And we need to like fight the good fight, kind of. And I'm like they think it's real in the sense of like how unsolved mystery. Okay, I'm the old one here. I'm gonna just say y'all may be too young to remember unsolved mysteries, but like Robert Stack would tell you on television about some mystery, and then they would reenact it with actors. And I know people with PhDs here in the South who genuinely believe that True Blood is like a reenactment of real world, of that this is going on right now, and you need to be careful of, what is it? Well, because like True Blood was more than just vampires. True Blood had banshees and succubi and incubi.
I never watched it. Like by the time that I thought that I might watch it, I was like getting really sick of where Vampire Diaries was going, so I was like all bit tired out. Because Vampire Diaries also added in like the devil and
Vampire Diaries
and sirens and like these types of witches who like they added to the plot, but like were really stupid in my opinion.
It went weird. Vampire Diaries went weird.
I was like, I really only stayed through season 5, and I stopped liking it after season 5.
I watched the whole thing, and
I watched the final season because of all the throwback titles of each episode, but I was just like, I'm so glad I skipped 6.
Yeah, don't. But I mean, if all of that's real, can they at least send a hot, friendly vampire my way? Like, I wouldn't mind that. That would be nice. Thanks.
Let me tell you, I did say once of like, I wouldn't mind if such and such came my way. Again, it was from True Blood. This was a long time. This was over.
Yeah.
And they were like, "I'll pray for you tonight." Like, thank you.
But even if you find like a hot, friendly vampire, they've all gone through a killer phase.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not cool with that.
Murder. Them at a good decade or century.
Yeah. I mean, cheating's a deal breaker, let alone murder. I mean, no.
Good night, sweetie. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Yeah, I don't know. Like, to me, I think the world has magic, but it is very different and subtle kind of magic. I mean, there's beautiful and cool, and certainly it seems like
cars working, like you described in the Avengers chat.
Yes, of like, we just gonna lay hands and we gonna remind the car how much she is loved, and then she's gonna take us to school.
But that isn't on time.
Right, yeah. So, yeah, but just that this, like, there's vampires, they're coming to eat all humans or whatever, and there's, succubi and incubi who are destroying people left and right, and you have to be careful, don't go to the bayou, that sort of like... I don't think it's a fight for good and evil like that. Yeah.
An empath, I do believe there are like psychic vampires who like will drain your energy and stuff. and like not give anything back. But it's like I don't believe in like real
Blood
vampires.
sucking. Yeah, no.
And like I'm fine with a vampire like feeding on humans because a vampire is gonna vampire, but when they go on like a murderous killing spree like Stefan did in his Ripper days from
Well,
Vampire
that's not
Diaries,
cool. That's not hot.
you know, like he beheaded people, or Damon when he like enjoys killing people, or Klaus who really, really enjoys killing people. I'm like, you know, I know it's your history, but I don't know if I want to get involved with someone who has that capability.
Yeah.
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 As if vampires were real in the first place. This were a real concern.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glowing.
Yep.
Yep.
It's your turn.
That's
Yeah, I just I don't know. Like I love writing about magical creatures. When I was a kid, well, I say when I was a kid, my mother trained me to be her editor when I was in middle school. She wrote mostly memoirist type humor. And she wrote for a local newspaper. And so I was the one that she trained to help her edit. And she would regularly, honestly, it was a recurring series of, she'd write about pukas. She was the one who introduced me to pukas. And like she believed, and she was like, she actually wrote an entire interview with the Great Pumpkin, which she and I had to workshop because I'm like, okay, who's the Great Pumpkin? Because she's like, I have a reason the Great Pumpkin never showed up in Linus's pumpkin patch. I'm like, what is it? She said, because pumpkins are from South America. And that's why, wrong continent. Linus keeps waiting. The Great Pumpkin never shows up because he's South American. And I'm like, how are we going to do this interview? She said, I've cast it as Raul Julia playing the Great Pumpkin. And we literally workshopped an entire interview that she wrote it out and published it in the newspaper. And then she did one called, what was it? Raid on a Cleveland Warehouse. And that was the interview with the puka, who she said, I don't know if anybody's familiar, there's a movie called Harvey, and I think they did a remake with someone else in it. And
the one with the invisible rabbit?
Yeah. Just pointing out Laura's magic. And so my mother did an entire like humorous fictional article kind of where she interviews Harvey, where, you know, he's saying how he's being, oh, hello, sweet baby.
Aww.
Just want to pinch those cheeks.
So good, fluff.
Oh,
You just
so
wake up from
cute.
a nap. You're muted, sweetie.
Bingo square. Did a class earlier today.
Aww.
So cute.
That nose is just so adorable.
Oh, that nose.
Mm.
And those whiskers. Oh.
The little tongue.
Aww.
She hates being on camera because of the ring light, and I can't really blame her.
Yeah.
She's just so cute.
So adorable.
But yeah, that my mother's point was that pukas, which I guess in theory are from Ireland, I'm not entirely sure. Pukas are shapeshifters for sure.
Mhm.
But pukas, that the Easter Bunny was actually a puka and not a giant rabbit. And that her point was that the things that we think of that are sort of like superficial magic in our world, like the Easter Bunny or Santa Claus visiting, are actually more ancient than we think. And that was like her kind of fun with this. So to me, it's just kind of odd, like that there are adults who really think all the fun fiction we play with, these kind of magical fiction, are real versus it's just fun. It's not documentary.
It just kind of reminds me of in school, I was bullied a lot for being smart and like liking to learn things. And it just feels like there's people who I don't know what I'm trying to say.
No, I get you.
But-
That's the same.
Yeah.
But it's like those are the people who are also, you know, judging people for liking to learn. And
I think because learning equals to a sense of questioning, and that can cause a lot of problems. And I think that's where there's issue with people who are learning and questioning and discovering and that, because they can uncover a lot of falsities and things like that.
yeah,
Well, like I had heard that curiosity kills blind belief.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not going to find curiosity encouraged in places that try to convince people to just believe what they're saying blindly, because one is antithetical to the other. So,
Yep.
yeah,
Like if you question things, then you can believe in them more when given legit evidence. Versus if you're blindly believing it, you're like, I don't know. You can get stuck in a rut. Normally, generations long rut.
yeah.
Yep, definitely.
And I guess like I just find it a little hard to relate because I've always been a naturally curious person. And even more than me, when Tom was little, since Tom's 3 years younger than me, he went through this why stage that went on forever. And I swear to you, he was just asking why to drive me insane as a child.
Why?
Because. That's my answer, Zara. I have learned. Because.
Also, as a teacher,
That's the way it is. I don't know.
also as a teacher, or
If I don't know, I'm going to tell the kids I don't know. But I do say, but we can look it up, or you can like give me time, and in a few days I'll have some answer. Or, you know, if you're not careful, I will make it a lesson and we'll all learn it together. And they learn the hard way to be careful when they ask why. Otherwise, we're about to have a lesson as soon as Miss Fink goes and learns it, then she's about to teach it. Charlie says cults hate curiosity, and there are a lot of cults out there. And the great cloud of unknowing is a scary place to be if you don't learn to be okay with the silence and doubt.
Very true.
Agree.
Yeah.
I would definitely agree. I'm always fascinated by people who are uncomfortable with not knowing. Like, there's plenty of things I don't know. I do not know why most people are the way they are. But I am okay with not knowing for, the rest of my life, because I don't have to know why. I just have to know how to, like, survive around them.
And it's wise to be able to admit that there are things you don't know. As soon as you say I know everything, then you're lacking wisdom.
Who knows everything? No,
you don't.
The human brain cannot hold it.
The ad for Neil deGrasse Tyson's masterclass, I'm gonna misquote it, but it says like the key to science is to know enough to know that you don't know enough. And it's like, you know more than nothing, but you also know that you don't know everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate to quote Rumsfeld, but we don't know what we don't know. But we know that.
Okay, why don't you want to quote Rumsfeld? Like,
because it's Rumsfeld.
But I don't know who that is.
Well, he used to work in government. He used to work for George Bush.
Oh.
And I did not like him because at the time I owned a video store with an adult backroom, and he was literally on a campaign to bust all the adult film centers in America, as well as anyone selling adult films. And then 9/11 happened, and we were all off the hook. And I was like, it's kind of a really crappy reason to not be worrying that I'm about to go to jail for selling adult films to adults. But, okay. but Rumsfeld was trying to make a name for himself.
Mm.
So
That's always dangerous.
yeah, there's a lot of people like that.
Politics, hey.
Hate it so much.
Why you gotta keep your eye on them.
Yeah.
Eye on you.
Look,
I know
And
what you're doing.
I'll own up. I'm autistic, so I really don't understand why people feel shame and guilt about the things they feel shame and guilt about. Embarrassment is for our actions. We're embarrassed that we behaved a certain way. But shame is for how we are. And I don't get that. Like, if you are how you are, that's
Yeah, so long as no one's harmed in the process.
right. And I mean,
yeah.
So it just, people feeling shame about their sexuality zone. And again, I'm queer. So again, I don't get it. Nobody has ever been able to adequately explain it to me. I just kind of go, well, I guess that's something other people.
I've been made to feel shame before, and obviously it sucks, but in general, I agree with you. Like, as a personal philosophy and moving forward, I'm trying very hard, but like growing up intentionally or unintentionally, like shame was part of it, and I'm like not a fan.
I'm like, just judge a person on how they behave, not necessarily who they are. Like, if they are quite nasty and do harmful actions, you judge them on that. You know, there's no, otherwise
you judge them on their behaviors, not
on the behaviors,
who they are. Like, how you who you are, who you love. That's what is there to feel.
I really don't see how there's a problem, honestly.
Also, it's love.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think people should be ashamed of who they love. I think if you live in a situation where it's very dangerous or like difficult, I think there are emotions about that, but I don't think shame.
Oh, sure. Yeah, but shame, I don't think should at least play a role in, because love is not one of those emotions that I see as like, like destructive in a predictable way. It's always destructive versus possessiveness. That is almost always destructive in some way.
Yeah.
It's going to hurt either the person who's feeling the possessiveness or the object of the possessive feeling.
But the love itself is just positive.
Yeah, because love
is only intent.
Yeah, it's about just like being happy someone is the way they are and appreciating them for their place in the universe. And but like I'm told that's just part of being autistic. It's like, no, you won't understand because you don't learn well from others, which is true. But then I'm not that sad about it because it turns out that's a good thing. Yeah. People try to make me feel ashamed a lot, especially growing up. And it's just like,
no, I think beyond that.
And then I've heard your argument. I don't think it's the logic you think it is. I'm going to move on.
Yeah. And that's where you also need to understand that someone says something doesn't necessarily mean what they say is correct either. So you could have absolutely no reason to really feel shame or feel that way. They're just saying that, but doesn't necessarily mean that they're correct either. Yeah.
Normally it's also about like their own stuff and their and it's
definitely
I don't need you to tell me how to live my life. Like, you can go to therapy and deal with your own shit.
Yeah, a lot of it's projection.
So I just kind of view it as like a curiosity of knowing humans.
Yes. I think that's part of being a writer as well, as understanding the different ways people can think and behave and how they act on that.
I would agree. So happy Pride Month, y'all.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Also, remember that just because a company changes their profile image to be rainbow doesn't mean they're actual allies.
No, it doesn't. Commercialism.
Nobody's sociopathic like a corporation.
Welcome to cyberpunk.
Yes, exactly. I'm so glad you brought it all the way around.
Yeah.
4.5 hours later, here we are back at the beginning. Charlie says love of any kind is dangerous to the power hungry. So they push toxic relationships and hatred of the LGBT plus.
And it can also be just a control thing as well. Having experienced myself. Yeah, it's scary when you're writing cyberpunk and you're like pulling things from real life and you're like, why is politics now more cyberpunk than my book?
Yeah.
You're like, you question that sometimes.
Yep.
Just write notes while I'm watching the news. I'm like, yep, I'll do something like an allegory in there, just add that one in.
And that always makes the story more, what's the word I'm looking for? Intense. Because.
So I will say, watching Wallander, that in the one episode, he's trying to figure out, there's a woman's dead, her 16-year-old daughter's missing, and this young man looks like he was involved, going by fingerprints and stuff. But Wallander is like, I can't figure out what his motive, the young man, what his motive would be. Like, it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. And one character says to him, well, what I read, and she actually quotes, but I don't remember who it was, but says that everybody kills for love, so you just have to figure out what it is they actually love. Now, I'm not saying that is necessarily true. Mostly because, thankfully, I have not actually known too many killers. I have known a few, but I've never had really... we haven't had a lot of heartfelt conversations about exactly why did you murder. But I do think it's interesting of what people call love. Sometimes I don't call love.
I think I've been talking about this a lot with my mom, who's a therapist, and also Brie Bonomo, who's an author tuber and a therapist, talking about like the toxic relationships in young adult books or whatever, and especially Shadow and Bone. And I'm like, okay, the books, it's very clear he's manipulating her.
Right.
The show is more because Ben Barnes decided to add a lot of emotion where you're like, does he actually like her? And I was like, okay, he's still manipulating her. But can he love someone if he's like this, or does he just think he's in love?
I think it's a power play.
And my mom was like, someone can think they're in love and it not be what we consider healthy love. And I was like,
kind of reminds me of
gaslighting is how you do that.
Felt for Daisy.
Oh yeah.
He thought he loved her, but really he just loved the idea of her. So it wasn't her that he loved. It was just this image that he had constructed in his mind of what she was supposed to represent to him.
Yeah, it's sort of like, again, like, well, what Haley's talking about, I'm trying to add a toxic relationship into my book. Any tips?
Gaslighting, excessive possessiveness, controlling behavior.
I mean, jealousy. I can just tell you about my ex if you want, Haley. Sometime we could just talk all about that. It's nuanced. But yeah, of like objectifying a person is really a great step in making a relationship toxic.
My ex.
Mm-hmm.
My ex was abusive.
Yes.
Same.
Yeah.
Also, just for the record, recently, and I can cite, so I can actually send y'all links to anybody who's interested. Let me know. I try not to be like that level of, well, yes, let me send you all the links. But there is a study recently came out about narcissism and violence. And pretty much if we're talking about, a person doesn't actually have to be what we would consider DSM level diagnosable narcissistic personality disorder, but merely register essentially the higher a person registers on narcissistic traits in the dark triad, the more likely they are to have had violent incidences in their past and will have violent incidences in their future. That they go together, and that it's very likely they are not a weak. In fact, it's not a weak correlation; it's a strong correlation, which means that it points to there's likely a causation going on. They have not established the causation, so I just want to point that out. Since it turned out of my 30 classmates, only 2 others, so 27 students, college students, did not understand the difference between correlation and causation. Oh, I cried. I literally went home and cried, and I was not even teaching that class. I was a student. Anyway, the teacher did quit after that semester.
Wow.
She was like, I can't teach this anymore, and she literally changed.
Well, I don't think she should be teaching if she wasn't successfully teaching the difference.
Oh, no, like, they came in not understanding. That's not what she was supposed to be teaching. She was not teaching that.
Oh, okay.
Like, an important part of this class is that you already know. And so she ended up having to spend a month trying to teach this when it's not even in the textbook, and was not successful. Because, again, that wasn't part of her job. And yeah, so that was like a whole nother problem. But it turns out the vast majority of Americans cannot tell you the difference between causation and correlation.
This is why we have people believing conspiracy theories,
Yes.
not believing science,
Yes, actually, yes. I can cite you sources on that as well, because there actually has been recently during the pandemic a lot of research about why do people believe like the really off the wall conspiracy stuff. So if anybody's interested, I would be happy to help. But yeah, like for toxic relationships, the more narcissistic behavior you can add, it's an easy. I'm gonna just say it's an easy one for making a relationship more toxic. There is also the Machiavellian and the psychopathy, but that can be a little bit more difficult. Just impulsiveness is not psychopathy. A psychopath is not made from pure impulsiveness. But both Machiavellian, or what we might interpret as sociopathic, and psychopathic are more obvious flags to people. But the narcissism is not as strong a flag to a lot of people. So that's why you see a lot of that behavior in reality TV, because it turns out people really enjoy watching that.
I can't stand it.
That's why I can't stand it. But
I'll watch like competitions around stuff because I care about what they're creating. Like I don't care about the cattiness, but like Project Runway, I'm like interested in the fashion, or Next in Fashion, or Sugar Rush Kitchen, and like those things. Like I like watching those because I'm like, oh, that's so cool. But if it's like Keeping Up with the Kardashians or anything, although I will say Chrisley Knows Best is like a really sweet and funny like reality show like that. If my mom is watching that, sometimes I'll like stick around and watch that.
So yeah, I would honestly recommend like anything that would add more narcissistic behavior from one person. Unless you're wanting both people to be toxic, in which case, there's a great movie called True Romance. Go for it. Those people are bad news for each other. They're bad news for anybody, frankly.
Oh, if you watch the movie After, which is based on the Wattpad story, that's a toxic relationship. As is 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Very toxic.
Oh, it made me so, like, when I found out, like, I was already a librarian when 50 Shades blew up here, and everybody was wanting it, and I was like, oh, what is 50 Shades about? And I like did more just research because I really wasn't ready to read just some erotica. Like I wasn't in the mood at the time, honestly. And I'm like, wait, what? As somebody who is a trained shibari artist.
Oh my God, that's so cool.
Oh, I know. I can suspend people safely. I can suspend, and I have suspended people who weighed 600 pounds.
Okay, you know what? If we meet up in New Orleans.
Yes, I have all my good rope.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
The things you could teach.
Also, I'm always upset by books that like romanticize abusive relationships, even before I found myself in an emotionally abusive relationship.
Right.
I don't know what happened when I tried to pronounce that word just now. But like, also, I'm just like, you are like demonizing a community that already gets enough shit.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, I accidentally was a founding member of a local BDSM group.
Yeah, I just like you more and more every time I learn
Totally
more.
by accident. I went there because we had several people coming through the adult store who were like, "Do you have these kind of products?" And I'm like, "I don't know which ones are good or not." So, I literally went online, found out there was a group having a meeting about like 45 minutes away, and went to it. And I did not know that was their very first meeting. And then they were so nice to us because it was just a munch, right? And they were so nice to us. I brought my now ex-husband and my brother because I'm not going alone. And also because, they were involved.
I've gone alone to some events, and I do not recommend. I have had so many people like make me uncomfortable.
Well,
like me too. Like some people are fine.
Some people, and that's kind of the purpose of a munch, is for everyone to be in a neutral situation, and it's Southern, so with food. So to like get to know each other, and they were so nice, and they were so understanding when I explained like, hey, we just have so many customers. We want to understand what you guys are into, what you want, what is safe. Because like I've heard some horror stories, and not like actual horror, but like real life kind of disaster stories. And they were like, oh no, totally. They were very, honest and upfront with us, very frank. It was fantastic. And they're like, are you going to come next month? And I was like, okay, sure. I mean, I'll say yes to a buffet. So Southern, not anymore because pandemic. But anyhow, so we went the next month, and they were all so sweet and everything, and everybody. We talked about all sorts of stuff. It was fun. And then the third month, they're like, "Hey, you want to come with us? We're gonna have a party after the munch." And we were like, "Sure." And they're like, "We have a hot tub if you want to get in it." And I'm like, okay, because like I'm used to places, people having hot tubs, which is where the Fink hot tub rule came from. There at any given time, there only may be one Fink in the room with the hot tub, and in order for another Fink to enter that room, the first Fink must leave. This is the
only hot tub I've ever been in. I take it back. One was at a hotel, but the other one was like the only one that I really remember being in is like my uncle's, because like I'm the only one who'll go in, because I'm also the only one who ever goes in the pool, and I'm like,
yeah.
Do I think it's ridiculous that you have a pool and a hot tub when you yourself don't go in most of the time? Yes. Am I grateful that you have it and I don't have to pay to go to?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it's just that, like, people, you get in a hot tub and then people are like, hey, why don't you get more comfortable? Get out of, those clothes. And it's like, which is why we have to have the fake hot tub rule. But anyway. And it wasn't honestly until a couple years later, and we would go every once in a while to their munches and say hi to everybody because they were all just such sweet people. And we would go to the parties sometimes, and I was kind of fascinated by like, okay, this is what you like. Okay, interesting. Okay. But mostly it was just people talking. And, it wasn't until a couple years later that they were having a big deal, like someone from the ACLU was coming to give a talk.
That sounds very random, but okay.
Yeah, like no, like this was a thing. So this was back during like the Rumsfeld days, and he was also busting all of these BDSM groups. Again, all adults. Everyone has to show ID and everything, and it's in private homes. A lot of these are in private homes. These parties. So again, but Rumsfeld was on a mission. So
just because his sex life sucks doesn't mean he needs to ruin it for everyone else.
I totally agree with you. And also, I think what consenting adults do in the privacy of a home is their business, and like,
or even a club, because there are clubs in New York.
Yeah, but I mean, like, legally it was a gray area for busting people in homes. It
Oh
was
yeah. I
it
got
was
you.
a very so anyway. So the group paid for a member of the ACLU to come and give a talk, and he was talking about the history of roses and thorns, and it started because they started up the Society of Roses and Thorns because in DC, because there were so many people in the kink world who were government bureaucrats and were genuinely worried about losing their job, losing their government benefits, being sent to jail for doing consensual things, as well as many of them were also gay and were again concerned that this is how they would get caught by essentially group socializing. Not that they were necessarily even doing anything. These munches don't do it. They're just people sitting around usually eating.
And talking.
And talking a lot. And so the guy from the ACLU came to give us all a seminar about what to do if the cops show up, what your legal rights are, how to behave, what has worked for the ACLU, based on experience defending people, and all of that. It was very educational. So, and that is how I found out. When we started going, because the ACLU guys talking about the history of the Society of Roses and Thorns and how our group was a branch of it. And they were like, yes, we have several founding members. And I'm like, uh-huh. And then they started naming our founding members, and they named me and Tom and my now ex. And we all look at each other like, did you know that we are founding members?
It's like, did you get the memo? Because
I didn't get the memo. Nobody told me. It's the oddest thing, but that is essentially my life. I just happen to end up in places at the right place, right time, wrong place, wrong time.
I met someone who did shibari, and I had one. Actually, I mean, they did multiple ties, but it was at one time. And then fireplate was cool.
I love to make shibari corsets and things, as well as
that's my favorite part, but I've never had it done.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Right, I'm derailing the chat. When I was just in typing musical theater, and now this.
Right. Well, I was just watching Jesse Gender talk about, does kink belong at Pride? And Tom and I were watching it last night, and I'm like, and Tom keeps turning around, and I said, I swear I did not put this on for you to just keep turning around and rant at me, Tom. I swear.
Kink helps. Oh my God. Yes, kink belongs.
Yeah, but
of course it does.
There's all these people who are like, oh, let's make it family friendly. And it's like,
sit your ass down.
Pride is a protest about all the people that tell us what we should be ashamed of.
So if you're
protest, not a party.
Family friendly, you don't belong at Pride.
Yeah.
And you're probably one of those people who changes your profile.
But if people are show up in, assless chaps, they should know they're gonna get I'm like, yeah, I've met people in assless chaps at Pride, and they are fully wanting you to a little bit as you walk by. Yeah, I've met them. Tom's like, oh, okay. Because Tom is Tom is the kind of, I drag Tom to the things, okay?
Your siblings, it's allowed.
It's allowed, yeah.
I say as someone who's an only child, but all of my cousins come in pairs, and I've either seen stuff or heard family stories. One of my cousins stepped on his little brother's neck and then lied and was like, I didn't see him there.
I was just walking, and he fell beneath my foot.
Yeah.
I wish that would have worked for my mother.
They were like kids. I think they were 10 and 8 or something, but it was too old for that shit to fly, and it did not fly.
Too old. He just fell beneath my foot, and his neck was right there.
I didn't see him.
I tripped on his neck.
Oh dear.
I love the how far can I push this, medical manner. Quite honestly, Charlie, I'm frankly surprised, since we have space for one more, that you are not on the camera.
Yes. It's a surprise.
Just want to see, what is this? I don't know what this is. Is this?
Oh, it's
I
the
think that's
heart,
ace.
the
It's the
hand
ace flag.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like,
Oh
is it
yeah,
a
ace.
raccoon?
Sorry,
What am
they
I
don't have
looking
a
at?
demi one, but demi is under ace.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, people say that demi shouldn't.
Yeah.
Haters be hating. Even inside the community, it's just.
I'm just like, cool, more erasure on top of like
Right.
ace in general, like being erased because most people just say LGBTQ, and like
Yeah, they don't say QIA plus, which is like.
I'm like, come on, people, like this. I always say LGBTQIA plus. Like when I was younger, I didn't know. Like I always knew like LGBT, and like even though people in my like around me were only L and G, like I knew about B and T. And then as I got older, like I learned more about B or by like people who I learned, and then they are bi. And like to me, I'm like, you like people who are male and female, like male or female. Sorry, not male and female. And I'm like, and same with like pansexuals. It's like you have a larger dating pool,
Yeah,
but also smaller because some people get freaked
No.
out by like people
no.
who fall into LGBTQIA but plus, which they shouldn't, but they do.
I'm pan and polyamorous, and let me tell you, think, Gloria, you should have all the options. It's like, let me tell you about standards and how it ruins all the fun.
Oh yeah, no, standards suck. I'm like, yeah.
Oh God, yeah, tell me about it. But I'm still going to keep them there for a very good reason.
Oh, yeah,
And it makes it really hard.
I have an ex-husband, and that's I lowered it to he just has to like any person they have to bathe and be able to hold a conversation, and I deeply regret lowering.
They have to bathe and hold a conversation. Oh my God!
Because people were telling my standards were too high, and I'm like, oh, okay. So I guess look, in my defense, I was like 19. And I was like, okay, well, how about they have, I feel like they need to bathe and they need to be able to hold a conversation. And people were still telling me my standards were too high, for real.
Yeah, I'm getting, because I'm single now, I'm getting a lot of friends saying my standards are too high. And I'm like, yeah, but
I luckily don't have a family where they're like pressuring people to like get into a relationship or get married, minus my aunt's mom who passed away like many years ago. But I was like in third grade, she'd be like, oh, do you have a boyfriend yet? And I'm like, no, I hate everyone in my school. Like, and they would be my only dating pool. So no, I don't have a boyfriend. Also, I'm in third grade.
Yeah, no.
Like I'm reading a lot because I can't stand the people around me.
I'm just getting bullied, so I'm going to go live in some books.
Yeah, like I'm getting like, I'm the constant target for like racist bullying.
Yep.
Like, no, I don't want to.
Why would you feel interested, even in an aesthetic way, about anyone who's bullying you or trying to make you feel terrible for any reason?
I'm also demisexual, so there was that, but I never knew that until like college because I didn't know that was a thing.
I didn't even know asexual had like a proper name until, I don't know, about 10, 12 years ago. I mean, like, look, growing up, they always just called people frigid. And I mean, like, I'm like, that's not a nice.
Yeah, I got that. And I didn't really know about ace until I was in my 20s. And now I'm just like, I have no idea, about that stuff because I grew up just thinking I was just frigid.
Right.
So
I'm like, you know, like, look, people are still cooking. My whole life, I kept trying to come out.
On your
Go
channel?
ahead. I'm not monetized. And also, I don't think there's any children. So.
Okay, cool.
Like
fuck
children.
that.
Fuck that. Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Here, let me help. Fuck.
I just
Also,
don't want to be the first one to like actually curse on someone's stream because I'm like, oh, I don't know if they got a rule.
Yeah, no.
And also, like, with standards, your standards aren't too high. It's that there are too many people that won't reach those standards. That's the problem. Is the people a lot of people need to raise themselves up to those standards, and that's part of the problem.
Like, we deserve
Mhm.
good people.
Yeah,
We deserve
value
excellence
yourself.
and potential partners. So
Definitely.
if you don't like clear the bar, that's on you, buddy. And then also there's
Yeah.
some people who you can set a really
Exactly.
low bar and they dig underneath to the mantle.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
you
they
gotta
like
avoid
try
it.
hard.
I just,
Mhm.
yeah, like, I don't think, all I really want in any kind of person, whether they're a friend or they're, maybe something different or more, is that they be a kind, compassionate person who's open to feedback.
And respects you and trusts
Too
you.
high standard, but people will tell me to my face all the time, like, well, gosh, there's a reason you're single. And I'm like, I'm totally okay with it now.
Yeah, I'd
I'll
rather
have
be
to
single
retire
than in a
mode.
bad relationship. Thank you. So
Yeah, like I have one ex-husband. I have many other exes. I'm like, I'm great with that. They don't have to.
mm-hmm.
Oh,
Definitely.
no, one. Yay!
Woo!
All right.
Glad you could be here.
Do you have your hot takes prepared, or do you need a moment, my darling?
Yeah, I am ready for them.
Oh no, I just.
Welcome to the dark hour.
It's just the kink at pride thing. It really drives me crazy.
Yeah.
First of all, know your history.
Went off for a freaking hour about it. Look, I'm
Yeah.
Southern, and I'm so used to saying frickin' instead of fucking. Okay. Like
I swap between.
Yeah, it's just like it's a Southern thing of like shut the front door. Doesn't mean I'm afraid to say shut up. It just.
Also, I'm Aussie, so I mean.
You can say anything you want to me. I love the accent. We're good.
Yes, your accent makes anything
We're
sound
doing
delightful.
lovely. You can tell me how the world is all tears and bullshit, and I'll be like, it's true though. You're absolutely right. Tell me more.
I haven't thought the yeah thing, so.
I love the all you. I love it.
Yeah. I'm not used to this because like I've only just started portraying my like image and my brand more publicly, so I'm only just starting to kind of get out there and more international and things like that, so it's interesting to see my people's take on my accent.
I think it's beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I agree.
I thought you knew, or I would have told you sooner.
Thank you.
Yes, Charlie. We'll give you. I know. Look, welcome to the compliment bondage. It's all started, my darling.
Bingo square.
Yes, it does.
I got another bingo.
I also I love accents. Just want to throw that out.
Yes, I love other accents. I love languages and all that sort of thing. Learning about different cultures and all that. It's really interesting.
Like, to me, my family doesn't have an accent, but I've met some people who say that we do, but not like a super New York one, because my grandma was like, we are not going to have a New York accent. And my mom went to Boston University. She's like, if you come back with a Boston accent, we're going to have a problem.
Yeah,
It's
I had a roommate in boarding school who was from Boston, and she was like, "Hey, yeah," and we would just like giggle. We would just giggle mercilessly.
My mom was a student. My mom was a student teacher, and she like taught every subject. But after teaching one spelling class, they're like, "You cannot teach spelling," because like she would say something, and they would write something else, which is because of what they thought she was saying, and it's like no.
I have worked very hard to have what's called an Atlantic accent, which is kind of like the American version of received pronunciation.
Yes.
Because I am from the Ozarks and no one takes my real accent seriously.
It's
and I can't. I can't even.
Do it.
Like it.
Do it. I want to hear it.
Come on, baby. You're in
Oh
a
no!
safe place.
Every
You're
time I've done
pressure.
it on stream, I have gotten yelled at for making fun of Southerners. And I'm like, no, it's an Ozark accent. We sound like a cartoon
No,
character.
we're not gonna.
You're in your own darkroom.
You're among friends, new and old.
See, now I have to like let myself start relaxing some and let it just come out.
It's okay.
because-
When it comes, it comes. But in
yeah,
the
it
meantime,
comes.
hot
Oh,
takes
when
and hot
it
takes.
comes, it comes. And anybody who's ever been on the Sunday hangout that we do has heard my natural accent, which sounds a bit more like this. And yeah, It's basically what happened when sorry. It's basically what happened when the Mid-Atlantic accent had a baby with a Southern accent, and they just hated themselves so much they just went all in so that they couldn't be accused of being related to either.
Yeah.
My brother sounds basically like, if you can imagine if Boomhauer talked like Yosemite Sam. That is the best way I can put in somebody's head of what the native accent around here sounds like.
I don't know if I'm too young or too northern, but those references just went right over me.
I have no idea. So
Looney Tunes. Not
Looney Tunes. Yeah. One is from Looney
okay.
Tunes and the other is from King of the Hill. Because I enunciate too well for my accent to come through too strongly. Because that's the biggest thing about living around here. Is just you cannot pronounce the words any way that you want to pronounce them. If you do pronounce them too much, then you're just doing it wrong. And yeah.
There's your line. Jesus came, he saw and judged y'all.
I mean, I don't have the like stereotypical Aussie accent. I don't think anyway. I think that's more East Coast, and they pronounce like pool and stuff like that. Like, I don't know. I think it's odd. I can hear the accent in more of the eastern coast side. I find where I'm from, South Australia, it's a lot more toned down, at least from my perspective. I don't know how it comes across to people who aren't Australian.
I can tell you're Australian, but like to me, and I know it's like obviously there are nuances and stuff, but to me, I'm like, if I can get that you're Australian and I don't accidentally think you're British, like I call that a win.
Oh yeah, I call that a win. Thank you, because the amount of shows that get that mixed up, yeah.
I once lived in Idaho and had a roommate from South Africa, and her parents called and threatened that she would have to live in the doghouse if she came back with an American accent.
But which one, though? We have so many, and
her parents
none of them are good.
And threatened that she would have to live in the doghouse if she came back with an American accent.
Not me. Not me. Wasn't me this time. I feel so.
Her parents.
Sorry, I opened you on Twitch so I could follow you, and I was like, it's not automatically.
I was like, what's going on?
I think that face was priceless.
You have no idea how
If you want to
thrilled
go
I
ahead
am.
and clip that for me, that's like.
I just like how it stopped with Laura.
I'm so sorry. I normally have Twitch on mute when I open it, and then like I unmute, and apparently I forgot to put it on mute when I closed it last.
Sweetie, you have no idea how happy I am that wasn't me, because I always have like one browser window that just hasn't loaded yet that has somebody talking.
Normally I'm
And
really good because
about-
I'm in Chrome and I can just mute a website before it even fully loads.
I legit thought that was me actually, because I was just checking the dance stream out, and I was like, I swear I muted that. Like, oh no.
Sorry, everyone.
I thought it was Laura for a second because she muted herself, and then you stopped you muted the playlist, and I was like, oh my goodness, how is Laura?
Well, I mean, we can blame Laura. I mean, her Lovecraftian influence and all of the darkness just invaded Zara's home and into her computer so that there would be echoes of us
Check your
haunting
sockets.
us
There may be
constantly.
tentacles retreating.
That I like Charlie's explanation because it means it's not my fault. But normally I take full responsibility for my actions.
I need to add you all on your thingies. That's what I need to do.
Alrighty. Do. I'm gonna pull up the first one. Alright. Alright, so Tom wants me to share with y'all the link for Wired did a 3-part series of all the American accents, including indigenous accents and everything.
I found a video of that from like the 1950s where they went around the United States tracking people's accents, and it was such an interesting video. I found it on YouTube. I wish I could remember what it was. I'd share that too because it was quite interesting.
Okay. All right. So there's the link, and it's also in Twitch if anyone happens to be there. That's the first one. There's 3 parts, and they have them grouped together. I highly recommend them. They're excellent. They have several different linguists do it in order, because they all have their own specialties. And I found it a very interesting and elucidating series, since I'm trained in phonemes and phonics as a phonics teacher. So, and if I do say so myself, I was the star of my class. So, and it was true to all the phonemes. American phonemes are particular. So for instance, the phonemes in Scotland are so different. I mean, they have some crossover. Hence, since America really is, when they talk about it, it's a melting pot. There's so much influence. What I love about the Wired series is they actually talk about the influences of various languages on American accents. And it's not just European languages. It's all over. So it's very cool. It's wonderful. And it's a really fun watch. So it's about an hour total, the 3-part series together.
I gave up on accents entirely when my Creole boyfriend and my Quebecois girlfriend were arguing with a friend of mine from Paris in what they all called French.
Oh gosh.
And I just went back and I was just like, I will never be able to learn this language because I will never unhear all of you. This cacophony of accents and pronunciations.
So my cousin was a French teacher for 12 years, and she learned like French. And in growing up for middle school, when we had to take a language, I had a Canadian French teacher. And then in high school, I had a Algerian French teacher. And then in college, I had an American French teacher. And I'm just like, the fact that I have been able to maintain a French accent at all, even though I didn't actually practice with my cousin that much, has been like amazing. I also want to quickly say that I'm hopping off, but thank you for having me so much.
Thank you. And Sarah's information is down below in the description for anybody.
Thank you.
I have done it. I have been able to like juggle a little bit.
Yeah.
But Zara is on Twitch and all the goodness. Did you want to do an outro?
Yeah, I'm a self-published author of young adult paranormal romance and new adult sci-fi romance. I host a lot of writing experience, and I'm going to be hosting a lot in June. Glory's going to be on my channel twice. And I'm going to be on Nia the Vixen of Fiction's channel tomorrow for the 16th sprint, and then on Brooke Wright's channel for the 18th and final sprint.
Yay! Thank you. And there is down below a link to all of Zara's books, all her books, as they continue to grow in multitudes. So if you'd like to follow her amazing career, I'm just throwing, or just, enjoy a good read. There, I said it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye-bye. We're just trading people. That's how this works. It's a carousel, and I hope everybody's enjoying the ride.
Gotta get the fresh blood in here.
I felt like calling myself the anti-author tuber when I first started doing stuff over here, because everybody's talking about my new book, and I'm like slowly taking books down from my back catalog for various reasons of they need to be refreshed or something, or I really hated the editor that I had, and no.
Fair. Yeah.
And so while everybody else's book catalogs are growing, mine has been steadily shrinking since I've been here, and I feel like the anti-author tuber, like I'm doing everything backwards.
I've done a similar thing. If I'd actually stuck with the book I first started with in the series, I probably would have published it by now. But I went from main book that was originally book 1 to I kind of like these backstories with these characters. Maybe I'll make some prequels too. Now they're just like the first ones in the series, and now I'm writing that as book 1. So I've got like half finished stuff everywhere. So it's great.
Welcome to my 23 book series that I'm currently writing,
Oh,
because
gosh.
it started with one book and I'm like, I really should write more about how this situation came into being. And then I wrote a 3-book series that is finished. I've written it. And then I was like, I really should set this up better. And I've just gone back and back and back. So eventually,
Oh no!
like this thing's just gonna go, whoa, bam, like just shoot
Yeah.
out into the world in a giant tsunami of, oh, Charlie, why did you do this to us?
I'm trying to work out my order too. So.
I've had enough time that now Charlie's links are in the doobity-doo below too.
Okay.
Ooh. So, yes, because I had Charlie saved before. Everyone be kind. Save your YouTube descriptions in a Google Doc. So you can just
good idea.
Right, because that way Google won't add those extra little spaces that YouTube likes to seriously put in all your descriptions, because the devil. So yeah, that's why I save them as Google Docs. So it doesn't have those extra little spaces that are not there. Anyway.
I know. What is that? Like,
it's bad code is what it is. I'm going to tell you right now, as someone who used to be a professional coder in HTML and dynamic HTML, it's bad code. That's
I know.
Why he's adding it in. So, bleh. I know,
same.
honey. We're just a vaudeville act. You just set them up and I knock them down, honey. I know how this still works.
Oh my goodness. I'm just saying, like, I think this is true for everything though, because like I am so sad for Vella, because I feel like I almost made my editor cry when I sent her the work, and I was like, please don't worry about the smart quotes, they'll just delete them. And she was like, wait, what? And I was like, yeah, and it also automatically deletes. And I just started going down the list of formatting that it will not let you have in your text. And she's like, then what is the point of me? And I'm like, make sure I spelled everything right and the sentences make sense.
Editorial existential crisis. That's
it was fun.
So yeah, Amy, this is Charlie. Charlie, this is Amy.
Yes.
Hi.
I'm just over here getting all the links at the moment. Got a lot of people I gotta follow.
Well, I mean, as I said, like it'll stay in the description. I'm not taking my YouTube side down. Twitch took it down after 2 weeks because. But YouTube leaves it up, and I don't take it down. So it'll always be there. Plus, to be perfectly honest, I know people hate asking, but if you ever need anybody's contact stuff, I am available, and I will just literally share a Google Doc with the copy of the description in there, because that's how I keep everybody's stuff.
Because she's secretly a CSI who is collecting case files on all of us. Because
I'm doomed.
Uh-oh.
I mean, doomed, or at least like somebody actually has all your contact.
I mean, I love you, Gloria, but I just remember the first time you were like, are these all of your links? And you sent me the list, and I was just like, I forgot I had those.
Well,
yeah,
I'm
you
so
forgot I was a research librarian too.
I'm so glad that Gloria had all those links, because when I did my my last live stream, I just took the links from Gloria's channel. I was like, this is so easy.
Stuff. Yep. And that's what I like it for. So I keep Google Docs of every show, all the description, and it's all labeled appropriately so I can find it later. So as people's links change, I have an evolution of their links.
Nice.
As well as I have everyone bookmarked if I need like a moment to just pull up and put it in the chat. It's already there. So I have all my author tubers. Amy, you are in there with all my other author tubers.
I'm in it now.
You're in it.
You have no idea how far.
Once a research librarian, always a research librarian. So
true.
Well, because like sometimes you just need like people's links immediately, and not people will mess with you. You will go back to Google and do the same search you always do, and the first 4 pages will not necessarily be what you're expecting, and there will be something that was there every time for 10 years, and suddenly it's gone. And it's not like it went down the SEO list; it just disappeared. So, this is not my first rodeo.
No, it's good to have links close by. Makes things a lot easier.
Hi, Mia.
Hi, Nia.
Hello.
Did you get fed?
Was
Did
it
you have your
good?
steak?
Was it delicious? Was it everything I dreamed?
Everything we were drooling over.
I know.
Great.
I like
Yes.
that Nia is like, oh, I like to have my grilled meat with a side of meat. And I'm like,
It's the way to go.
yep. Have you heard about a restaurant called Fire of Brazil? Where they just bring you meat. They'll just keep bringing you meat, and they won't stop bringing you meat until you flip your card over at your table.
Yeah.
Oh my
There was a
gosh.
There was a Turkish restaurant in Georgetown we used to go to that's like all it was. Like they literally had like trays of meat that they just brought by the table and were like, do you want some? It's like, I don't really want any meat right now. And like they would get really offended. Like what do you mean? What about the other ones? And then like literally you would then have all the trays of meat around you. Like, I'm sure we have something that can make you happy. Like they really wanted to, like it was a family owned and operated business. And they thought that like it was hard to get them to understand I'm full.
Yes.
Because they were just
like,
the overflow of
American.
hospitality. And it's just like, no, I'm full. I just need to check. But you haven't tried the lamb.
Yes.
No.
The first time
That's
I
the
went
best
to,
kind of restaurant.
yeah, the first time I went to one of these Brazilian type restaurants, because at least there used to be 2 different franchises, and they were very similar in that way of like where they come around with the meat. You don't go to a
Yeah,
buffet
we
bar.
had that with Tucanos.
And the first time I did not know about the car. I didn't notice it. Y'all know I have ADHD. And they just kept coming, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, okay. And then I'm like, I'm very full. And that's when they like the card, you flip it. And I was like, oh God. Like, does she not know how color works? So,
Oh dear.
because I mean, they also have that seafood buffet as well. And I love seafood, a lot of seafood, at least good ones. And it was very good and fresh. Oh my gosh, it was so fresh. So yeah, the goodness. It was, but yeah, before that, I was eating a lot of meat that I wasn't sure I had space for.
Oh no.
I know this
Yeah,
feeling.
and because they made those homemade little cheesy bread
Cheese bread ball things.
ball things that are so
Okay.
cute.
Oh, I
No,
love making those. Those are so good.
I could just put away a dozen of those and not.
Amen to that.
I refuse to try to pronounce them because I do not
Yeah.
want to insult
I'll
anyone's
ruin it.
culture because mispronouncing thing is really my thing. But they're so good. And they're so easy to make. They're just like tapioca starch, butter, and cheese.
Yeah.
Like they're 3 ingredients. They're so
That chewiness.
addictive.
I love
Yes.
it's like a cheesy chewiness that's so satisfying.
Mm.
And they're the ones at least they serve at the restaurant were these little balls, so they're just so poppable.
They're basically, if you could imagine, for anyone who hasn't had them, the way they're actually made, they're basically a cheese popover that's made with tapioca flour. So you basically make like a choux paste where you cook the tapioca flour in butter, and then you add your cheeses to it really quickly, and then you dash it out in little portions, and you put them in the oven, and they just poof, really, really big, and then they collapse on themselves. And they're just like this puffy, chewy, cheesy.
That
yum.
sounds really good.
So good. So
Really,
good.
Wow.
really good.
Because I love the tapioca type
Yes.
of thing. Yeah, it's so good.
It's
So
such
good.
and it has such a nice clean taste finish that
Ooh.
it's so good. Like you don't feel like you've just eaten 6. So you can
And when you learn
more.
And when you learn the recipe, you're
dear.
like, how is it so clean? Because there's so much butter in this. This should be the greasiest, like butteriest thing
Ah,
ever.
wow.
Like,
Not.
I don't know how
Tapioca can
yeah.
absorb it all.
could absorb it all. Just holds it in there. You don't
I-
realize how naughty you've just been.
I've learned so many things this stream.
Well, that might as well be a plug on my show. Of like, I've learned something today.
Yes, I've learned
Yeah.
We
something.
talk about
Uh,
Yes. So if you ever get an opportunity, like somebody makes it, I highly recommend you try it. Like, because being in a university town, we have people at potlucks from all over the world, and so every once in a while, somebody from Brazil will make it, and it's just like, and it's like all I can do to only take 3. Like, don't be greedy little mouse. Okay. But then I'm like, have you tried? They're like, no. I'm like, oh, why not? And they're like, I just thought they were like Brazilian rolls. It's true, but it also does not describe.
Can I have yours?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's definitely worth it if you ever get an opportunity, or you feel like
Okay.
just getting wild in the kitchen.
Maybe.
There are a lot of really good, easy recipes for them. Just go to Google Translate, type in bread of cheese, switch it to Portuguese, and search that term that I'm not going to say because I do not want to insult an entire culture that has given me so much.
Okay. Yeah, it does sound good. Does sound good.
It's so good.
Recommend.
Thank you.
So Charlie, are you ready with your hot take?
Which ones? I have so many.
What you got, baby?
Oh no, when I was listening to y'all talking about all the stuff going on at Pride, and especially hearing, I am so mad about all of the erasure that happens within the queer community, and especially outside of it, by, let's call them allies. I think many of them think they're allies that write characters as part of our community that ignore the basic way that, like, pan, bi, demi people are, or ace arrow people. And it just, I may have recently recorded 2 like half-hour podcasts on these topics because I've been really worked up about them lately. But this is so much about learning your history, because we don't know exactly who started the Stonewall Rebellion. What we do know is that it was a trans person of color. Yeah. 3 people's names are put forward. All 3 of them are trans people of color. So that's the one thing we do know about how we got to where we are. And one of them was it's really hard to know where he fit on the spectrum. He preferred male pronouns, but during his lifetime, he was referred to as a drag king, because 60s, and did not live far outside of the 60s. But drag has been an integral part of who we are as a community. The whole reason you have civil rights in this country, if you are LGBTQ, is because they literally went into a bar to do a clothing check, because it was illegal to have on fewer than 5 garments from your assigned gender.
So stupid.
And so the cops could literally force you to strip down naked to make sure that you had shirt, pants, underwear, socks. If you were men, that also you could get a ticket if you weren't also wearing a vest and a coat, because 5 garments. You had to have 5 garments of your assigned gender. This is what was going on at the Stonewall Inn the night that the rebellion started. It was all about kink and gender politics. This is what it was. And they were all brought out, told to strip down so the cops could look at them in their skivvies, because there's nothing creepy about that.
Out on the street,
where anyone could see them.
For everyone to see.
And that's when the Stonewall Rebellion happened. To now turn around and say that gender nonconforming people, whether they're in drag or... I have seen a lot of people starting to lump us NBs into all of this, which I just... I wondered when the hate was going to start coming. You finally found us. Hi. No, that's what Pride is. It's about putting ourselves out there and being loud and proud about who we are, and not giving in to the heteronormative, cisnormative world that will hate us no matter how much we pretend to be like them. Like, it doesn't matter how much. Like, my husband, just by nature of who he is one of the most straight passing people you will ever meet. And we have people that will not eat in our restaurant because we're queer, and they found out about that. It doesn't matter how straight acting he is, and that they've never met me. Yeah, I would be a real problem for them. They don't care. We don't have to conform.
We're never going to be straight enough. We're never going to be passing enough. And so the whole point of Pride is let's not feel any shame about who we are. Let us celebrate us
Yes.
for at least this little while. Like, and then we can go back and we can go mask and we can pretend and we can like just keep our mouth shut so much in public. But for this little thing, this little time period, a day, a week, a month, we're going to actually celebrate instead of mourn who we are.
I really just don't understand how it's an issue for people. Like, for me personally, I'm very logical. And like I said earlier, I just base my opinion on the behaviors of the person. You're you. It doesn't matter any of the other stuff. Like, it's exactly how you behave. Everything else is just, you know, that's you. Okay, I accept that. It's fine. No problem, you know.
Because one of the reasons I don't like going out in public here is to feel safe. I need to let my beard grow in, which is a trend. Oh, that is a dysphoria thing that really makes me angry. And I have to put my real man voice back on because then I'm a biker. You see, I'm a metalhead, and they're okay with me having the long hair and being a little bit more flamboyant. Because it's not safe around here. Like, I've had friends that have been raped here just to prove to them, oh, you want to be a woman? Here, we'll treat you like one. Which just says a lot about the straight men around here. That's what they told her when it happened. Yeah, it's there's a lot of violence still in this country. And there are a lot of people who have to mask or hide themselves. And Pride should never be one of those places. Ever. Not at all.
No, you need a safe space to be yourself.
Yeah.
And what you're doing isn't harming anyone at all. So there really shouldn't be any problem whatsoever. But
that's what I kept saying in the chat earlier. We have a reality problem in this country.
Great.
Yeah.
And I am sorry for that, Zara. Yeah, that really should have probably had a trigger warning. But I'm sorry. I'm just... This is the problem with talking about any part of my life. Especially living around here, is I feel like a lot of it just should start with trigger warning. I'm talking about real life in the Ozarks.
Yeah.
So I apologize. Yes, I should have.
I hate the whole I'm not enough of something. Like that whole idea, you're not Asian enough to be Asian.
What does that even mean?
You're not gay enough to be really gay.
Or
that's
not
certainly
disabled enough to be disabled.
Right. You're not enough. And it's like, yeah. That's like automatically that like a flag for me of who made you the arbiter. My mother, was Jewish, so she told me from like a very youngish age. Well, once we found out we were Jewish, because my mother had tried to keep it from us for years. And she was like, don't ever let anyone tell you you're not Jewish enough, because you're Jewish enough to die for being Jewish, and that's all that counts. And I'm like, is this really a conversation? And she's like, oh yeah, you haven't been out in the world yet. You don't know. But this will come up at some point. And anytime somebody asks if you're like really a Jew or Jewish enough, you go, I'm Jewish enough to die for it. And then she said, well, we're talking about it. Your father, who's not Jewish, is also Jewish enough to die for it because he married a Jew. So again, don't let anybody get you started on this. Oh, well, maybe they're not Jewish. No. This way lies madness, because it's a non-starter conversation. This whole you're not enough, that nobody says that who's earnest.
Yeah, American racism is such a weird phenomenon in and of itself, because it came in waves. It was instituted in waves of who do we not like? Who is the bad person that we don't like this week? Because we didn't really have a problem with people from Asian countries until there was a large Chinese influx of workers into California. And so now we had to find all kinds of stereotypes and stuff to separate our cultures. They were starting to mix, and oh dear God, how can we allow that? And it's just like, please stop clutching your pearls. Diversity is one of the greatest things in this world. See our conversation earlier. I am so glad that there are people in this country from everywhere, because I got to grow up with all the Korean food and the Turkish food. And I love my Bollywood movies. I love my manhwa comics. I love my manga comics. Getting to see all of that is so liberating. It's only dangerous if you think that all of the dark thoughts in your head are shared by all of the people that you meet.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing is, how can you justify saying there's a pure race? Humans have been going around the globe for how many thousands of years anyway? Like, you can't really say that, like, totally pure. I know that there are groups that, like, say Japan, where it's one of the highest places where it's mainly just of that culture. Probably not using the right words, but I just don't want to offend. But humans tend to migrate a lot, so you can't really go on the race trajectory.
I mean,
also, humans aren't human. I mean, we've now scientifically proven that if you're hominid, you are up for grabs. How can we romance you with some like roasted meat, maybe some pretty shiny things? Because we have, like, it turns out humans are not as human as we thought, and have never been that, And
it's like,
it's like, because why not? Get jiggy with the, like, you look close enough. Let's give it a try. We'll
if
make
any
a
group
family.
of people on this planet you would think would be able to have kept such an insular relationship to themselves, it would be the European, like, royal classes. But when the Queen of England had submitted to the ancestry test for Ancestry.com, she's got a bunch of Welsh ancestors in there, which brought up a lot of questions when people looked at her family tree, because it's like, wait, where are these from? None of the names on the list should have given her that.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're complicated people.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And it's nothing new. It's been going on for quite a while.
Yeah. I mean, this whole othering of people, I think, period, is just, it's a negative thing. I understand the human psychological need to group things and categorize things. It's actually something we do with children when they are panicking, is we give them things to categorize, like literally a box of toys, and dump them out and say, okay, here's your little boxes. You need to separate them all. And by the time they're done, they feel calmer. They feel better. So I understand this, like, psychological desire to categorize or group people, because it's part of, dealing with that anxiety that they may have, maybe not even about people, but just in general, because life is so stressful in our post-capitalist society. But nevertheless, it's not constructive.
No, it's trying to simplify something that isn't simple.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I don't know why people want everything to be simplified anyway.
I don't know.
It's easy. They're trying to make it easy, I think. Even though, I don't know, a lot of people get defensive about the unknown generally anyway.
Well, that's true.
Yes.
My categorizing of people pretty much goes, are they kind or are they not? And that's pretty much like what I need to know, because if I'm stressed, if I feel endangered, that's what I actually care about.
Yeah, that's it.
If I feel unsafe, or are they not? And then from there, everything's negotiable.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just want more people to embrace the idea of ambiguity, because this to me is like, I know, like, that whole what the world needs now is love, sweet love. Like, that's beautiful and it's true. But what the world needs now is ambiguity, sweet ambiguity, because all of the black and white conversations about so many things, it's not black and white. Like, I love that I have friends that are diametrically opposed to me politically, because I feel like the real answer is somewhere between us, because I know you're wrong and you know I'm wrong and we're both probably wrong. somewhere in between your ideas and my ideas is probably where the truth lies. Because who was it that said that there's 3 sides to every story: yours, mine, and the truth?
Mm-hmm.
I know that's from Babylon 5 as a quote.
Yeah.
That's where I know it from.
We'll give it to Joe. Joe's got some of the best quotes ever. So
good show.
We'll just give it to Joe. But, it's such a true statement, right? And that's what we should all be looking for, is the truth. And the truth is not something that you have. It's something that you eke out. It's something that you get little bitty glimpses of here, there, and yonder in moments of transfixed awe. And then you go, dang it, I don't know how to put that in words. And you fiddle the best that you can.
I feel like any conversation where we're quoting Babylon 5 is going well.
Yeah. Oh, God, that has got to be one of my top fave shows all time. So
I just can't believe he got to do what he wanted. I mean, he planned out a 5-book series that he wanted to be a television series. And with a few changes that had to happen because of actors issues, which I think worked out for the best in some ways, but especially for some of them, because I wasn't too happy with some of the cast in season 1, and it's sad why they had to switch over to Bruce Boxleitner. But
after that, it's like, yeah, I'm in it.
Yeah, after he actually got to go through his entire story and tell a story from start to finish that actually it's fully plotted out. Like, it's a masterclass in plot dynamics, because
amazing
stuff that's set up in season 1 and in that first pilot movie that does not get paid off until season 5, and you see the threads all the way through. It's just I can't believe that show happened on American TV.
Oh my. Does it make a difference with a fully plotted out season arc? Like, makes a difference.
And and the other thing about Babylon 5 that a lot of people might not remember or know is it was the first internet show, because he ran message boards on AOL, Prodigy, and what was the other one? Because the internet was not quite the World Wide Web when that show was first airing, CompuServe. He ran message boards on all 3 of those and ran a news list. For anybody who remembers listservs. Anybody remember listservs? Back in the day. I remember them. And he and the other writers would answer questions from fans. They would talk back and forth. Like, it was the first real, for me at least, online show. Oh, I feel so old. Okay,
I know,
so back the reason
need it to be mean, but I feel like she knows how to woo.
Okay, so the reason you have internet today is a company called H&R Block started paying to have fiber run throughout the country so that they could have all of their tax professionals work off of consoles where they just input the information that would be sent over the internet to a central computer that actually did the processing and sent it back. But because we only do taxes once a year here for the most part, for the vast majority, for the other 12 months of the year, it was laying there dormant doing nothing. And they thought, hey, why don't we try to make some money off of this? And so they started one of the first internet service providers, which was Prodigy, and one of their competitors, another tax company, started CompuServe. And it was literally the tax infrastructure that was used to do your taxes in April, but you could use it the rest of the year and start talking to each other. And that's really how, at least in our country, we started developing an actual internet, an ISP culture and an internet culture. The
military was involved to some degree.
Well, yeah, but as far as the commercial side.
Yes, the commercial side.
This is how we we plebs ended up getting access to
I
the
was
interwebs.
spoiled. I lived up in Oxford, Mississippi, which is the home of Ole Miss, and they had a military contract, so they had military internet, and and they had student computer labs, where apparently that is how they, since they also had plenty of foreign exchange students, that was how they employed them to help pay for their scholarships. Yeah, unwrap that one. And the fun part about I learned about a lot of Asian grad students is they're not able to tell the age of white people. So they thought I, at 13 and 14, was an adult and did not card me.
Nice.
So, yeah, I got online at a very early age. The old WBS chat servers and everything. USA.net was the first free email service you didn't have to have a subscription to, like Prodigy or CompuServe for.
Yep.
And that was how I got in and how I started learning to code, because people had literal whole manuals online of how to HTML code or troubleshoot. And I would literally just write it all down in my notebook and then start coding other people's web pages for them and get paid for it. They would literally mail me checks through the mail, y'all. And I would make them a website off of Ole Miss's computers.
Memories.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that was how I helped pay the rent that way for my family when I was a teenager. Like, I was also making dinner every night, and I was, coding HTML, because back then you had to do it literally by hand. There was no shortcuts. So you had to write out the code exactly. And people would mail me a check for $100 to make them a one-page website.
Yep.
And can you do the glitter? And I'm like, the glitter costs an extra $15 for me to make one word sparkle.
Yes, but in fairness to you,
told me how to do this, how to set up my company. That was
wow.
But I have to say, Glory, in fairness to you, sometimes depending on where you put that word in the code, it could break the entire page.
Oh, it did.
So, yeah. It was worth charging extra for. I just want to explain this to people who weren't there back in the day. Like, it may sound like this is an overcharge. Like, no, you could put this little line of code in, and yes, now you have sparkles, but it could just destroy the entire server.
Oh yeah, and like
the internet was
needed it edited, it was going to be a steady $5.
Oh yeah, the internet was terrible.
Unless it was truly like you just need me to go in and type an extra sentence, for like my about me or something. Which I would do for free, because I'm not a beast. I was a nice 14-year-old. This was what I was doing when I wasn't running a babysitter club at in Oxford. As well as my ex called it, I was a babysitter pimp, because I pimped out on my babysitter. But that was just for babysitting. It wasn't for other things, y'all.
We were setting up BBSs and running muds and mushes. And coding those things. A BBS was a bulletin board system. Which
BBS? No, you could not pay me to code a BBS ever. No.
BBS was the first Facebook. They were very regional. They were very small. They were very insular, but very similar. Except for no pictures, because we had very slow internet.
I feel better, Sarah. Tell me you can't tell how old I am. I'm so old.
I'm white, and I can't tell the age of white people, so I mean...
I feel better already. You just don't know how old I am. I am the elderest of millennials. Yeah, Sarah taught herself to code as well. Congratulations. I'm very happy. I think it's good. I think it's good for everybody.
It's very good.
I know the basics of HTML, but it's a little complicated. It's more like memorization. You have to memorize all the stuff, and that's not a skill.
I think everyone should learn a basic coding language, whether it's Swift or Ruby or just something really simple, just so you understand what's being done to you and when people are lying to you.
Yeah,
because if you've never had to debug a program, people know that is a weakness that you have, and will use it against you and be like, oh no, it was a software glitch. And it's just like, oh no, there's no way that the software glitched this way. So this was a human error. Somebody messed this up on me. You're gonna fix it.
And I have debugged actual software and cursed people's existence while doing it. Because it is like bugs. It's like trying to catch bugs in the walls of a house. It is a nightmare. But yeah, you could tell when something's a glitch and when it's not. Like, are you kidding me? Nothing glitches like that's not. Yeah. So if you have no familiarity, how can you know when people are telling you the truth or not? Since apparently people just like lie.
It's like having that friend that knows how to work on a car, so you know when the mechanic's trying to charge you for something that's complete and utter BS. Just it's good to have a coder that you can be like, so the bank said this. The bank is lying.
I do recommend everybody at least dabble in code, and there's so many wonderful free resources for anybody wanting to learn the world's most basic amount of code, because now there's such a push internationally to teach teenagers the basics of code, so it's available to everybody. And it's so wonderful that like people stop gatekeeping the basic information so that everybody can have a familiarity, which I think is quite powerful.
Because well, I don't think everybody needs to go so far as know how to do their own like graphical interfaces and stuff. You should learn how to do algorithms, so that when people say the algorithms will, when they're when they're lying, because their algorithms are a tool, and a lot of people are like, I'm going to use this hammer instead of the screwdriver. It's like, no, that's not what algorithms are for.
Yeah, exactly.
The algorithm will not save you. That's not how this works.
And also understanding what the algorithm is capable of. And so when people call the algorithm sociopathic, they understand why that is. Yep. That it's not somebody saying something to sound sensational. It's that they're saying it because they programmed it to behave in a very self-serving, negative way on purpose. They knew what they were doing. So it says a lot about the people who made decisions.
And this is very important, especially with the rise of machine learning. I learned how to code to write machine learning programs just because I heard so much about them and I wanted to know how they worked. If a machine learning algorithm spits out evil, vile things, those assumptions were baked in at the beginning.
Yes.
It will not discover sexism on its own. That's not how it works. You have to feed garbage in for it to spit garbage out.
Yeah. And
when you hear that excuse of, oh, it was just machine learning, it got confused. No. And I'm looking specifically at you, Snapchat. Your filter learned to be racist because you only fed it pictures of white people. That's how it learned that.
Yeah, computers and AI don't just magically become racist. That's not a thing.
It was a faulty data set that was fed in, and you can't blame the black box. Yeah, we don't know exactly what the black box is doing, but at the same time, if bad data is coming out the one end, bad data went in on the front end. Confusing, nonsensical data could come out on the back end, but it will not discover villainy on its own.
Yeah, I feel like we're sort of like definitely in Amy's wheelhouse a little bit with her whole cyberpunk.
Definitely, yes.
Which I got into cyberpunk from DMing a cyberpunk kids game for about a year. Since, in a world where adults have cybernetic implants, children do not. And if you have it go on long enough, children become invisible in a world designed for people with cybernetic implants. And so we could have, people could play child characters and literally scurry around in cities like rats in the walls because they're not detectable at a certain point. Like if all the technology is designed around people, the implication that everyone has cybernetics, then the one group of people without them, children, young children, no less, like under middle school age, become practically invisible. So that was how I ran a game for a year about that. And it was a lot of fun, except that I could get the adults to realize they're children of like, you are like, maybe 4 feet tall. You can go through ductwork. You can just, walk in hallways and, they won't necessarily recognize you because you're little, you're short, and you can bend over.
I got into cyberpunk the same way a lot of people in my generation did. I watched The Lawnmower Man, and then was talking with somebody, and they went, "Have you read Neuromancer?"
I was doing a lot of research about cyberpunk and biohacking and all of those sort of subgenres because of a story Tom challenged me to write, which I'm still struggling with, quite frankly, about and again, I will tell you, it's a trigger warning. I'm telling you right now. What if you no longer wanted to live? And you could end that without ending your body. So that another person could be born into your body and you could even leave them things if you want. You know, like you could give them things, but you as the person who didn't want to live anymore.
That sounds
You
like
should watch. You should watch Travelers on Netflix.
I was thinking of Travelers, and I was
Yeah.
also thinking of that sounds like a black market from Altered Carbon.
Mm-hmm.
That just
Yes,
sounds like there would be a
definitely.
black market in that.
Carbon. I will tell you right now, I haven't watched it yet. It's
It's
not that I don't
good.
want to. It's just,
See,
I have to
watch
have
it for
chaperones
Poe.
with the dark stuff.
I know you, Glory. You will fall in love with Poe as much as I did. You will.
Oh, he's
just watch it for
amazing.
Poe. Poe is the living hotel at the
Okay.
heart of the
Also,
story.
Takeshi, the actor in the first season, I mean, I don't mind
Oh,
too much
oh,
either.
Oh yeah,
Let's be
And then-
honest,
The
some people
story's
just squeeze it
good,
down the eyes.
but there's bonus things in there too.
oh my goodness, he's on For All Mankind now, and I keep waiting for him to pull a sword and cut somebody's head off because he gets mad and he has the same mad face in For All Mankind that he did.
Oh no, I
Altered
need
Carbon.
to
And I
find
just
him in
keep-
something else. Yeah.
I just keep waiting for him to just like draw a sword and just cut somebody's head off. And I'm just like,
God.
nope, not that show. It's not that show. It's not gonna
Yeah.
happen. Mm-mm.
Yes. So yeah, that was like where I was like, maybe if I better understand all those subgenres. I did not realize there's so many cyberpunk subgenres now.
There's just different flavors that you can have cyberpunk, and then within that, the world can work in so many different ways with different, like, even the tech side of things can be implemented differently into how much and to what level and degree. And yeah, there's quite a lot of variation.
Yeah. So I was trying to like get a foothold on it. So I was watching a lot of dystopian cyberpunk-esque. Yes, I was revisiting Blade Runner and all of the good stuff. Of course.
Which one though? This is my problem. I hate it when people bring up Blade Runner because there's like 20 versions of this movie because
There are.
Ridley Scott needs to be stopped. I hear everybody complaining about George Lucas. George Lucas made like a few changes, whatever. I don't care. Ridley Scott has made like 20 completely different movies out of the same source material. They're not the same films. You get to the end of some, and oh, Decker's obviously in it, and one of the robots. And you get to the end of the next one. Oh, Decker's obviously not one of the robots, and you get to the end of like 3 of them, and it's like I don't know what Decker is, and you get who lives, who dies, who tells your story. Like it's very like I don't which one.
And then there's the differences between the book and the movie, and they cut out a bunch of stuff.
Oh yeah,
which is like, what? Where'd this come from?
Yeah, and I was also just fascinated by like some of the extras that Tom was able to source for me, as well as like the other things. Yeah, so I think he got the original, like the original, like it's still like it still had editing
with the voiceover. Because the voiceover
died. The voiceover one.
The voiceover goes away at like version 3, I think.
But
I think version 3 cut that out.
He got like an anniversary edition as well, and I watched that one, and it was just, well, this is wild, but okay. It was very cleaned up. They like did some CGI stuff, I think.
Somebody bought me. It was the Blade Runner Ultimate Collection, and it was special features and each independent version of the movie that's come out, and that's how I found out there's like 20 of them.
Yes, there are.
I had seen about 7 or 8 of them before.
Yeah,
but they are very different movies that exist on parallel universes to each other, even with the same actors and the same source footage. They are not the same characters from movie to movie. Like, if you want to understand how editing works, I highly recommend getting that collection.
Agreed.
Because It's all editing. Editing's the only difference between them. They did no reshoots. They just like there's one version that doesn't even have Rutger Hauer in it, and I don't know why it exists, but it does.
It does exist. I have seen that.
Like, how do you cut that entire character out? He's kind of pivotal. Anyway.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Yeah. And I have actually found, because while I was trying to write that story, I found there's some fantastic ambient music and sound of options available on YouTube for free to like watch / listen, since I put it up on the TV when I write.
Oh, I have a very large playlist.
You are very welcome to share that with me anytime. I believe we are Discord friends. So.
Yes, it's not all like free stuff, so not like for public use, but or whatever. But yeah, there's some good stuff in there.
Zara, I hate to tell you, but about 90% of the Snyder Cut was filmed after they agreed to make the Snyder Cut.
Yeah.
That movie did not exist. It did not exist in any way, shape, or form. They paid for all of the actors to come back and filmed a completely new shooting script that he wrote. That the Snyder Cut is a lie. I mean, yes, they finally let us see the Zack Snyder version of the Justice League, but that is not the version that was going to be out in theaters. It's a very different movie, and you can see this because he wrote in a lot of his personal trauma and issues over the years into the final version of it. Like, you can see all that he went through in the intervening time in it. But yeah, they did a massive reshoot for that film.
Dreams are so shattered. Oh well.
Yeah, it's the saddest thing, because a lot of people think that so this is what it would have been in the theaters, and oh no. Like, HBO knew it had to be a hit, and they gave him very specific instructions, which is why it's the only one of the Snyder movies where you see Henry Cavill actually smile as Superman, because this is the biggest complaint that they've gotten, is you created a Superman who doesn't smile. So they specifically shot various versions of each scene with Henry Cavill smiling or not smiling, so that they could have Superman actually smile in the movie.
Yeah.
No,
I came from an editing family. Our father used to edit all our movies or VHS, and it wasn't until I was in my 30s that I found out like Dirty Dancing had an entire diabetes abortion subplot.
Oh yeah.
He'd cut the whole thing out. Wow. So yeah, it was a very short movie.
I was about to say that would have to be such a.
Also,
you didn't really understand why nobody puts baby in the corner.
No, I didn't. And I just thought it was just parents are terrible.
Oh dear.
Wow.
You know, like, don't go on vacation with everyone else's parents was the message I got. And then the other one that was like a big shocker, like I literally in the middle of the night did messaging my brother and sister, is he edited out the entire romance from the movie The End of the Sixth Happiness. With what is her name? Is it Isabella No, it's not Isabella. It's her mother. Not Isabella Rossellini. It was her mother who was in the end of. You know what I'm talking about. But there is a movie. It may still be on Netflix. I'm not sure, but it is, I guess, sort of based on a true story. It's apparently loosely based. Anyway, in the movie, there's a romance. Dad cut out the entire romance. He was very smoothly edited it out. I'm like 3/4 through this movie and literally messages in both in the middle of the night. Did you know there was a romance? We watched this movie so many times as kids. Because she ends up taking in all these orphans. I can't remember which war it was. It wasn't the Color Revolution. It was something before that. But she ends up walking, I swear, 1,000 orphans across a mountain range out of China. And, so we watched it a bunch as kids. And I'm like, did you know there was a romance subplot? And both of my siblings responded when they woke up, oh my God, what? I'm like, watch Netflix, it's there. And they both watched it. I could tell when they were watching, they're like, oh, there's a romance. We thought she was like a nun without a church.
I love watching R-rated movies from the 80s because the hubby has only experienced most of them from USA and has only seen the edited versions of them.
Yeah.
And he he turns into Chris from Family Guy and just starts screaming like, oh, babies! Like he just like, because the movie's not what he expected. Like, oh, there are naughty bits all over this. Like they say curse word. Like he clutches his pearls because he has memorized. He's watched these movies so much.
Yes.
He knows every word, and the words are different. The words are very different.
Oh, there was one. What, Tom? Do you remember the movie? It was the ones with the aliens and Joaquin Phoenix is in it.
Oh,
Signs.
No.
The Shyamalan movie.
The Shyamalan?
Joaquin.
Oh,
Phoenix
Signs.
As a child, like
Oh, as a child.
I think is it as a child. They're all children. They're like
as a
actual
child.
real children. And then there's a like aliens like in rubber suits show up, or they're taken up to their ship. What Explorers, right? Is that it?
Yeah. The Explorers.
Dad added to that
That's
movie.
it.
We didn't know there was this whole thing with this guy pursuing the security guard or whatever, pursuing the boys through half the movie. And I'm like watching it again. Yeah, it was streaming, and I'm watching it, and I'm like, did you know? And we're Tom and I both look at each other like, wait, what? Oh, this makes so much more sense. But like also like I kind of saw Dad's point of view of this just drags the movie and kills flow, and I'm like, he's not wrong. But yeah, Dad had entirely edited it out.
Yes, I should go.
Yes.
I've lingered far too long, probably. But Cyberpunk, I mean, I can't like walk away from that.
True.
You got me. You caught me. Yeah, I'm writing Cyberpunk. I'm Amy. You can find me on all of the links in the description. I am currently trying to get a schedule going where I am playing Let's Plays on my Twitch, and I may or may not do some writing sprints. We'll see how it goes. Check out my website. I've got a little bit on what I'm currently writing, and I will update it when more stuff comes around.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us for very long. This is like forever.
Yes.
Yeah, we've given the next stream a run for their money, that's for sure.
I hope you've had a lovely time. And
I have.
Wonderful that you signed up for it.
No, I enjoyed it, definitely, and it was lovely meeting you all.
Yes.
I had a good time.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
And then there were 4. This does feel like an odd murder mystery where people keep getting added in randomly.
I feel like this is a very interesting. What is it? What is it called in murder mysteries? The room murder or something?
Yeah. Except for you never know, is the new character that got added, are they secretly the murderer and we're finally meeting them? Or is it one of those who have been here the whole time?
Spoiler, everyone's dead.
And have been all along.
The whole time.
The whole time.
It's just the last thoughts of a dying body. Yes.
It was a dream of a boy in a coma in a New York hospital.
Yes.
Just like every sitcom from the 80s.
Yes.
I feel like I should turn a light on now.
I thought you were just enjoying the aesthetic. I thought
the sun has set.
I'm just running this
after 9.
You know. Hence why like I made your second digital badge, more like the Toxic Avenger sort of feel.
Toxie.
Yes.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hi, Steph. I mean, look, y'all, I've got links. I've got StreamYard links for anybody who wants a StreamYard link. I'm just throwing that out there. World Wide Writeathon has limited me to 6 people, including myself, but we have space. So.
Plus, if a more interesting person wants on, I can always run away.
Yeah, no.
No.
Not that kind of elimination situation.
I turn on a light.
So.
Yes, these are all everybody just showing up. But it's people who wander through. Steph, would you like a link? I'm just saying. I'm asking.
I love Paulette Perry. Is that her name? Is that her last name? The one who plays Abby.
Oh, I love her. Yes.
She has in New York City. She has a restaurant where they sell like pastries and stuff, and I think they have some allergy sensitivities that they focus on with their food. But yeah, Polly Perrette. She's fantastic. I'm
Yep.
in love with her.
You only get to leave if you have a good excuse. These are the rules. I did not make the. No, I did make them, obviously.
My favorite favorite show thing that anybody's ever done is Alison Scagliotti who played Claudia on Warehouse 13 and a lot of characters on a lot of other things, but I loved Claudia so much. Like, that character will forever be burned in my mind. She does French folk music now that's very gothic and all about death. And it's amazing. It's all in French, so I need to translate the lyrics. But it's all about singing sweet, sweet, like French lounge songs about death, dying, and being killed by the one that you love. And it's so oddly on brand for her.
I was told by a library intern that I remind them of a character. I thought it was NCIS, but I don't remember actually. The character was a woman. She made her own paper, and she was quirky and cool. And I mean, like, yeah, I was like, I have made my own paper. She's like, did you put your resume on it? All right, maybe I did, but anyway, I didn't get that job either. So F them.
Did you? I don't know if you guys were. I know I told someone, but I was filling out an application for a job, and they had an assessment, and they assessed how well I could multitask. I'm like, this is just bizarre and kind of like cringy.
I would agree.
Like, maybe I don't think I want to work for you guys if you guys are trying to see how well I can. I mean, not that multitasking is bad, but just the way.
Just like when you prioritize it like that is.
They also had a personality test that they had you take, and it was like you could obviously tell that they wanted you to work until your fingers bled and your eyeballs fell out of your head.
Okay, so I once got a job working at a men's fashion store that required you to take both a personality test that they told you will be graded on, and there are certain personality types we will not hire, and then they made you take a lie detector test where they asked a lot of, I'm pretty sure, inappropriate questions, but my lawyer did not agree, to sell people jackets and suits.
Wow.
Like, this level of security is not required for this. I mean, yes, I will have to take somebody's inside legs, but I don't really think my recreational plans have much to do with this.
Yeah, I would agree. At the video store, because of an incident, we've made up a new thing. Like, you could turn in a resume, but you still had to fill out your application. And it was a one-page. It was not a complicated application. But you had to fill out the application form there. You were not allowed to leave our building.
Oh, wow.
Because at one point, I ended up hiring somebody who wasn't even functionally illiterate. They were entirely illiterate. Oh. And I'm like, you can't work at a video store and not be able to read the titles or, like, the computer.
Mm-hmm.
It just will not work out. And they're like, that's discrimination. I'm like, no. And also, can I give you some resources? You need to learn how to read. I was literally going to school in the education program as a reading specialist at that point. I was like, can I give you some resources? Please, please, please. And they were like, okay, I guess so. But, like, they had even had someone else fill out their W-2. Because they were like, can I take this home? And I'm like, sure, since, it has to do with deductions and stuff. And I'm like, maybe they need to go talk to their husband, which is what they said. And I was like, sure, why would I question it? She did not last a day because she was totally illiterate. And I'm like, do you have like a learning problem? Like a reading? I have dyslexia. I understand. She's like, no, I just, I never learned to read. And I'm like, but you listed that you have a high school diploma. there was so much to unpack on this one.
Oh, I can imagine.
Wow.
I'm just going to say, there is a different kind of discrimination for pretty people, and I used to wonder if it was a little bit, but it is real. And being white, blonde, female in a rural town will get you far in a way that it's not helpful.
There's a wonderful episode of 30 Rock dedicated to just that topic. I'm just saying.
Yes.
It's just,
So, yeah, like that was where the new rule came up. You can turn in a resume, but we're going to need you to stand here with the clipboard and just fill out the form so that essentially the clerk could literally sign below their initials so I knew who had witnessed them. Of like, if I turned out to accidentally hire another illiterate person, I want to talk to you.
Yeah, we had a really hard time finding people that would actually show up for work. Like, we would hire them, and then, like, I guess they thought schedules were optional. I don't understand. So we just added one extra step to the hiring process, that the first interview is done on phone. We tell you what time we're going to call you. And if you can't be there for the phone, and it's worked. It's this weird thing that it worked. If you can't schedule your time to be there at the time that we said that we were going to call you, and we're not like mean about it. Like, we ask what's a good time to call you, right? Like, but if you can't actually be there for a phone call, you're not going to show up for work.
Mm-hmm.
You're just not. It's a simple one little step that we added in, but I can't imagine going through all of the steps. Like, they would come in for training, they would learn stuff, and then like they would get their work schedule and show up like 2 hours late, like it was a suggestion, and not understand why you were upset.
Yeah, it was an interesting situation, hiring and firing in the early 2000s for me. Yeah, it was an odd situation. When I worked at the library, they set up, because they were dealing with having a whole string of people they'd hired over in various branches, didn't know how to use a mouse. So they put the job application online, thinking that would weed them out. And I'm like, they will literally get someone else to fill it out. I know this. And I had hired and fired more than 50 people in my career before that. And they still never involved me with hiring people in all the years I worked in the library system. As I reminded them every year when they would go through a spat of hiring, I've hired and fired a lot of people over the year. Not like I've hired and fired the same people, but just there are situations that come up. I've also fired people at other people's companies because they, I'm just gonna say it, we're too chicken shit to fire their own employees. And I'm like, I think people deserve to be fired humanely rather than to be ghosted. Like,
the first 5 years we ran the restaurant, I had to fire everybody who needed to be fired because I love my husband, but like, he would get all emotional about it, and I'm just like, no, this is easy. And then I'd have a talk with the person, and they'd be like, you're right, this isn't a good fit for me. And like, we'd leave amicably, and he's like, how did you do this? I was like, I explained how they would be better off somewhere else. They understood, and it's over now. What? It's like, what? It's like, it's how you do a proper breakup. Like, look, you don't fit this place. You don't like the culture. Like, we have a very specific culture. You don't fit in here. You don't like it. You're not enjoying yourself. So-and-so down the street is hiring. Like, just.
So have you ever gone on like more than one date with one person? Because I didn't know how to say no. And to get out, I'm just like, I'm moving to a different state for college. Bye! So I've never ever had the conversation before.
The first person I ever broke up with, I didn't realize we were dating, and it was a very traumatic experience for both of us.
I've had plenty of people I didn't realize I was dating, and then several of them have broken up with me, and I'm like, I don't understand what you're doing, but okay, you're not available for the next 3 months to see me. Okay. And then they get mad at me for not being sad.
Right? I had the world's sweetest Marine break up with me when they instituted Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
Right.
And I'm just like, we're dating? Like, I was shocked that he thought we were dating. And I then had to comfort him for like the next like 2 hours because he was very upset because apparently we had this amazing relationship that I was like, you're the dude that just went along with me and Jenny when we went out into the country, and you know, you get bored, things happen.
I mean, you could look at them as dates. I mean, just they weren't romantic or sexual like that.
Like,
yeah.
You're nice. I didn't know we were dating.
Tom will cackle anytime this subject comes up when he's in the room because I'm kind of famous in my family for dating people and not knowing I was dating them. Yeah, like my family is like, oh God, Glory, are you friends or are you friends and you don't know it? And like, so hence I have to sometimes have conversations with people of like, I like you a lot. I think that you are a really great friend, but I want to make it abundantly clear. It's just a friendship. I'm not trying to romantically involve you beyond friendship.
When I came
out, every time they go, oh no, me either, and then they still did. Like, so it turns out.
When I came out in high school, I had a lot of people ask me questions about my exes, and that's when I realized apparently I had dated a lot of women that I thought we were just friends hanging out because I didn't know we were dating. Apparently they told everybody that I was the boyfriend. I didn't know. I was not a part of this. We did not collude on this story. I don't know where this came from. It's like, but you've dated so many girls. I'm like
you didn't have a conversation where we go, where are we with this relationship?
Yeah.
Can I call you boyfriend and you call me girlfriend? And you never had that conversation. I've never had this conversation either with anyone other than the person I ended up marrying. And I was like, after 3 weeks of dating, I was like, everybody at work wants to know if you're my boyfriend. And he was like, okay, yep, I'd say we are, right? And I'm like, I guess, if you want to put labels on things. And he's like, yeah, that's fine. And that was literally the only conversation I've had in 40 plus years with anyone. Because I normally don't call people boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever partner.
I've always had every relationship. I've always had that conversations like, so what's going on here?
Yeah, I just don't. I'm like, because like, it's not, to me, it's not a relationship like there has to be a future path. Like eventually we'll buy a house together. And if we don't have to buy a house together, who cares what this relationship is, right? I only care from a corporate point of view. I need to know what is who are you on as signatory? Are you one of the signatories or not?
Two of them, yes. Two of them who oddly enough had rhyming names. Because there was a Patrina and a Katrina. And they apparently overlapped in time that we were supposed to I was like, apparently a lot of the straight men had a lot of respect for me because I had was able to manage multiple relationships at once. I had no idea. We literally would go out for brunch and buy shoes with each other. I thought it was clear.
I had one. I didn't know she was my girlfriend, but now looking back, I'm like, oh yeah, in middle school. And she was the one who would get me to host sleepovers at my house in my room for us to practice kissing girls. So she was quite possessive of me, except at these things. And I thought it was like a friendship possessiveness that I needed to just sort of deal with. Of like, look, I'm going to be friends with people. It doesn't mean that I don't care about you. It just means I have enough, I want to be friends with lots of people. And she was like, I guess I could be okay with it. I did not. I was middle school. Anyway, but then she picked up a regular friend that she introduced, I hope you're okay with it. but we're also friends. And I'm like, yeah, I'm totally fine with you being friends with everyone. So then she kept bringing this girl, I mean, we're all in middle school, to the same slumber parties. And they would tend to like claim the one closet. Because remember, I had 2 closets at this point for everyone to practice kissing. And we would all be on a rotation schedule for practice purposes.
I feel like I've been to this party.
Yes. And, you know, so at a certain point, that friend was like, hey, can I call you my friend? And I'm like, of course, you come to my house like once a month for sleepovers. I thought we were friends. Are we not? And they're like, okay, just want to check. I did not understand code at the time.
Right?
Right? But then, yeah. So, and then when that second one moved away, there was like this whole tearful thing, and I had to come over for a sleepover that I was forced to attend, where there was so much crying about this is the end of our friendship. And I'm like, we can still write. And you can call on the phone. My mom has MCI. You know, it's okay. You can call me at 8 p.m. and I can call you. Like, I was like, why are we crying so much? But okay.
I didn't understand what was going on until I saw Clueless, and I was just like, oh, I was in that kind of a relationship. Like, they just didn't understand. Oh.
Yes.
Schedules are important.
Yeah, so everybody gets chance to practice with
Practice
a variety of people. And, you know, yeah, like, I just was like, well, if this is what everybody does, okay. I mean, I wanted to be, you know, so here's what you need to know about me. You know, the motivation is this. The thing that breaks me, this is the actual thing. I've told y'all before, hell for me is committee meetings. But what the thing that breaks me is eating alone in public places at meals.
Right.
Like, I will be a wreck. I will be a wreck if I have to like eat lunch by myself in a crowd. It is the worst thing. And so I was willing to go along with all this. It's not like I minded kissing with people, but I was willing to go along with all this for literally years because that way I was always assured I would have people to sit at lunch. And I have to be honest, I've never grown out of this. I don't know what it is about it, but sitting trying to eat, which already feels vulnerable, in a crowded public place where everybody's talking and there's like a cacophony, and sitting there alone without someone to talk to is like the most isolating, horrible thing for me. And it does terrible things to my brain. I get in a real bad space, and I don't know why it's so triggering for me, but it is terrible. And I will sit with anyone to not have to sit alone. Technically, they don't have to talk to me. Obviously, as you can figure out, I could have a conversation by myself. But I prefer to have conversations with people, but I cannot handle sitting alone. So if it was like, fine, once a month I have to host a sleepover and rotate, the first one, the girlfriend, there weren't that many it was a common name, but there's not that many people back in Oxford, Mississippi in the very early 90s who had this name. So I don't want to say it because she came from a very rural Southern family. And I mean, I don't want it. It would be not cool. So I'm not going to say it, but she was a very organized person. And I always liked that about her. And so she would have a rotation schedule for everybody to get to kiss up to 3 other girls that they wanted to kiss that night, and they could practice and give each other pointers and feedback and tips. And this is how it went. And so, yeah, I was totally willing to go along with it. Not like I was sad about kissing girls or meeting new girls to kiss and also watch movies with, because we would also watch movies. And we would drink root beer, and we would have root beer floats and everything, and it was fun. Root beer. It was like, and you know, there would be pizza. Oh, and sometimes the parents would actually, because they knew my family was poor, so they would go ahead and like order the pizza ahead at like Domino's or Pizza Hut and have it delivered at a certain time for us, so we would have pizza that night. So it was like all I had to do was literally host a spot. My parents did not care. So yeah, it worked out. And the only one who knew what we were up to was Tom, who shared a wall because our bedrooms, you know, shared a wall. So he was the only one who could hear the giggles and the other stuff. There may or may not have been a hole in one of the closets, like a tiny hole, which was already there, by the way. Neither of us did that, but he was like, I'm going to show you. Look, I can see it over here. closets, and I'm like, well, I'm never kissing in that closet. And he was like, that was why I wanted to tell you, so that you knew not to, or at least knock on it, so I know not to look. And I was like, okay. Keep in mind, I was like, this started when I was 11.
Tom says hush.
Y'all, I was 11, so 8, 9. Yeah, 8. Tom was 8. Okay, so like in fairness, he was a genuine child. And then went on when I was 12 too. And again, he was 9. You are not a messed up. Being a cubed demi is not a deviant. You're just a unicorn. I collect those, so it totally works out. But yeah, that was like how it went. It was, but and I even tried to tell my mom about it. She's like, oh honey, everyone does that at sleepovers. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh.
Okay.
She's like, but don't talk about it with other people because people get funny about it. And I'm like, okay. So what happens in the sleepover stays in the sleepover. She's like, exactly. You just talk about it with the other girls there. Like,
I came out to my mom in the worst possible way. We were having an argument on the phone and she was 1,000 miles away. So in some ways it was the best possible way, but also the worst possible way. And like, she just came out with the question, like, are you gay? I was like, yes, mother, I am. And then the greatest thing in the history of great things happened. She then recited the names of all of my boyfriends in reverse chronological order, asking me for each one. To which I just said,
my father did that when okay, so when I came back to America from the Philippines and I was having problems with the roommates who anyway, Dad was like, hold up. And in reverse chronological started listing everyone who'd ever been at a sleepover at my house or I'd gone to a sleepover at their house. And I'm like, yeah, because like also like some of us would exchange. I don't know. Some of you are young, but I'm going to tell you there was a series that used to show on Cinemax, or as we called it back in the day, Skinemax. The Emmanuel series.
Oh yeah.
Emmanuel in Hong Kong, Emmanuel in Bangkok. Emmanuel would go places, y'all. I don't know what to tell you. And the original movie I think was just called Emmanuel.
She would go places and meet men. So, like that's the point of the movie.
Sometimes women. She met a lot of people. Sometimes
she met a lot of people.
She met some people that I swear I think would eventually be considered non-binary now, actually, because I've caught a couple of them. That Emmanuel in Hong Kong, though, from a cinematography point of view, is gorgeous.
Some of them, yeah.
To be honest, like they were shot so. Like the caliber, even some of the caliber of the cameras, because I've since looked it up and they've talked about the caliber of cameras that they're using to shoot that were amazing. But anyway, so like yes?
I need to go put the pizza in the oven and eat so I can play golf with my siblings.
Okay.
Oh.
Have fun.
Have the fun.
Love you all.
Love you.
Yes, love you too.
Bang. And then.
Would you like to do an outro? Oh, okay.
I was just quiet. I didn't expect it. I played off the whole murder mystery thing.
Yeah. Bye.
That's perfect.
Go to Laura's channel. Laura is amazing. Laura writes all the wonderful things and makes amazing timers.
Yeah, Laura has the stuff down below. Let's see. I don't know. Do I have a banner for her? Yes, I do. Haha, there's one. There's Laura's website or YouTube. And here's Laura's like socials. Yay! Definitely check her out.
Amazing.
Yes, thank you. I'm Laura Nettles. Subscribe, y'all.
Stephanie wants to jump on.
Oh, okay. Yes. Let me get the links and do the pluggy plugs.
I will say, just as part of like while we're still plugging things, starting next week on my Twitch channel, we're probably going to be doing some Let's Watches because I found out Galaxy Quest is on Prime Viewing and is available to actually watch and do the watch party group thing.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
so,
I noticed after I had said like they only had 200 things that they've really expanded out what they have.
And they also have a bunch of Bollywood movies. So if anybody would like, we can go through the whole Doom franchise because they are the greatest movies that have ever graded in the history of greatness because, oh my goodness, he literally everything blows up. Like, if you want to see like super over the top action movies with great dancing, super hot people of every gender, and the most clueless man who somehow always gets the girl. They're so good. Like, literally everything blows up. The boats blow up. The water blows up. The docks blow up. There's, I think, a tiger at one point that blows up. Like, everything explodes.
Very interested. I will say, I'm very interested.
And the music is really good.
Like, yeah, because like I definitely don't get to watch as much Bollywood as I would like.
They have all three of them. I looked. They have all three of them on Prime right now, and I'm just like, nice. We might have to have some Bollywood viewing parties on here.
Yes, it sounds like. Yeah, I was showing Tom all the things that we could do watch parties for, and I'm like,
They have job.
And I was like, we could do it over the summer, or like how people used to do drive-ins in the summer. We could do something. Be fun.
They have job we met, y'all. They have job we met. Like, if you like romance stories, like if you have a heart and like want to like ship a couple that deserves to be together, this is like the greatest love story that has ever been told. Like, oh my goodness, it is so cute. And the dancing, because it's Bollywood. The dancing. Like, yeah, I was very excited to see the collection that they have. Plus, I believe Pose is actually on there right now. Which means, girl, if you want to watch some, like, that was theoretically what I was going to be doing today. And then I was just like, I'm just going to watch Glory instead.
Yes, well, you know, I have this tendency. It's true.
Just
you have this magnetic personality.
Aw, thank you.
That we're all just drawn to.
You just need to be happy that I'm not in that, like, I need to be making all the fan art thing today, or so help me. You've said a few things today that needed fan arting. I'm just saying.
I wouldn't be sad because, you know, I always like love art that people give me. Like, I hold on to them forever. Like, those are the things I treasure. Like, quite honestly, I love it when people give me some art that either they just wanted like as a gift or that I inspired, and I'm like, the thing. So, yeah,
I'm still working on my masterpiece. It's called Fluffy Crochet Hookers.
I love it.
I will say it is hand drawn, which is why it is taking forever.
Yes, understandably. Yes.
Nice.
Yes. But yeah, I was like, look at all the cool stuff. Like, there's like pretty much everything that is actually Prime is available for watch party.
You have to have Prime to watch.
Yeah, everyone. Yeah, everyone has to have it. I think you can still, you can hear the weird monologue without it. Like, if you go there and you don't have Prime, you will not see the movie, but you will still see the streamer.
Yeah. So you'll hear all their comments.
So you will get a lot of very out of context commentary. For what is going on.
I'm gonna have to watch it just to see what it's like.
And
like, like you'll get essentially a commentary track is what you'll get.
And they don't sync it back up if anybody watches the VOD of it. So all you get with the recording is just the disembodied commentary.
Yeah, I think
with no
if I were to do it, I would definitely like, okay, we're about to press play. Is everybody ready? We're going to do it together. You know, and then 3, 2, play, so that everybody can, because like I remember, this is how old again I am. I'm so sorry, this has become like a vintage show. But when I was young, it used to be, yes, back in the day, we would put on like, say, Wizard of Oz and play Pink Floyd's, what was it? Was it The Wall?
The Wall.
Yeah. And there was like a specific moment you had to start The Wall. And it was not like at the start of The Lion. You know, of like the, what is it, MGM Lion?
Yeah, the MGM Lion.
It was like 18 seconds into, you know, so like you had to like, so essentially you needed 2 people. This was before remotes were really available. So like you've got the VHS, but there's a pause on that. Like when you press the button, the VHS would not immediately start because mechanical things had to engage. Mm-hmm. And then you got someone else on the opposite side of the room, probably over at the stereo going, is it ready? Do I press it right now? Wait, not yet. 1, 2, you go first, Top. Now, you know, and like people would practice this.
That's right. Dark Side of the Moon, and it was the second Lion Roar. Laura knows all. Laura, why did you abandon us for pizza and mini golf?
She needed food. And play golf with her siblings.
I know, but
you know, the first people. But yeah, thank you. It was like there was a couple things. I thought there was something for the wall though that you watched. I can't remember.
There were a couple things.
Wasn't there like?
Because I can't remember if it was the Rainbow Bright movie or if it was the or if it's the Care Bear movie, but one of those syncs up to the wall.
I want to say it's the Care Bear movie.
I can't remember which one it is. It's creepy. It's terrifying.
Tom still won't watch the Care Bear movie because it's so scary to him, and I'm like, I like
Care Bear movie is messed up.
I like it.
It takes a special kind of like cocaine acid fueled trip to turn fluffy bears into that movie.
I like with the evil magician and everything. I like the whole thing. You know what else Tom won't watch? Because I'm telling, because that's what siblings do. Is also, what is it? The Unico movie with the tiny little unicorn thing.
I'm unfamiliar.
I am unfamiliar. It is not clicking.
Hold on.
My brain.
The Fantastic Adventures of Unico. That's right. Okay. Let me find you all. Okay. All right. Let me share screen. And I will show you at least a Google search because I'm sure when you see the pictures, you'll be like, oh, yeah, I remember Unicorn. There, the Unico.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes, of course you remember it. I know you all. Yeah, surely you have not made it through life unscathed. Surely you have been traumatized by this really weird.
That is not as traumatizing as.
Look at him,
Hi, Sarah.
Look at him in his majesty. He's so gorgeous.
What was it? The little toaster, the happiest little toaster, that stupid toaster movie with the evil vacuum.
That toaster movie.
Movie gave me nightmares.
Good night, Sarah.
But it's so cute.
That furnace still haunts me in my dreams.
Muted, sweetie. Do you know you're muted?
Yeah. Husband came in and was talking while he was getting his charger from my room. So it wasn't my kids this time, so that's good. So so
I think the guy who gives them Tom nightmares. Anyway.
So I'm testing this, like where we move closer to town, we move RV spots again. When we move closer to town. So I'm testing to see if maybe closer to town means that I can actually participate in a live stream some kind. Because on your 10-year anniversary, Megan, all you guys were like sounding like Charlie Brown the whole time, and then my computer kicked me off. So then I went on my phone, and then after 20 minutes, my phone overheated. So we're just giving this a test run here. So if I disappear, I didn't die. I promise.
Yeah, because I'm expecting you on Monday's show.
I will say Megan's 10-year stream is worth the rewatch. Like a lot of very good things and a lot of very entertaining things were said and done on that. That stream is definitely worth a rewatch.
It was a great stream.
It was.
I really enjoyed it.
And in the next, is it next week? I'm terrible with dates, I think. Anyway, June 8th, I've got my 1 year on Author 2 stream coming up. So yeah, that's next week.
That's so exciting.
And there will be nothing special because I have no imagination. So
that's a Tuesday, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing 3 streams that week. On YouTube, I'm gonna do the one on Tuesday, then the regular Wednesday and Friday.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I did not realize that I did not schedule. I thought you were doing something later this month, so I'll be on Zara's on Tuesday at 6 p.m. Yeah.
The one in July.
7 p.m. Eastern.
I really need to talk to some people for the one in July because there are some people that I would really like to be on that were really helpful when I first started on AuthorTube that I have not streamed with in a while because it's basically a month apart because it's July 9th, I believe, is my 1 year streaming anniversary. And that's on a Wednesday. So I'm going to try to get a bunch of people for that one too because I'm in some ways more excited about that one because that's when I knew that I wasn't leaving.
Yes.
Actually, that one is when I knew I wasn't leaving because after some of my earlier experiences with streaming, I was like, the hell with this place. And then this wonderful person popped into my DMs and was like, I'll stream with you.
Oh, you're
I
blaming
was like-
Megan. Like
I
I was
was
wondering who you're talking to.
Yeah, it's all Megan's fault. My entire YouTube career is Megan's fault. I was ready to pack it up and go home.
I was just dying. I
And-
wanted so bad
then-
to join a stream. I was
And
so
then Megan
excited.
happened.
And I couldn't find a stream to join, so I started my channel. And then, like, did it once and was like, no, I cannot do this alone. And pretty much socially pressured Tom into streaming with me. And I got him to make a 3-show commitment, which is why it's on Mondays. Because at the time, food delivery was dead on Mondays. Nobody ordered. So that was always the day he'd take off to just rest. So that was the day why we do it on Mondays, is because of that. I started the channel July 6th of last year, but I was just playing to celebrate the streaming when we first streamed. That terrible episode of the two of us melting down and panicking constantly for several hours, where Abigail comes in as the savior and it's okay, we'll keep trying. She was very nice. R.I.P. her laptop. So
Is that one still available to watch, Glory?
it is. I regret leaving it up, but we still do in the name of science.
Oh, come on. Your first stream cannot be worse than mine because I had no idea that I was live on the internet.
Well, why don't you watch it and you let me know? Watching,
No.
I watched-
What you
I
need
watched
to
that
do
one at
is
Charlie's.
find a third party to compare both of them.
There's the watch party. Yeah.
Whose debut was worse today? We need somebody who can really pull off a full Attenborough
Yes.
to narrate that.
If only Ewan McGregor was available.
If only. I mean, can I just say I'm so excited for the new Obi-Wan series for so many reasons, and Young Adam may be one of them. It's a trashy, terrible movie, but hi Ewan.
Before I forget, Laura, we were not looking at Brave Little Toaster. We were talking about one of Tom's most traumatic movies, Unico. The little unicorn that could. Or it's a weird anime, y'all. It's weird.
And I mentioned The Brave Little Toaster, which is one of my most traumatic movies, because I still have nightmares about that furnace. I still, to this day, I'm 44 years old.
Watch the Care Bear movie with me. I'm like, I promise I won't let them come and take you away. Does that not help? And he's like, no, I'm not watching it. So, the baggage that we earn ourselves is our most earnest baggage.
I can't think of a childhood movie that traumatized me. Not really. I remember watching a bunch, but I can see why the furnace would be scary, Charlie.
Oh, yeah.
You also have to add to this that I was the world's most sheltered child because all of my siblings grew up to be Hellions, and my mother was bound and determined that I was going to be the normal one.
Pipe dream.
She failed.
And I'm surprised that I didn't watch more scarier movies, because when I was a year and a half, my mom read to me the first chapter in the book It by Stephen King in a nice, pleasing tone, because she didn't think it mattered as long as you read whatever to your child in a nice, pleasing tone.
That was the belief back then. Yes, they actually go over that in 3 Men and a Baby.
Okay, well, I am now just 3 years, within the last 3 years, being around circus or clowns of any kind. Terrified. I was
my grandmother's house.
Yeah. So,
when I was a kid, let's see, I think I was 8. I was supposed to go to this person's house for a sleepover. And back then, sleepovers were that was the, best social event you could get invited to most weeks. So, you did a lot for it. So I go to this person's house with my bag, and because they said show up after dinner. I mean, already, I'm just saying, not the most quality people. I'm just saying. Because when they don't want to feed you.
Yeah, that's not a good sign.
At least in the South, it's considered a.
Oh, that's a sin. That is a mortal sin.
So, but I showed up, due diligent. My father dropped me off at, I think it was 7:30, 8 o'clock. And I walk in and, they're all watching movie. They didn't wait for me. Okay, whatever. And I sit down, and I've never seen it. Now, my parents were already renting the VCR and the VHS from the pawn shop. Back then, you could only rent movies from pawn shops, as well as the VCR.
I remember that.
Yeah, because VCRs were several $100s, and that's like in mid '80s money. This was So, and the VHS were no cheaper. I mean, VHS back then were $150 each. Yeah, in mid to late '80s money. So anyway, I sit down, and it's just kind of like a night scene. There's music, but it's a little bit odd, y'all. She gets in the bathtub. She falls asleep. The claw comes out.
Oh.
It was Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh.
And I knew it. I knew, because I was like, what movie is there? Like, just be quiet. You'll see. And I literally, my little duffel bag was still by the front door. I just grabbed it and started walking home. Like, I knew I wasn't allowed, but I also did not want to watch it. And they ran me down the street, and I'm like, no, I'm not allowed to watch it. They're like, well, stop. And I walk back, and they're like, you can go in another room. I could hear the whole movie. I could hear the screaming. I walked home at 9 o'clock at night in the dark, because it was only a couple blocks away. And they're like, what happened? And I'm like, they were watching bad movies. I mean, my parents immediately called. What do you mean you're watching bad? Oh, they're watching Nightmare on Elm Street. They're like, we don't want Glory to see that. She has an imagination. But let me tell you, they could not get me in a bathtub pretty much ever again. I would take a shower, but I refused to take. I used to love bubble bath. I have not had a bubble bath since then. It's been 30 plus years.
See, those kinds of movies never affected me like that. Like, you could have all the blood and gore, and I was just like, yes, because, broken on the inside. But it was the more innocuous films that always got me. I think that's why, like the flying monkeys from The Wizard of Oz creeped me out to no end. Though I did find the Winkies oddly interesting, which just says so much about my entire life.
Yes, we all have the things that were just a little too much at a certain age. We're just not ready to handle it.
I think for me, I never was. My parents were very protective. So, for TV shows and stuff, I never watched anything that really scared me. But when it came to books, I was always reading above my grade level, and I would read too quickly. My parents couldn't keep up with what I was reading. So I read a lot of inappropriate stuff for the age that I was. Like in the second grade, I read Sherlock Holmes, The Case of the Speckled Band, and I've been terrified of snakes ever since. And I slept under the vent in a bunk bed. And so it was right next to the vent, and I couldn't sleep for a year after that. It was too scary. So it was always books for me. It was never movies or TV shows.
My glorious sister understood exactly what kind of a broken soul I was. So at the age of 6, she was sending me all of the Edgar Allan Poe, and here, this is what you want. Trust me, I understand. I was reading Dracula in first grade and going yes, give me more. Here's some Mary Shelley. I love this. I read, I think, all the classic horror books because she felt like they wouldn't have anything too dirty in them. Because my mother didn't care about anything except for you could not expose the child to anything with cursing or sex. So as long as it was a classic book, my sister had this I guess it won't have that in there. Have you read Dracula? Have you read Dracula? Anyway.
Yes, I have. It was required reading in 6th grade.
Have you read Carmilla? I mean, lesbians are a thing. But
yeah.
Because they were classics, she just assumed, people were more prudish back then. These are going to be safe. And because they were classics, my mother never questioned them like she would any modern media that I might be interested in. So, I was Melmoth the Wanderer, all of those great horror novels.
I really did like The Raven quite a bit, as well as The Telltale Heart growing up. But then again, I also like Shel Silverstein. And if you've ever reread Shel Silverstein poems as an adult, I am amazed what was approved of. Like, oh, this is fine. Children being eaten by snakes. This is a fine poem for children. It's great.
I'm just saying, I read way too much Michael Moorcock when I was a kid. Like, I read all the Elric books that were out. Like, just, yeah, no, that should not have been allowed. But, they weren't what caused the damage.
I mean, like, I don't know. At a certain point, though, as, like, in middle school, I did go through a phase of, if there was a ghost in a novel, a YA novel, I was going to read it. And inevitably, it was always a romance. Why? Why are you romancing dead people? That seems odd to choice.
Necrophilia is a thing.
Well, I mean, but it's a ghost. It's just a spirit part. But, like, there were so many, and I was fascinated by all of them. It was and they're all dead children. They're all dead teens. Oh, there was this one where it was like a dead greaser, one of those teddy boys. And he crashed the Cadillac or something. I don't remember what happened. But, he was dead. And so his ghost keeps walking the, rural road in the middle of the night all the time. And she's biking. And then she starts a conversation with this kid she doesn't realize is dead. Eventually we, unwrap this mystery as he starts remembering he's dead and why he can't take her to the prom. And, it's all just tragedy and weirdness. But, like, this was like a subgenre in the 80s and 90s. Mm-hmm.
I think I was probably 12 or 13 when I got my first Lavender Press book because somebody, I think a friend of mine literally stole it because they were like for adults only, but they thought that I would like it and they wanted to get me a gift. Like, I don't know how they got their hands on it. It's basically the story I'm saying, because they were the same age that I was. And I know that you got carded to buy those books, so I don't know how they got it because they looked younger than I did, but somehow they got their hands on one. And oh my goodness, like, if you're not familiar, the Lavender Press books were books from the 1950s or 60s that were the secret gay books. And they always had generally something lavender or a picture of the lavender plant on the cover. That's how you knew that they were queer books on the inside.
Interesting.
And yeah, I really should not have been reading those books that young, but I have no idea how he got his hands on them. I have no idea. To this day, I've wondered, but have never gotten a proper answer. But we had a used bookstore that had like all of them, like 5 cases, like 5 full stack shelf units of just books from back when. I read a lot of really trashy 50s romances with men's being happy with men's. Oh, is that why you're so excited?
Oh, look who's home.
What?
I think Brian's home.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was trying to pull up. Open Library has a couple examples. I'm trying to see if I can get it bigger. Yeah. Here is one. Let's see. Secret Matter.
Mm-hmm.
Winner of Lambda Literary Award for Gay Men's Science Fiction and Best-Selling Novel, Secret Matter returns to print in a revised edition for the 21st century. Kevin Anderson is moving along through his life, finishing up college and getting ready to leave New York for an internship rebuilding San Francisco after an immense earthquake. Then the visitors arrive. A race of human-like aliens touch down in several cities around the globe, including San Francisco, and nothing will ever be the same. When Kevin's company is given a contract to build a facility for the visitors, he forms a friendship with Belle, one of their number. But is Belle so alien after all? They seem so human, albeit much larger. but they possess some odd characteristics and seem to be hiding something. What secrets do they carry, and where exactly are they from? Before Kevin can get to the bottom of his questions, political disasters and miscommunications occur, and the visitors are expelled. Bell and his emissaries are very clear that certain actions on the part of the U.S. will have grave consequences upon his people and their world, but no one listens except Kevin, who has fallen in love with Bell. Now the young man is on a mission to unravel the visitors' secrets in order to prevent the death and destruction of visitors and millions of Americans.
Ooh.
They're very interesting books. And I love that the lavender has been preserved on the cover.
Yep. They don't have all the covers, obviously.
But yeah, it was a very prominent subgenre. And as somebody who started realizing a lot of things about themselves in the late 80s and did not come out until the late 90s, yeah, everything was very
It's not weird, but it's weird how, you know, it used to be kept so secret and underground, and now today we're able to talk about it like it's nothing.
And in such a short period of time.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing that's really hard for a lot of people to grasp. Like, just my generation, like I've got friends who were in New York when Stonewall happened. I have one friend that was actually at the riots. And like just their generation compared to mine, compared to the younger generation that I talk to now, it's a very different world. Like, the world has changed a lot, and hasn't really changed a lot. Because I just like, never feel comfortable, never feel safe. Things can change on a dime, and we've seen that happen in the past. But I'm very happy that I love that you, like, I got into an argument with somebody about this the other day who was like, it's Pride Month. It's that time for corporations to slap stickers on things and not mean anything. I was like, yes, but they're doing that because we've won the culture war. They have realized that it is more profitable to pander to people that are pro-LGBT than to people that aren't.
Yes.
That in and of itself is a huge victory. Not that the company is really doing anything, or that logo is going to do anything. Just the fact that they feel that that is the best business decision to make is such a sign of how much progress we've made.
The fact that it's a smart marketing decision to do it is
it says a lot.
It says a lot.
Because no company, no corporation is going to go to all this trouble unless it's profitable for them, unless they see that it actually pays for itself and then some.
Kellogg's made a freaking Pride cereal.
Who did?
Kellogg's. It's something with pride is the name. I can't remember what the first word is, but it's something with pride cereal, and it's little hearts. And it literally has a place where it explains how pronouns work, and has a place for you to write your own pronouns if they didn't list them on it. And like, yes, it's pure woke marketing. And we can talk about whether or not Kellogg actually cares as a company, because they probably don't. But just the fact that they thought that it would be in their financial interest. Yeah, together with pride. Yeah, there it is. Just that they thought it was in their financial best interest to actually make an actual Pride cereal.
Wow. That's big for Kellogg's.
Yeah. Like, this is like, no, it's not winning in that, yay, they're doing something for the cause. Some of them are giving money. I think part of the money for the sales of the cereal is actually going to GLAAD, I believe.
I think so.
Which is good.
It's going to GLAAD.
But it's that they felt that this was the right thing to do. That's a huge victory, and it's one that I get the cynicism. I get being cynical, because Absolute does not care about the queer community, though they do underwrite most of our events. Which is why, especially older gays like me, have an odd, like, we buy Absolute when we buy vodka, just not because it's good, but because we know they literally do put their money where their mouth is. They actually fund the Pride events. They have done good things for a lot of the clubs over the years. Like, they put their money where their mouth is. It's one of the reasons why I initially switched to Apple. because they, as a company, have always been very, very good to gay people and queer people and trans people, and you couldn't say that about Microsoft.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of the I'm of that generation where you spend your money where at the places that are doing the most good for the community. I'm still like that, and it's probably like my mother who grew up in the Depression, who hoards food because you never know when food insecurity will come back. I will probably always be that person that tries to find out who's the friendliest to the community. They get my money because it's so baked into me. But it is a huge victory nonetheless. Just that, that shows how far we've come. If they thought that there was a chance they'd lose money, they wouldn't do it.
Yes, exactly. I agree.
And yeah, it's huge.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, it is a big deal, and yes, it's performative in the same way that all of the Nike doing their BLM commercials were performative. And do Nike really care? If they did, they wouldn't run sweatshops. I mean,
And then those shoes that were designed for disabled people, and they don't even they're limited edition. They're not even going to keep them for people who have disabilities who need the shoes like that.
But that's what, to me, this kind of marketing shows you. It's not, do these companies care? It's, where is the society actually at? Mm-hmm. We can talk about how divided we are about certain things. If the large corporations feel that it's worth it to them to take a stand on anything, that's where culture really is. Because they're doing all of the A/B testing. They're doing all of the marketing to make sure they don't lose a dime. Mm-hmm. Because especially for a publicly traded company, if they make any decision that has a harmful effect on the bottom dollar, their shareholders can and will sue them.
Yes.
So
things have really changed. I mean, in the 60s, people were still lying, just bold-faced lying about their sexuality, and it was out of fear. It was also out of a certain amount of internalized shame. And you could be committed for being gay or bisexual back then. It was grounds for commitment. And that did not change until, was it that late 1970s APA meeting where the psychiatrist finally had enough, and it was they had known for more than 20 years that this is not a mental illness at all, but there were so many psychiatrists who were closeted that if anything, it actually kind of kept it in this terrible space. So it was more of it becoming so prevalent, or so, I guess, supported by the straight psychiatrists that they were able to actually essentially finally offer that level of support so that they could change things.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get going because he brought food home that's going to get cold and needs to get eaten. But before I do, if you really want to feel, viscerally feel how far we've come as a society, I highly recommend that you look up the 1971 movie, The Boys. This movie was groundbreaking. It was based on a play that actually got performed on Broadway and shook the world because you let a gay playwright write a gay play about gay people, and then it got turned into a movie.
He's from Vicksburg, Mississippi.
Yeah, and then they made it into a movie. That movie will feel ragingly homophobic to you. And that's what Pride was like in the 70s.
Yeah, The Boys in the Band.
Yeah, The Boys in the Band. If you can find this movie, it is not an easy movie to watch.
I thought it was on Netflix right now.
They did a reboot of it. I think did they have the original one too?
So they have both. Yes.
So if they have the original one, definitely. If you want to know how far we've come in a very short period of time.
So homophobic. It feels so awkward to watch it. They're so cruel to each other. They mock each other for the love that they have felt for, for the inevitable straight boys that they have crushed on in their youth.
And this movie was celebrated in its time as a bold statement of queer pride. Like, this will show you how far we have come. Like, if you really want to, viscerally feel it, because I watch that movie now, and it just feels like a hate film to me, because some of the stuff that they say and do, that telephone when
they bring out the telephone.
That's
why I call it open heart surgery, because it feels like they are doing open heart surgery in a living room on each other about their love.
But it really will give you an idea of how far we've come. It is it's hard to watch. Anywho, he just came in and gave me the are you coming look. So,
and in fairness, yes, go on.
Have the fun.
I'm sure we're
See you later. Bye.
I mean, like,
now there's 3.
And now there's 3. I was literally looking on the schedule, on the Writeathon schedule, and there was a chat at 9 a.m. today, and there will be a chat at 3 a.m. today, Sunday, I guess.
So does that mean you're going to chat the entire time until?
No. But I could, it's one of those of like, hello, so you've all wandered in because there's nothing. Okay. Yeah, I know, like, a lot of people don't want to necessarily host the chat when there's all the writing of like, no, I need to catch the words, and I get it. I am very lucky that I have so many wonderful author tubers that I follow or subscribe to, so I can do the live streams anytime I want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get notifications about live streams like daily from a variety of different accounts. So
yeah,
I don't feel like I need to like. I mean, it was fun the first couple times to be able to say, "Oh, I was in every sprint the entire time." That was tiring, but it was fun to say it that I did. But I don't. Plus, I haven't really been writing much lately, so I didn't really feel like I needed to participate in all of it.
Yeah, I was like, I will be on Nia's sprint tomorrow at noon Eastern. And because like I like to do it, but mostly I participate in the Writeathon to schmooze, to network with others, to hang out, to get to know people. That is the truth. I do it for that. That's why I've always done it. So as I said, there's sprints ongoing if anybody would like to go to them. And we will probably be wrapping up soon. And I say that, and like, for all I know, 2 hours later.
It's just, we don't know.
I mean, we have been going 7 hours, and I'm like, why am I like this? But, yeah, the Writeathon definitely was a major part of getting me into AuthorTube and getting me to the point where I could meet all of y'all and hang out with you and have this way to hang out and talk about writerly things as well as anything else we think of.
Right, Heather.
I have something to talk about. How about this? I'm no longer in one stationary spot with my RV.
Oh, yeah?
So on the 1st, we bought a camping zone pass with 1,000 trails. Are you familiar with that is? Megan, are you familiar with that is? So they have like a bunch of different campgrounds throughout the United States and like almost every state except for the very center of the U.S. Basically anywhere that's near water or like some like place that's really touristy. And so you can they have like memberships, but we have like a camping zone pass, so we can stay in 1,000 Trails campground for up to 14 days, and then have to be out of the system for 7 days, or we can hop from park to park every 4 days. That's a lot of hooking and unhooking. But there's one, like, I think it was like 17 miles away from us where we live now. And so we decided, instead of paying for a whole month of June and then leaving in July, we were gonna stay there for like 4 days, and then we're gonna leave. But then our bowling season got delayed by a day or by a week, and then it reopened again because Oregon's weird. Whatever, it's fine. So we were at the one 17 miles away from us up until today, and then we were gonna like camp out, like regular camping out near the river or whatever. But we went to where we usually go camping, and the chutes where we're at, there were signs that says no camping allowed all over the place. Not sure if it's because they're trying to crack down on the homeless camping, because it is a problem. Like, it's everywhere. There's even like side streets where like people are just having tents all over the place. Which, to be fair, you know, some people can't, and some people, it's fine. Not even going to get into that. Point is, the point is that now we're at a RV park at the county fairgrounds, 17 miles the other direction. So after this, we're gonna go up to the top of the mountain near us, where there's another Thousand Trails campground, and then after that, we're gonna go up into Washington and head across Idaho, Montana, North Dakota, and into Wisconsin.
Cool.
By the 4th of July.
And then you'll be at Jellystone.
Yes, Jellystone, yes. And then, you know, after that, not sure exactly where, but we do have to be back in Oregon at the end of August because I have my next infusion then. But then after that, we are literally heading south for the winter.
Nice.
Like Arizona, Texas, anywhere that it is above 50 degrees would be great.
Yes.
Honestly.
I would agree.
So,
winter, I mean, like, I like it to be cold, but not like for a month. I just sometimes like it'd be great if it'd be cold for a weekend. Like,
yeah, like I like to visit the cold. I don't like to experience it for too long.
Like, it is rarely we don't have snow on the ground around Halloween. It's either snowing or raining. It's like maybe 40 degrees on Halloween. So basically, it's just cold and layers and gross, just cold from like October until March. Like, it's just the whole time. It's like a long winter, and then, oh wait, we're going to spring for like a week. Oh wait, it's winter again, and then a tiny, tiny bit of spring, and then scorching hot weather, and then fall for like a week, and then it's winter time again. That is our season here. So I'm totally okay with running away from freaking crappy weather.
Yeah.
So, yes, that's what I had to say. As you two both know, I think you both know, I have 2 YouTube channels and 2 Instagram accounts. So my other one, I'm going to do, if you want to live vicariously through my travels, you can do that.
Nice.
So that is my non-writerly thing I have to say.
I like the updates on how's Stephanie doing now.
Yes.
Yes, I like the updates.
Okay, good. I don't know. And I haven't really been writing much. Like, I outlined my next book, and this morning I was up early because it was quiet and peaceful, and I woke up, and so I wrote a little bit. But other than that, I haven't really written anything in my book, and I'm okay. I was a little burnt out.
Honestly, I'm surprised you have any ideas left in your head because you were just churning them out at such a rapid speed. Like,
well, it's like this grand, like, storyline, but broken up into smaller books. Instead of, like, having a book that could last, I don't know, 5,000 pages. No, I have no idea how many pages it would be if I wrote it all in one setting. But it is nicer, like, okay, I've got this chunk down, and then next chunk down. But it's still draining on your brain to, like, write it, publish it, talk about it for a little bit, because I'm not very good at, like, oh, I wrote a book. Oh, look, here's my last book, the latest book I wrote. I mean, yeah, that's it. But, like, this is the latest book, and this is where you can buy it. And it's just, I'm not a very good salesperson, guys. Not really. I would be for other people, but not for my own stuff.
It's always hard marketing for yourself. Like, it just getting into the mindset that you have to get into to sell something is, like, so hard. And this is, I used to do marketing, so, like, I know that it's extra difficult to do it for yourself. Than it's easier to do it for other people because it's easy to see like the big picture. But when you're in it, you can only see like the trees around you, and you can't really see the big picture and how it connects to the outside world and all that.
I mean, I've gone like weeks at a time where I make like mood boards or like graphics about the scenes or the characters or the book or the cover or whatever. But that's a lot of work to like keep up with it day after day after day. And I'm like, how much of this is people that view my channel or whatever going to appreciate? At what point is it just? That's my my technical term. Okay.
Can relate. All right, I've got Stephanie's info down below, including her link to her family travel blog YouTube account, as well as below, as well as her author page, her Amazon author page.
Yes.
So that is all below. It's the list of people who have showed up on this stream. I have to say, I'm quite proud of.
Okay, so who all showed up during the 7 hours? Who all showed up?
Okay, so I do have, I'm like, well, if I just keep updating as people are here, it's easier for me. So Nia, Vixen of Fiction, Laura Nettles, Megan, Amy Long, Chandra, Zara, Charlie, and Stephanie, and of course, moi. So I'm just saying, Heather, if you're not busy, I have like 1,000 more characters before I hit the character limit on YouTube description.
What is the character limit? Is it like 5,000 or something?
5,000, yep.
Oh,
and we're like right under
that number
4,000.
Wow.
Yep.
Impressive.
I had a stream a couple weeks ago where I was like literally shaving off the C on people's links, their YouTube and stuff, because I was running out of space. Like I had already hit over 5,000 characters, and I was trying to where can I just trim stuff and having to make like hard choices about. So like I think at that point, if you were in that stream, I took you out under people who my list of people who make me feel supported, because like, well, they're already listed. Let's just jump.
Oh yeah, what? Yeah, that's true. Why?
Instead of having it twice. Although normally I leave it there so people understand. Like I feel like it's important, especially after watching. Like I did finally watch Jessie Gender's thing on what is it? Color the Spectrum event.
Okay. Yeah.
And that whole like supporting Next for Autism, which supports Autism Speaks, and that whole thing. And I just feel like since these incidences keep coming up about what are good autism groups and what are not, and how can you tell that, there may be people who maybe aren't clear about it. If there's no autistic people on the board of these nonprofits, or who there's no openly autistic celebrities involved, there's your sign. And so that's partly why I list everybody, is so you understand, like, I have vetted these people. They're good, kind, compassionate people. And so know that they have at least been evaluated, and I have found them well. So I keep that on all of my stuff. So people know if I'm going to talk about autism on a show, which, I know which kind I probably will talk about, of like, hey, these are people. They are good, safe people. They are not jellyfish. Just moving around, going to sting you. Because I think that's important.
Heather says, well, I'm a bit of a mess, but I suppose so.
Well, you could go in avatar mode if you want to, but like, hi, have you seen me? I'm a bit of a mess all the time.
See, look, avatar mode, and you can still speak and be heard. And just have a picture. Even if it's not a pretty picture, it's okay. That doesn't look like me now, but that's me.
There are people who do it without like any, but let's see. Heather, are you on Instagram, or are you able to open it? There she is. Hello. I have so many chats with people that I literally have to search now to have any conversation with people, because I am a bit of a butterfly. All right, I sent it to you on Instagram, Heather.
Woo.
If that does not work, let me know and I will send it somewhere else. But like, so many autistic groups came out as soon as that announcement was made about the Color of the Spectrum event and how it was supporting Autism Speaks, which is the eugenics group. It is the autism hate group.
Oh,
And,
I now remember hearing about this.
And all of that. And, they raised $3 million for a 3-hour live stream on YouTube.
Wow.
And this is 2 weeks after all these articles came out about how it's not a good autism group. They support autistic eugenics stuff or autism eugenics stuff, and and they don't have any autistic people on their board, and there's no autistic celebrities involved, and and they still raise $3 million. And I'm going to at least tell myself right now it's because people don't understand how to tell the difference between safe ways to support autism and unsafe ways like that. Sending $3 million to places, nonprofits that support, objectifying autistic people and autism eugenics research and everything. This is a terrible use of money. Autistic people really do need financial support, like in the schools and stuff, but this is not how you do it. So that's why, I make a point to list everybody who comes frequently and is totally kind and compassionate when I mention my autism and my ADHD and stuff. I want people to know, because how else would they not? What if they didn't know? I thought, well, because sometimes I do talk about autism moms, the arch nemesis of autistic people, but it's not all autistic moms. It's just a subset of autistic moms are the scariest of bugbears in the autism community. So how would you know unless I list the good autistic moms who do not objectify their children and do not wish their children would walk out into a pond and never come back, I am quoting an actual article from Town and Country.
Wow.
It's not funny, just the way you said it is funny, and that's why
I know. I do have really great delivery. I've worked on it for literally decades.
So there's a local autism support group where I'm at, and for a while, the leader, the head person who's an adult autistic and has an autistic son, was part of it. But then their true colors showed, and they were part of autism. They were actually with Autism Speaks with the Autism Society of Oregon was connected to Autism Speaks. So then they separated them on their own, but they got some bugs to work out. But the point is, they recognize that this is not what we want, and they separated. And we have a fundraiser walk at a local church that we use, and it goes for sensory friendly activities, like sensory friendly swimming time, sensory friendly Easter egg hunts, and they raise money to give to kids for iPads that they need, that they use to communicate. Maybe I don't communicate very well.
Says one who's written books, but yeah. Anyway, the AAC devices, which are so cool.
Mm-hmm.
And Tom and I literally use them all the time, even when one or both of us is not feeling verbal, especially for me when I first wake up or when it's late at night. I the words, but we can message each other, and it has been such a godsend to have this. Oh, because it can be so hard when you have to be verbal all the time, and you're in a different mode or you're in a different headspace. So I mean, and yeah, that whole to find out. I recently found out with the whole SIA stuff. Finding out there's another layer of autism prejudice about nonverbal autistics. And I'm like, Is just the regular old original brand of prejudice not enough? We need 2 brands of prejudice for autistic people. First, for just all autistic, and then secondly, for nonverbals. Of like, they are real people. There's real people inside. Absolutely, 100% real people. Why are you treating them like a pet rock you brush their hair on? What is this about? So, because like when I started on AuthorTube, this is before I set up my channel actually, I was literally looking for a single AuthorTuber who talked about autism, let alone had autism. I found one AuthorTuber, they were not autistic, they had a family member who was autistic, and they spoke in flag ways. Where they kept saying...
What do you mean by
like
flags?
Like they kept saying things like neuroatypical, and my family member has autism. They never said they are autistic, and other like flags of like, you are speaking in the autism speaks way, and I am not. And because I was looking for anyone with autism on AuthorTube to essentially find out, could I get a starter pack of who are the safe people, and I could not find anybody. And that's why I put at the bottom the description are the people who make me feel safe and supported and included, so that if there ever one day is someone with autism trying to wander through AuthorTube and see, that they could look and go, okay, here are all these AuthorTubers. I could like go watch their stuff and get to know them and, maybe get started there, because I want them to essentially have a foothold. And that's why I list everybody every time, is so nobody has to ask me for my list. It's there. You don't have to comb through my videos and see who showed up. You can just look at that list, because the list grows.
Yeah, I've noticed that it's grown over time.
And yeah, it's like, I list the autism moms that like are good, kids. I've talked to every one of you privately about your kids, to hear how they talk about their kids, and I'm like, Glory approved. And if that changes, the name would be removed because I want other autistic people to know who are the people I can be sure that they're safe in. They don't have to worry about suddenly being sideswiped and going, I don't know if I ever want to be part of AuthorTube again. Like, no. These are the people who are good and compassionate and kind, and they do not speak about people with othering tones. Because that matters. Especially like with the whole thing with Pride and finding out they're still trying to exclude people from Pride and crap. I'm like, oh, good Lord. Since, what is it? Something like 78% of autistic people turn out to, by the time they're 30, identify on the LGBTQIA plus spectrum or umbrella.
I did not know that.
Oh, I can send you an article if you like.
I follow someone who is autistic, and they were writing about autigender, which they say is I didn't get a chance to finish reading the article, but basically because so many people who are autistic are on the spectrum, I didn't read enough to describe enough, but I thought that was very curious that that was such a noticeable thing in the community.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, between
send me the article.
It's something like 3/4 of trans people, it turns out, actually do qualify for an autism diagnosis, or at least a neurodivergent diagnosis. So not all autistic people are trans, but we could honestly say the majority of trans people are very likely to be autistic.
Heather.
Hi, Heather.
Hi, pretty picture.
Hello, pretty picture. You're looking lovely today.
Pretty picture. Yeah, that picture is old.
Heather.
What?
I'm
the oldest person.
It's not that old. Okay.
No.
Let's see. Let me look. Is mine? Do y'all want me to tell you what year this was taken? It's so old. Let's see. It was at a wedding on the coast. I know I was still married. It was. I think I was like 23, 24, and I'm 42. That's how long ago this picture was taken.
This picture was taken in 2018, so it's not.
Yeah, it's not that old. You're doing fine. How are you?
All right. Yeah.
I agree, Tom. Heather's still learning to take the compliment bondage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Still learning.
Your audio is a little soft. Like it sounds like you're on the opposite side of the room.
I'm sorry, I forgot to.
Okay.
I am new to this particular headset, and I forgot to bring the microphone down. I did buy
Sounds
a
much better
streaming
now.
headset. I bought a streaming headset. Sorry about that.
That's cool. It sounds much better. Now I can understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Awesome. Sorry.
But yeah, we were just talking about why I list everybody, including you, on below the description at the end, is in case any autistic people wander by, they know that this is my list of vetted people. These people are good and safe and compassionate and kind, and do not say terrible things about autistic people, like maybe we shouldn't exist.
No.
I mean, like, let me know now. Speak now, and forever hold your peace. I'm teasing you.
No.
But I mean, like with the eugenics stuff, that is what they seem to, if anything, be getting more and more money, donation wise. And I'm hoping it's just good people don't know how to tell the difference between negative autism groups and positive groups that actually involve autistic people.
Has anybody seen? They were here locally anyway. Walmart had a bunch of products that essentially, during April, that were autism awareness products, but the label said Autism Speaks.
Yeah, from Autism Speaks. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, my hubby wanted to get them, and I was like, I don't really want to, but I guess it's your choice. I don't know.
Yeah, Autism Speaks is funding eugenics programs right now.
Eugenics.
Yeah.
We got a shirt from Autism Speaks from Walmart last year.
Mm-hmm.
And the only reason we did is because up until that point, my daughter had got mad whenever we used the A word around her or saying anything autistic, anything like that. But then she saw these two shirts and she wanted one for me and one for my husband. So we got them because we're like, wow, stick this up. Even though it was from Autism Speaks, it was like, I felt on that particular moment, it was kind of more important that we're like, wow, you actually want us to wear something like, mine's like a black shirt.
Maybe
it has a giraffe on it, and it has like, something about like dancing.
I hadn't got that for my son because, well, it was cute and yeah.
And then like my husband has one that has like autism and it has like words for like awesome, unique, terrific, and other ones. And that was the one that she picked up for him. And I was like, really, you could have picked me out one that wasn't black to wear in the summertime, but it's fine. We were just pretty proud of the fact that she was like, wow, I want you to wear this, and I want you to wear it to bowling where everybody can see it. So,
yeah, I would say
that was the only time. Yeah, that was the only time we bought anything from Autism Speaks from Walmart. But like I said, it was only because in like 2 or 3 years' time, she would get mad, so mad. So I'd have to be like, when I talk about it or to anyone.
Yeah.
But now she's okay with it now. I mean, she's 11, so it's been a while.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think a lot of for parents, when they are given a autism diagnosis about their children, it really sets the tone because there's so much ableism in the way doctors are taught about autism. And it sets the tone for the parents. And so they then honestly gravitate toward this kind of ableist eugenics wording. And the ones who are putting that out are, Autism Speaks and Autism Speaks adjacent nonprofits. And it takes a long time for them to understand better. Like, so the thing that I've noticed about groups like Autism Speaks that are at the very least caregiver oriented instead of autistic person oriented is they really have the subtle kind of dialogue about that essentially is isolating the autistic child from hanging out, or the autistic adult from hanging out with other autistic people. And it then snowballs to a point where apparently now recently autistic parents have gotten upset that so many autistic people talk about on social media about the things they like about their autism. You know, my autism has actually been very useful to me in sales, as a teacher, and as a librarian, because I do not see things in a regular way that other people do, apparently, I'm told. I trust them when they say, like, whoa, Glory, I've never thought of it that way. Like, all right, okay. I've brought that to the table. And apparently there are not a few, many parents who are upset that people keep talking about autism like it's a positive thing. Like, that's a quote. And I'm like, do you not hear it? Why are you not happy that we're celebrating this thing?
Yeah. I mean, oh, no, go ahead, Heather. Oh, I was just going to say, I know that, you know, early on after a diagnosis, I know that, what was I going to say? It can take some adjustment as a parent, and I know just from reading and listening to other people's experiences on the other side, you know, the child, or maybe you're an adult and you get the diagnosis. I know it can be kind of hard to get your head around, and there are limitations, but you can grow within those limitations, right? And you know, and still, because, however, there are those positives, like you look at things from a different point of view, or you know, can maybe look and be a problem solver, like Temple Grandin likes to say. You know, they tend to be analytic, so not all of them, but some tend to be analytic. So, you know, those specific people could be good in those types of jobs where they can analyze data or whatever. But
yeah, I agree. I mean, like I've talked before, like it's an episode Tom wants us to do when we do the next season of Awkward Sibling Hour, to talk about when people see us now, all they see is literally decades of coaching and practicing. And he wants us to talk about where we started from. Like, so I did not learn to tie my shoes till I was 9. I could not multiply beyond a basic level of memorization, but I didn't really understand how to like multiply complicated, like say 2-digit sums until I was 12. And yet I also, at the same time, you know, and I fell constantly, and that was part of it. Like at the time I was diagnosed with, clumsy child syndrome when I was 4.
Oh.
But now they're like, yeah, that was probably autism too.
Oh, do you mean the thing that Daniel Radcliffe has?
It's called clumsy child syndrome, actually.
Okay.
That's what I know. It sounds ridiculous, like someone made it up for a really bad novel. But it really does. But if you look, there's a Wikipedia, I think, for clumsy child syndrome, and like it's no longer like called that, but it was called that at least through the 80s and 90s, I think. And like, so I had so many bruises, and because of like my autism, like I did not want people to touch me. I didn't particularly enjoy just strangers coming up and hugging me. Like, why? I do not need you to hug me to validate me. I'm good. And I did not want to sit close to other children where their arms touched me, because I found the sensory of it just So in the summertime, in the wintertime when I have long sleeves on, it's fine because I'm not feeling that. I'm feeling the fabric. But in the summertime, think of all these sweaty children at like day camp. And we're all supposed to scrunch in, and I'm like, please don't touch me. All these things really like made adults think, oh, she's abused or neglected or both, And so he wants us to talk about where we started from, particularly like how at the time we did in fact meet a lot of the ideas of how doctors talk about kids with autism when they get diagnosed, because I was diagnosed when I was 6. And Tom would have been diagnosed with autism at 8, except Dad literally forbid the diagnosis. In Mississippi, you can actually do that. You can literally forbid a medical professional or a psychological professional or an education professional from writing a diagnosis in any kind of file, any kind of folder about that person, that child. So Dad literally forbid it after what had happened to me, because again, they were worried both children would be taken away.
Oh boy.
Because since I was taken away into custody, because autism back then was considered a diagnosis of parental neglect, particularly maternal neglect. So an autism diagnosis is grounds for immediate removal of that child, let alone all the other children.
Oh my gosh.
So that was why Dad forbid the diagnosis. But, so Tom definitely did not accept his diagnosis until he was in his early to mid 20s. Because, Mom and Dad had forbid me to say the word growing up. We do not say that word. We just say that they're a little different, or they have, different kinds of needs. That's all. And that sort of we didn't even use special needs, since special needs was already becoming this terrible catchphrase, of right up there with the short bus. But at the time that we were children, it looked like we'd never be able to make food for ourselves. When I was 6 after my diagnosis, Mom sat me down every Sunday and started training me on how to balance my checkbook. Well, her checkbook, I mean. And to balance the family budget, because she was determined that I would eventually learn it if we just did it long enough, and she needed years, was what she was told. The doctors told them it will literally take years for her to learn anything. And in fairness, it did take 3 more years for me to learn to tie my shoes. And yet I was also every time the school tested me, I also tested, IQ wise so high that I was also in the other exceptional kids classes. And so Mom and Dad were like, we're just going to keep working at it. But on the surface, people were very confused by us, because why are they in the exceptional kids classes while also seeming like they're sped? And so Tom wants us to really talk about it for an entire episode to help people understand while we look so together, it is 1, an illusion. And 2, we came so far to get here, and we were definitely on a different track from your average kid. And because we're Tom's people don't understand. They're not understanding. We were not always these star children who always were so good at everything. That wasn't how it was. It's just we were on a very different track, and our milestones were very different.
Sure.
Yeah. In our family, our parents called it late bloomers. They're just late bloomers.
Yeah. And I mean, personally, I was a bit of a late bloomer. Really. But with certain things.
Yeah, our father was diagnosed as the R word. We're not going to say it, Tom. It's not a nice word. But our father was actually diagnosed as the R word in elementary school.
Interesting.
Because they did not have autism as a diagnosis. Dad was born in 1940, to give you an idea.
Right.
So, at 6, 7, autism did not, I don't think autism showed up till 1952 at all as a diagnosis.
I used to know this.
Yeah, it's okay.
I know this somewhere
in
the back of my head.
There's no quizzes, and it's not like there's supposed to be the autism hour, but it was just simply, I told Tom, I was like, I don't think we're ever going to do an Awkward Sibling Hour show in April because April feels like Autism Hate Month. It's such a negative month. It's so many heartbreaking things happen, and you really find out where the rubber hits the road about who are your allies and who do not care or would rather you never had existed in the abstract. Because you can't fix me from my autism. It's literally shaped my personality.
Right.
This is who I am. And I've worked really hard to become this person. I like this person now. That also took a long time. Sure. And so, like, to want, which, I mean, like, a couple, I was saying, I think it was before the show, I was talking to backstage about, this was months ago now. Eva had sent us a link to an article that they had found a biomarker in amniocentesis that could identify autism 1 out of 5 times. So there's essentially, they found a marker that about 20% of autistic people have, which makes sense since autism is still being used as a catch-all drawer diagnosis. And so it meant that people who are pregnant could make a choice whether to abort or not if they find out that their child has this biomarker. And she wanted to know what we thought of it. And I was like, here's the thing. I know this sounds kind of odd since I frankly really like being autistic, even though it was kind of a rough childhood for a bunch of reasons. I like it. But I don't think anyone should carry a child they do not want to carry. And if somebody's like, I cannot handle a child with autism, definitely they should not have to carry that child, because there are so many incidences, and it's like monthly now at least, where parents of autistic kids, it turns out, are killing their autistic kids. Like,
I've seen a headline.
Yeah.
Or 2 or 3.
I've seen more than a few. Yeah. Because my news knows that I keep clicking on them, so they keep sending them to me every time there's a new one.
Oh boy.
And yeah, the sociopath algorithm works. So, like, I don't want anyone to raise an unwanted autistic child. And I also don't want anyone to grow up feeling unwanted because they're autistic.
Yeah.
And if there's a way to prevent it, even though I would prefer that they instead grow up in a loving, warm environment. But then again, if a child has an autism diagnosis, they are not likely to get adopted either.
Mm-hmm.
So at a certain point, it's like, no, I don't want to conscript any child to growing up unwanted, either in foster care or by their biological parent that regrets that they are alive and they'll be a burden forever. I mean, those Autism Speaks commercials were made with a kind of sincerity.
Which one was that?
You know, the ones about, like, autism will ruin your marriage? Have you seen that?
No.
Oh, well, I'm
know.
not going to show it to you or give you a link because I'm not triggering. It's terrible.
Yeah.
But the Autism Speaks Commission, I think it was about 10 or 12 years ago, a series of commercials about how autism will ruin your life, the parent's life, and the parents' marriages. And that is why you need Autism Speaks to help.
Alrighty.
So, and again, that's why I say Autism Speaks is an actual autism hate group. It is not just simply some misguided people. They know what they're doing. They're real.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, what I'm more concerned about is autistic kids being isolated from the autism community, because that's the part where they grow up feeling like they're less than, or they're not enough, or there's something wrong with them, when no, the thing that's wrong is that the regular society thinks you need to conform to how they want things rather than you just getting to be you. That's the problem. The problem is regular society is intolerant of you. It's not your problem, it's society's problem, but of course the victim is the one who has to deal with it. Anyway, how about we talk about something else.
Let's talk about, yeah.
Because I know nobody came here to talk about the miserable stuff, and we've already had such a great time talking about Pride.
Oh, has anyone read this book?
What is this book?
Oh, How to
Yeah,
Outline a Cozy Mystery.
Oh, I have never even heard of it, quite frankly.
No.
It is by
I've never heard of it.
Sarah Rosette.
Sarah Rosette.
Like, it's actually like a workbook with like spaces for you to write stuff in there. I got it off of Amazon because, well, that's where I order all my books, but I got it because I was like, I like reading mysteries. I like reading cozy mysteries. So I decided maybe this is in my future. So that's why I got it. It was only like $6 or something weird. So it goes through a lot of stuff. It goes through like, are you an outliner versus a pantser? What's the difference between mysteries and thrillers? What are the expectations of a cozy mystery reader? And basically, the difference between a regular mystery and a cozy mystery is a cozy mystery is less. There's less murder details. Like, they don't like describe the murder. They just, they found a dead body. Kind of like it reminds me of Hallmark Channel mystery movies.
Yeah.
You know, because there's no like actual like, you don't actually, on the movies you don't actually see the person being murdered. You just open a closet and there's a dead body in there. You don't actually like see them being murdered. So in the cozy mystery novels, you don't actually see them being murdered. You just hear about the details, like, there's a rope, or they were poisoned, or something like not gruesome, like being fed into a wood chipper. Sorry, I watch weird stuff. It's fine.
I mean, but that is why I kind of like, I like cozy mysteries, is they do not describe the stuff in detail, because hard pass.
Right, yeah, it says, it's a lack of graphic violence is a cozy mystery. And it just asks you questions, and it like has spaces for you to fill it out, like where does the murder take place, where's the setting of the town. And I mean, I've only started filling it out a little bit, but I thought it was a nice change of subject.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so too. I mean, I do like Wonder Book. You like writing fantasy or science fiction, particularly fantasy. And I would include any of cyberpunk, steampunk, any of the punks. So, I have to remember which direction. That's just a picture.
This is root beer, by the way, not like.
It wouldn't matter.
You're free to drink it.
You're old enough, right? No.
Yes.
Hey.
Or else, well, this is gonna get awkward. So, visuals, like, hold up, I can't see what I'm doing.
Doors to narrative.
Doors to narrative. A door that you have to go through, will you? A door that leads to the old family house and memory. You know, so it's these sort of kind of narratives. These kind of really lovely graphics.
I like the pictures. They're beautiful.
Aren't they? I mean, gosh. So, but also, like, so for instance, diagram, I really can't see. So you can see,
nice.
So they really show you how to edit and what you're looking for. And, you know, in the margins to, like, explain the process, because I think that's very important.
Well,
for
that is very important for authors who are not editors, so they can actually see what it's supposed to look like. When
right? Yes.
Because here, I am moving my hands around like you can see me. Because
Megan knows what that's like.
I do that all the time.
This whole one is about the middle zone. So what middle zones of stories? So what that is, so it's a very much a, like, you have to move it around to read this whole thing.
Writing it down.
Did the style and level of detail lend itself to the length of the fiction? Did you have a clear idea of setting before you got into the middle? So stop and go. So you literally follow it around as you answer things. And then in the middle, it tells you then what to look for when you hit send. So persevere, how you feel, if you say, I never should have started. So that's about a new venue. So it really tries to help walk you through all this stuff. So where Jeff Vandermeer's experience came from. Oh, I do like, by the way, this plot device one.
The little trampoline at the bottom.
Deus Ex Machina, the MacGuffin, the red herring. These are plot devices and, familiarizing people with that. So where this came from was, I think, Jeff Vandermeer taught middle school and high school kids about writing basic fiction. I want to say for 8 years, or maybe it was his after school program or something. And based on what these various groups of students, and he lives in Florida, what they hit, different problems they encountered, really laid the groundwork for this book. But it's not that it's just for children, although it certainly is appealing for children and adults. I think I'm adult. Mr. Odd's Character Club. Every approach to portraying people creates a different impression in the reader's minds. So, and each one, he's talking about what this picture, how it would create a different kind of impression in the character, about the character. Henry Soderlund's photograph of Ninni Aalto, a Finnish artist, poses the question, what is staged and what is real? What is the relationship between the observed and the observer? Is the pufferfish a grace note of humor or something personal to Aalto? So just various things that can kind of jog the mind, as well as there are essays from a lot of very famously published authors about the things that they would want. So Clive Grossman is in here, Neil Gaiman, there's all sorts of. And it's not just intended for, say, fantasy writers. It's really meant as a general fiction, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I do highly recommend this book. Also, it is beautiful.
Definitely.
Especially if you've already been writing for a little bit. So you've gone through the do I dare, keep writing, why do I write? No one's going to like this stuff. If you've already gotten through that and you're ready to actually get down and dirty, that's where Wonder Book comes in.
I wonder if I can get the library to pick it up.
Have you checked the library to see if they have it in their database?
I have not checked yet.
I'll have to do
but I can do that soon. I'll have to read that.
Amazon.
Yeah, the first time I'd seen it on Amazon, and I asked, so I was the interlibrary loan librarian, so I borrowed it from another library system so I could see it, and I loved it so much. It's like, well, I have to buy this now, so I could enjoy it forever.
Yeah,
I love
check that
the
out.
library for picking up books, and
yeah,
I wish they had more craft books.
I think, at the very least, to see, are you going to like it? And then you can, okay, I'll put it on the short list to buy. I did the same thing for Rita Mae Brown's Starting from Scratch. And I really love this one. She is a mystery writer. The first chapter, she, by the way, is also interestingly from Florida, at least partly. Because she talks about herself in the first...
Really?
Yeah, well, she talks about herself in the first chapter because she said I think her agent or her editor, one of them, was like, you need to tell people about yourself. Well, she was like, I don't think that it is necessary to understand me at all as a writer. But my agent made me, or, whoever it was, the editor made me write it. And then every chapter around that is about the mechanics of writing. It is about the work of writing as a full-time writer. And she's the one, she literally does have exercises in here. I loved it so much. I bought a copy of these for several people. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, or Readers, Publishers, and Critics. These are great chapters. I do highly recommend. And I have listened to the audiobook version of this book, gosh, at least 4 times? At least. Yeah, she really goes over the 2 English languages, verbs, and put the pedal to the metal, the passive voice or the secret agent, with examples. So it is really, when she says a different kind of writer's manual, it is an excellent writer's manual. I got it because it was on Bard, so I could listen to it for free. And I loved it so much, I listened to it again, and then I wanted to give it a copy to a friend. And so I ordered a used copy because, the book is old.
And what was the name of that book again?
Starting from Scratch by Rita Mae Brown. It's now so old that it's quite cheap to buy used. I bought a copy off Amazon to give to my friend. And a month later, it still hadn't showed up. So they sent me another one, and it still hadn't shown up. And a month later, they sent me another one, and it still didn't show up. And I was like, forget it. I'll just order it from Abe's Books, which Amazon owns. So they were like, yeah, that's fine. We'll just give you your money back. And I ordered from Abe's Books, and it showed up. And then 4 months later, all 3 copies that I had ordered from Amazon finally showed up. I don't know where they were keeping it at the post office. So now I have, copies floating around.
That's funny.
It worked, right? I mean, I didn't mean to have these copies. Also, I had wanted the hardcover just because, as a gift to give someone.
Mm-hmm.
I think, it's nice to give as a gift a hardcover if there is a version in hardcover. But one of the things I liked that she did was she listed all the books in her library, every last one of them. And she wrote this before, the internet. Well, back when the internet was very young and new. So she still had all the books in her library. And I appreciated she literally has this bibliography that goes on and on and on. It's her entire library, her home writer's library, organized by publication year.
Wow.
I appreciate this of just give me the list, everything you have, even if you think it's not important. Let me be the one to decide what I'm going to keep. Yes. So, and then she also has a reading list in here of everything she thinks you should read, which I'm like, that's cool. Cause there's stuff in here maybe I've heard of once in my life. The Gotham Election by Susanna Centraleve. Never acted due to censorship. Susanna was not given up, but she's in trouble. Just a little. This is what Rita Mae Brown thinks is an important reader list for writers. Look, I'm open to a reader list. Am I going to read everything? No, of course not. But I'm definitely curious.
Yeah, so it'd be curious to see what other authors what their recommended reading list is.
Yeah.
What they think is a good reading list.
Yeah.
She has a whole Rita Mae Brown wrote the script for what is it, Sleepover Massacre or something? It's listed as a feminist horror movie. But she had her name removed because she was kind of upset about how they interpreted the script or whatever. But she has written script and she was a script doctor for a while. So she has a whole section called Shorthand, Novel versus Screenplay, and how you write things.
Oh, wow.
Huh.
That's clever.
As a side-by-side.
Oh.
Which I think is also useful in case you ever want to read a script from a movie you like and you want to see what's in the script. Now, it does also help explain what's going on. So, her point about novels, number 6, no time restraints, versus 6, a film should not exceed the limits of the human bladder. Most films aim at 90 to 120 minutes.
Human bladder.
That's a good prose. Number 8 can be politically red hot for a novel, but number 8 for movies, usually safe and bland. On rare occasions, a film will be highly political. So it's truly a compare and contrast for the writer to understand what's going on. So I really appreciated it. So here's an exercise: the greasy spoon. You have 15 minutes to write a sketch or short story in which there appears a restaurant placemat that has written on it one of the 5 following things. So here are your options. 1, a map of the area in which the restaurant is located. 2, how to mix drinks. 3, palmistry, if you are old enough to remember when that actually used to be on restaurant mats. 7, the zodiac. Or 8, our proud heritage, which was usually like local or something. So here's your exercise. There, you're done. You have to write a short story. You have 15 minutes. One of these things is going to be on the mat you included in the story. And that's one of her many exercises. So, as I said, I do recommend this. When you've gotten beyond needing to be coached of like, yes, what you write is valid and good, and people will want to hear your writing voice and your perspective. When you've gotten beyond the little part in your head that makes you question your validity, then honestly, Rita Mae Brown and Wonder Book are the ones that she's really about how to be a career writer, and Wonder Book is how to deal with like the little mechanics when you hit those little snags of, wait, I don't know how to cultivate an opening sentence for my story. And yeah, Jeff's like, I got you. Okay, here, we'll go over this. Thank you for coming to my pitch meeting.
The only book I have to recommend at the moment that's at least nearby is
thank you. The Slumber Party Massacre.
The Emotional Craft of Fiction. I'm such a big fan of this book. It has so many great exercises. Like, let me just read.
I've been wanting to.
Let me read one of the exercises just because it's
yeah, go for it.
It shows how good the book is. So here's Emotional Mastery 2, 3rd level emotions. Select any moment in your story when your protagonist feels something strongly. Identify the feeling. Next, ask your protagonist, what else are you feeling at this moment? Write that down too. Then ask, okay, what else are you feeling now? Write that down. Now begin to work with that 3rd lower layer emotion. Examine it in 4 ways. Number 1, objectify it by creating an analogy. What does it feel like to have this feeling? Number 2, make a moral judgment about it. Is it good or bad to feel this way? Why? 3, create an alternative. What would a better person feel instead? 4, justify this feeling. It's the only possible thing to feel at this moment, and here is why. Look around at the scene too. What is your protagonist seeing that others don't? Add one detail that only your protagonist would see and see it in his own unique way. Write a new passage for this moment in the story, one in which your character feels deeply and in detail this 3rd level emotion. So it's helping you find the emotional arcs in the story and getting the emotional details in there that make it a powerful story.
I think that's a wonderful exercise because, like, you've hit on the thing I'm not good at.
Yeah, and all the exercises
there's
are
3 layers of emotions. Gosh, I only have 2 at best. Okay.
I like how each exercise in the book is that detailed and kind of walks you step by step into how to add the emotional aspect into your writing without, The Emotional Craft of Fiction by Donald Maass. Maass is the last name. How to Write the Story Beneath the Surface.
So, is it safe to say, Megan, that you find that book helpful overall?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Good.
Well, so the book, I've read the whole book through twice now, and there's a lot of it that hasn't like stuck in my head, like the the writing part hasn't really stuck in my head the way I wanted to. But I've gotten so much use out of the exercises in the book. It makes up for everything that my brain just like. Well, my brain is like a sieve. It just like shakes it all out before it gets to stick in my head, and so I enjoy the book, the whole book, but the exercises are definitely the most powerful part of the book.
They do sound like very good exercises. I definitely could do with practicing a bunch of that.
Yeah, I highly recommend it. It's such a good book, and thank you for getting it for me, Stephanie. It was.
I couldn't remember if that was the one I sent you or not. Honestly,
Yes.
I was like,
I've gotten so much use
I wasn't
out of
gonna
this
ask, but
I carry it with me everywhere still.
we were in a stream together, and she was talking about these different books that she was wanting to get that her library doesn't have, and then I was like, well, what books are they? So she like told me the books, and so then I was like, literally like days later, I was like, hey, what's your address? I have something to send you. And so she gives me her address, and then she's like, oh, thank you so much. I had no idea this was it. Like,
yeah, I had no idea why you
like
were asking
literally,
for my address, but
it was like 24 hours later. I was like, hey, what's your address? After I asked her what book she would want on the stream.
Well,
so it was a nice way to surprise.
It was
not
such
like
a
she would
surprise.
Not
I
like
loved
she would
it.
expect someone to like go out and buy her a book, but
it's the best kind of gift for sure.
I do remember like I think Megan had said, "Hey, Stephanie asked for my address. Oh, do you know why?" Or something like that.
I think I did ask you that.
And I was like, oh wait, this makes sense after what, Stephanie had actually told me, like, hey, don't tell, but this is the book I'm gonna order for Megan. And so when Megan asked, I was like, I do actually know why. I don't.
Did you tell her why?
I told Megan, I do know why. I'm not sure I should tell you. She's like, oh dear. And I'm like, it's not like she's sending you a bomb. I was like, she's sending you a gift. Can I just go away with that? And Megan's like, okay, that's fine. And then just, she was like, is Stephanie going to visit me or
something? Her address, so if I sent her, sent her something like that, that'd be her bad. No, I'm kidding. Like, she obviously was okay with me having her address.
Yeah. But yeah, I was like, I think she's sending you a gift. Can we just leave it at that?
I was just like confused. I was like,
I
have no idea what's going on.
Like, what did you think? Why did you think she wanted your address? She's like, I don't know. Is she going to visit? Did she say anything? I was like, she might. I don't know. But you think it had to do with your birthday coming up or something? And you're like, oh, okay. So, yeah. Because I actually knew the exact book. Because I was like, oh, I know that book. Because it's been in my short list to get for, I'm not going to, it's been too long. It's in, but, lack of finances. And so I was like, oh, but I know exactly. Please don't make me. I'm not good at evading. But yes, Heather, do you have any books you'd like to recommend? Heather's like mute.
Sorry,
I'm teasing.
Yeah. Also, my desk is pretty close to where my kids' room is, so I think I'm affecting his ability to
Is he not sleeping?
Yeah, he's doing that thing.
Well, I figured we'd be wrapping up pretty soon anyway. I mean,
yeah, that's why I'm kind of talking kind of quietly.
Mm-hmm.
But there's just so many. I don't know. I have so many. I have so many books. It's unreal.
You might have to make a video of all your book recommendations, because I definitely like to, especially since you're an editor and
yeah. I mean, some of them are older, some of them were I had gotten when I thought I was going to be a newspaper copy editor. So I got a lot of, nonfiction kind of stuff and books by newspaper copy editors and stuff like that. So, I just have a variety of things, but, I might have to do that someday.
Well, I mean, even like,
But,
so I do think that a journalism background is a great approach for writers because brevity is important in journalism.
Yes.
And directness.
If there's anything that was drilled into my head,
yes, be brief.
by former newspaper editors who were teaching me, and this is at the community college level, but whatever. Yes, it was, the economy of words was basically drilled into me. So yeah. And to this day, my sentences are short, my paragraphs are short, and my chapters are short. Whatever.
I agree, but I have noticed about me is that I do prefer writers who have a background in newspaper writing specifically because it's drilled in so much about brevity and directness.
Yes.
Which truly, it's not that, because I feel like some writers get the wrong impression that being brief and direct means you're not actually giving that much information. You're withholding information, which is no, that couldn't be further from the truth.
No. That's not journalism, because with journalism, you're packing it in to every little word. Sorry, son.
No, I absolutely agree with you. And so I think it's, if anything, so there's two different schools of thought, and where I am on writers is actually, it's not in the middle, it's both. I agree with both of them. So there's two schools of thought with especially fiction writing. And that is either you have sort of a background in journalism, so you're about being brief and direct, or that the other school of thought is that you should have a familiarity with poetry. Even if you never plan to write or publish poetry, because you're I'm a fiction writer, I'm going to write novels. That poetry makes you really consider which words are important and how to powerfully craft your words and your prose. And so Walter Mosley is on the side about poetry. I happen to think both are really important. To be at least trained a little bit in poetry writing, as well as to be trained a little bit in newspaper journalism, I think makes writers so much better. So that is what I think. And so I think there's definitely a place and possibly a need for a video that you make about, these are all the books that I found really helpful for me to learn, as a journalism copy editor. I still think that's valid for fiction writers. Sure. So just as if somebody came from a poetry background, I would be yes, make the videos though. Go ahead and make the videos so it's out there, so that the people who are thirsty for the knowledge have a way to get it without having to work at these crappy newspapers. Newspaper journalism is not what it once was. It used to be, I would have recommended, I definitely think everybody should try to work at a newspaper for 1 to 3 years. And now I would not wish that on a dog. I would not wish it on my worst enemy. I have a very close friend who works for Gannett, and she's so close to retirement. It's the only reason why she is allowing, her employers to treat her in such a terrible, abusive way. She is literally within a hair's breadth of time. Wow. It is so abusive. It's so toxic. They're so terrible. She's literally, even her ex-husband did not treat her with this much disrespect and cruelty.
Wow. And, that's sort of the stereotypical newspaper thing, newspaper office tone.
Yeah.
Whatever.
So what happened? There's isn't there only 3 or 4 big newspaper companies that all own something She actually told me the stat was that 92% of all newspapers are now owned by only 3 or 4, maybe 5 newspaper conglomerates in America.
Mm-hmm.
And versus I actually have worked at a couple really teeny tiny newspapers. Like it's a tiny newspaper in a small southern county, and they're not the only teeny tiny newspaper. Just to give you an idea how small.
Yes. I did that too.
Yeah, and it was a powerful experience of even just being a subscriber to the newspaper, where literally they're reporting on people like, I heard there was an argument at the chicken biscuit place this morning, and I'd like to know what it was about. And then the reply comes in, because like what happened was they set up a one of those answering machines so people could just call in with the things they want to know about in town, so the reporters would know what to go after. Okay. And there was the reply, and it was, I work at the chicken biscuit place, and I was there that morning, and my answer to you is mind your own business. And they did like literally asterisk the D asterisk N, mind your own business. And I was like, this is the news I'm here for. And then someone else called in on the next day, and there was reported in the newspaper like, I was there, I was waiting in line to get my biscuit, I'll tell you what happened. And they literally went over, and the newspaper printed a column this long about this, and I'm like, I am here for this level of journalism, because this is what made American journalism great.
Oh boy!
This is why
that and my coverage of arts and crafts festivals, a couple years in a row,
people
or the Relay for Life or whatever.
They want to know what's going on locally, and these big conglomerate newspapers don't want to report that. I know, because she's not the only person I know who works for Gannett. I know actually several people who used to work for Gannett and who, because they were not that close to retirement, were like, I'm just moving on. And it's not just Gannett, but like there's a bunch of these conglomerates. They're not interested in reporting local news or paying reporters.
That, and they're also apparently what they were starting to do was farm out copy editing and stuff. Farm out like to other countries.
Yep.
Isn't that crazy?
To people who were not necessarily
native speakers.
Fluent in English?
Yes. Apparently, this was a thing.
Wow. Yes.
At the time.
I have no problem with getting anybody a job, even if they do not, truly they are remote working. I'm like, great.
Yeah.
But I feel like they do need a certain fluency when their job is literally read English and make sure it is coherent.
Mm-hmm.
So that is my one concern. But if you're fluent and you live in another country, great. I think, have the job. I'm very happy for you that you can find this employment. It probably is nice to, be indoors in any country. It's my theory, because I like to be indoors. Obviously, this is my job. But yeah, I had heard about that too. And it was truly a problem, especially considering the wages they were paying weren't even good in those countries. Like, it's not good. But I really think writers should study journalism to a certain degree, as well as poetry. I think it makes fiction writers even better. But that's like a mechanics thing. In the meantime, just get out there and write.
I've kind of done
write anything.
A handful of all of the things.
Yeah, exactly. Me too. I mean, I was a journalist, and now, among other jobs, and I'm going to publish a book of poetry soon. So.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah.
I'm looking forward to reading it, Glory.
I can give you early access if you just, you don't need the physical book.
I don't need the physical book. My space is limited, so I mean, if it's in electronic form, the better for me.
What I'm saying is, I can give you a Google Doc link to the full.
I know what you meant. I knew what you meant.
I'm really getting into.
If you want anybody, you can also put your editing notes if you're like, this needs a stronger ending. Go for it. I totally accept any and all feedback. Hi, you didn't know it, but I've tricked you into being an editor. Yeah.
Well, before I started writing my own books, I actually was an editor for another self-published author on Amazon. I think I did 3 or 4 per book, and I got paid a very small amount, double-digit small amount, plus her whole entire series of books.
I will explain. All I can offer in payment is crochet. But the plus side
I just want to read your
crochet lasts 70 to 100 years, so it's a lasting.
If it's acrylic.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's acrylic. You know, I mostly work.
If you want me to read your stuff and totally, give you
can just read it for enjoyment purposes.
And that, I mean, if something's like really weird, I might say something to you. So, like, I bought, like spelling or like formatting or something weird.
Oh, yeah, definitely, because I'm dyslexic and have ADHD, so it's truly, why don't you tag that if you see something odd? Like, is that a word? No.
Well, because I bought like 3 books from Sarah Mae Sutton, and one of her books was this weird like formatting error, like it had an enter in the middle of a sentence, and I sent her a picture, and she's like, "Huh, that's really weird." And so I sent her to her, and apparently, like, it was fine, and then she updated the back matter, and it like made the first page all wonky for some reason.
Yeah.
And I felt so bad. I'm like, but it's a really like glaring error. Is the only reason I said anything.
Yeah.
Like, it was like
even
total return in the middle of a sentence.
Sometimes even when I'm doing beta reading, I'll say, "Yeah, I'm just flagging this just to let you know, because I saw it." Sorry.
Like, and feedback is our friend. I mean. Yeah. That's important. Like, there's just things we all miss. Our eyes just skip over the.
I know I would be embarrassed.
When there should be a period.
If I would be embarrassed, I'm sure my friend would be embarrassed.
I would want to know, even if like somebody's like, I'm not sure if there's a period belongs here, but I'm just going to mark it so you can, because like in Google Docs, you can literally decide whether you approve or cancel that editing mark.
And you can comment back.
And the same thing in track changes in Word. You can reject or
yeah, so I can just go through like, no, that's a period. Oh no, you're right, that needs a period. That needs a hyphen. Yeah. Oh, editors, they do love their
my last book. Like, I have a friend that beta reads for me, other than my husband, a couple other people. But like halfway through the document on Google Docs, it started having 2 spaces at the end of every sentence instead of single. Like, randomly started doing that. I had never done that before. I'm like, there's a lot of corrections. I'm like, 500 and something, what are you doing? And she's like, you had a lot of spaces after your periods. I'm like, oh, that's weird. But
the double space, yes, and we now don't do it anymore. What is this world come to?
The bane of my existence.
I know. Let's all breathe in. Cleansing, healing thoughts, and exhale all our frustration that we were trained to do double space after a period, and now we don't.
Yeah. I took typing classes in high school.
Yeah, I took keyboarding in high school, and we had to like do a double space after it, and like all through high school, like double space after all of our stuff we would type up, and now it's just single space. And I think honestly, it's probably just to save the
And yes, and there's still people, around my age and somewhere thereof, and that they just don't want to let it go.
Oh yeah, like
I've had to talk people out of it.
Break my mother of the double space, but she's like, the thumb is trained, I can't stop it.
I do have another announcement to make, guys.
Oh yeah.
How long have I been on screen with you guys? Like, how long? Honestly, like an hour.
I would say it's now, if not an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. I don't know.
My internet has not glitched at all.
I know, and I haven't even had your audio glitch.
And I'm on my phone, okay. And there's no overheating going on my phone.
Yay!
So, good. I thought about getting on my phone.
My next test is to see if my hotspot will even run YouTube on my freaking laptop. Because I tried doing it yesterday when we were at the campground on the other side of town, and it like took. I shared it in my story. It took like 10 minutes for even to load a page. I'm like, never mind, I'm not doing this. And that was when I was like, I can't host a stream. Sorry, guys, because I was gonna host a chat stream.
Yeah.
Last night, and I backed out at the last minute. I really tried not to do it because I don't like bailing on people. But important thing is that it's not overheating and there's no glitching. You guys don't sound like chipmunks.
I'm really thrilled.
Oh, yay! Yes, I'm so excited about that.
Yep. I'm thrilled too because we've
Yes,
missed
I
you.
was like,
Yes.
I don't know what happened. The only thing I changed on my phone is I turned on the battery power saver setting, which like limits like background apps. So that's all I did, honestly. Nothing else.
I think that's wonderful. I'm
So,
thrilled how it works.
I don't
care,
know.
You know, if you
I don't
got to
know how
like
it works.
light a candle to make it work, I'm like, light the candle, honey, light the candle, right? Burn a little paper, whatever it takes.
Do I have a candle? Oh, look, I have a candle. I have a candle.
Yeah, like whatever it takes, you know.
It's it's my only candle I have in the entire house, and I only have it still because another author that I helped beta read for and like promote her book. She like gave me a copy of her first book and this candle, and it's a novelly yours, and she one of the characters in her book is called Silent. It's like an assassin, and she the scent is tulip, crisp autumn, and fire, and it's a soy candle for bookworms.
Nice.
Very pretty. I like the color.
It's nice, yeah. I like
That's
it.
cool.
It's the only candle I have in the entire house. I finally convinced the kids to stop buying me candles every time it's my birthday and Christmas, please. I have nowhere to put them.
You're like, I'm fine. I don't need light. I bring the light. Easy. Andrea, I thought you made some excellent points. Like, it's nice to see other journalists are, involved in AuthorTube in some form. And you are very welcome. Come, you found the journalist side of AuthorTube. We are brief yet direct.
And
yeah, like I think it is wonderful when friends help me by reading my stuff and editing, even when I did not ask, because it's more eyes. I do not consider it rude. Do y'all consider it rude when someone reads something you've written and like you can have a few diacritical marks in there?
No, I'm like,
No.
yes, give me all the corrections.
Although I gave my book, my first copy of my first book, like the proof copy of it, I gave it to this person at my church, and she's like, "Oh, I studied writing in school." I'm like, "All right, don't write in the book." Like I specifically said, "Don't write in the freaking book. Use a Post-it note," and she wrote all over in it. So I was like, "I'm done." From now on, you all get electronic copies, people. I'm done.
Right.
You ruined it for everybody.
Probably best for people though, so they're not tempted.
Yeah.
But again, that's what I love about like Google Docs and other kind of documentation like that, like Scrivener and stuff, is people are able to put in what they, essentially to comment, and you can then take that. And I think it's wonderful. I don't consider it rude, and I do wonder about people who do consider it rude. Of like,
do they not think they need correcting, or maybe I put it that wrong way. Maybe they take offense that I don't know. Maybe they don't take not compliments, but maybe they don't take criticism well, and maybe that's what I'm trying to say. Sadly, I swear I write better than I talk. I promise.
I know. I think that all the time. I'm like,
definitely.
I hope people don't see me on these streams and think like my writing is terrible because my grammar and everything is terrible.
look, okay. Andrea's like, oh no, I have a collection of super sticky notes. Oh really? I wouldn't know. What's that like? And these are all super sticky brand. These are all. I have a clipboard for my Post-it notes because that's how I am.
Nice.
But yeah, there's tons. It's everywhere. There's more. There's like literally a whole drawer. It is overflowing with various sizes of Post-its. They're all super sticky. Because if I'm going to stick it to something, it better stay. Fun fact, I don't know if y'all know, but they now make outdoor super sticky brand.
Yeah.
So it'll stick to wood outside. It's
nice.
I use it when I can. I use it because it's the only thing that'll stick to some steering column. Yeah. Look, when I saw this
I think it's a necessity.
for
honestly.
$1, I was like, oh, somebody gets it.
I have an
I have
organizer
one
on my
little
desk,
pad.
and it has a little drawer. It is full to the brim of sticky notes.
Yes, because
Serious.
and yeah, that's what I would have used. I would have like gone through your
in my-
book
in
with
my-
my stickies, and it just
more in
would
my
have been
planning
like
bag.
writing it, and then stick to it right everywhere. With little arrows maybe if I felt like somehow this was important.
She like circle stuff, and she didn't use like real proofreading marks. She used circle stuff and like cross stuff out, and then wrote a thing next to it. And she was like, to think that like 5 people that bed read the first one was like, it says that the main character's brother is 5 and going to kindergarten. That doesn't even happen in real life. They have to wait till they're like 6 to go to kindergarten. I'm like, well, I don't know where you grew up, but that's how it is here.
That's cool.
That was like
great.
that was a bunch of people's stupid like comments, like the age of when you started kindergarten versus not starting
Yeah, I was
kindergarten.
5 when I started.
And
Yeah, I mean,
hopefully, you got
most people
preschool in
are.
before that.
It was one of the weirdest like critiques that I gotten on my writing ever. You got the age wrong. I'm like, okay, if you say so.
Yeah,
I don't know.
pulling things out of my little organizer on my desk. There's some stamps I was looking for the other day.
Well, I'm glad we could help you with this by conversing with Andrea or Andrea. Yes, it's wonderful. Yes. Andrea, I hope that you have enjoyed yourself. We're so glad you were here. If you have had a good time, I'm just going to throw this out here. Everybody's information is down below, including Heather's, because I updated it. Down below in the description. So, if you've enjoyed yourself, maybe think about liking, subscribing, coming back. I do a show every Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern United States time. And this Monday,
I love how you put that. Sorry.
Well, because apparently I found out recently Australia has an Eastern time. Like they literally list as Eastern, and I'm like, I think it's important to let people know which continent we're talking about, or at least which country. And this Monday on my show, Raving Reader Roundup, we are going to talk about pitches and queries, because I think knowing how to do pitches for anything and everything is super important for writers, because it can help us develop better hooks. It can help us work on our basic idea of what the story is about, so we can stick to the true motivating through line in stories. So even if you never have wanted to be a traditionally published author, you're interested more in indie or fan fiction or scribbling till you die, I think learning pitches and queries can be really helpful to improving our craft. And there is my pitch. But anyone
Is that the one
awesome.
Is that the one I'm doing?
Yes, ma'am. You're supposed
to. Hey, I'm going to be there too.
Yes. Especially now that we know your phone will hold StreamYard. Well, yes. I'm just saying there's room if anyone else would like to try. I believe, is Megan coming? I've got it written somewhere.
No, I'm doing the marketing one.
Thank you. Okay. It's I know Megan's somewhere. I don't know.
I'll be there, just,
I'm all over the place.
in the chat.
Right. Oh, yeah. I got Steph, Barrett, Dahl, and Zara. I'm just saying, Heather, there's room. I know you're very busy. But I'm just saying, if one day a Monday opens up.
One day,
Would anyone else like to do an outro?
Day my hubby's not working.
Nope. Everybody's hard pass, Glory. Everybody's linked below, and they're wonderful people to follow. And also, Stephanie has a family traveling vlog YouTube account as well, which I also have listed below.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Find Freedom?
That is correct. There's 5 of us. We're finding freedom on the road. I don't know. My husband helped me make it, and it, very...
It's a cute name.
It is.
So I'm just saying, and she's about to go on the road with her family all over the country. They're going to Yellowstone, y'all.
I am. We are. Yes.
Well, one of them. One of the many Jellystones.
Yes. One of the many ones. I found out there's one in Georgia.
There's a bunch. People were
And
really
what is it called?
into Yogi Bear.
Like Jellystone.
Oh, Jellystone.
Like
Yeah,
there's
you know.
parks. They're like private parks usually, like
Yeah.
but RV,
Yeah.
but they also have like fun attractions for kids staying at
I've
the
heard
RV
that.
park to do.
I've
Yeah,
heard that.
they-
I'm curious about going to one of those. Taking my kid.
Well,
They have one
I-
in Louisiana, which is next to me. I'm in Mississippi, so they have one.
They went-
No,
so in Louisiana, Georgia, they have one in Illinois and another one in Wisconsin that I know of. We're going to the one in Wisconsin, and I will be behind the camera a lot. That's why I like. That's why I like my travel vlog channel videos, because I'm not on camera. It's usually me talking and viewing around.
Yeah. I very much, as a photographer, I'm like, I'm behind the camera. It's all about other
Right.
people.
Oh, yeah.
People are like, you don't have any self-portraits? Like, I hate selfies so much. And not other
Same
people, just ones of me. Also, I have short arms, so it's really hard. It's very hard. There's nothing here. So, but anyhow, I'm looking forward, Stephanie, to traveling along with you and your family and living vicariously through your family RV adventures, because I have wanted an RV for decades.
So if I, by chance, find myself in a state that you may be living in, would you want to come see me in person?
Of course.
Okay, just asking.
I'm saying,
Is
like,
it-
I don't know that you want to come to my house because it's goat trails right now in the living room. But as long as you promise to still love me, you can come to my house. Even when you see, like, the living room is just filled. Anyway, that's another discussion.
Anyways, I'm just saying, like, if you guys know that I'm going to be somewhere and you're going to be there too, like, I'm going to be spending 2 weeks in Arizona in September. If I know anyone that lives
Just
in
in case
Arizona
Nathan's
and
like,
come see me, that's totally, yes, making you, of course. Yes, as we travel along.
I absolutely want to see you, Stephanie, when you are like anywhere within a few hours driving distance of me. And since I live in a place called the Hub City, there's a good chance. It really is called the Hub City. Because like all the highways go out of the city like hub spokes.
I found the zoo that we might go to in Mississippi called Hattiesburg Zoo.
Yep, that's
the zoo that we're going to try to go to. My daughter really likes zoos, so,
okay. We have a train. We got a little train that goes all around the zoo.
I saw that. Yes. So, anyways. Yes, so I will be doing lots of videos and travel videos and what it's really like reality, what it's really like to travel with 5 people in an RV on the road. Not
Will
like,
you have,
this is
your cat?
So we don't have the cat anymore, but not because we're traveling. Because that cat is a spastic cat. We've had that cat for a while, okay?
Yeah.
And that cat is still like climbing up the walls, okay? And we were willing to like overlook that, okay? Like, as annoying as it was to be woke up at 2 a.m. and stay awake all night because of the cat, not because of the baby, okay? I was willing to overlook that, but then we took the cat into the car with us when we drove like, I swear, like 17 miles, and the cat peed on itself.
Oh, not good for traveling, huh?
So it's not a good traveling cat. So we found it a new home, a new loving home. So, so there's that.
Yeah.
And pee on herself. I'm like, well, at least she didn't poop in the car, but still.
Still, not every animal can handle traveling. It's true.
We had a cat when I was a kid, and she would just yowl the entire time.
She was yowling and like
quite a bit.
the whole time.
That's kind of how Cassie was the last few years when we would travel. I would take her with me because some friends had dogs, and they were like, "Yeah, you bring the dog." And every time we were on our way back home, within an hour of getting to town, she would just start whining. And we was like, "Oh, do you have to go?" We'd stop at gas stations so she could, do her little business. No, she just didn't want to travel anymore. She was just like, "I am done. I have been in this car for like an hour and a half today, and we are done." And I was just like, I wish I had been able to train her when she was young about traveling.
Yeah, I mean, we got the cat when she was like 6 or 7 months old, and we never traveled at all. And now she's like a year and a half. And so this is her first time traveling.
Yeah.
She's afraid to go outside. So that was one thing. And to get her into the truck, I had to put this, like a safety leash on her, like a collar on her. That's a safety release. And then I put a leash on it, and I wrapped her up in my sweatshirt, and she scratched me so bad that it started to itch. Like I have cat allergies and like itchy eyes and stuff like that, but like this one, it like totally itched. I mean, I was willing to overlook it because my daughter is really tastic.
Yeah.
But she even came to the conclusion, Mom, she peed on herself. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, it's stressing her out. It's not a good fit.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. So I explained that to her. So it's just me and the minions here. No. Yeah. Oh, so by the end of the year, I'll have a 13-year-old, 11-year-old, and a 9-year-old. So I mean, it's not
Maggie
like I don't.
calls her youngest minionette as well.
Oh, okay.
And so Heather, would you like to do an outro of any kind?
Let's see.
I've got your blog link down below, as
Thank
well
you.
as your YouTube and your socials and Facebook.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I
very
also
welcome.
have a second channel as well, and that's called Autism, Love, and Acceptance. Comments. It was just an idea I had of playing with punctuation, whatever. But I stream on Thursdays. Here we go. I stream on Thursdays. Currently at noon Eastern U.S. time. And let's see. What else do I have going on? Oh, except sometime on Monday, I'm planning on filming the chronic illness and disability tag.
Yes.
Megan, yes.
I'm so excited.
If I don't get a chance to do it tomorrow, I'll do that Monday. So there's that. I think that's it currently that I have going on over the next couple of days, except for I might do a little bit of writing sometime tomorrow. That's pretty much it.
Awesome. Thank you, Heather. All right.
No problem. And
I
showed my
will have the YouTube link to your secondary YouTube account on the description down below in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
Oh, well, thank you.
And then I will fix the inevitable little spaces it puts in things that drives me insane. There. Nope, now it's put it somewhere else. It's like a roving space. There. Yay. Now it's there if anybody wants to update their page, or if you're watching on the replay, it's there. So Heather has her secondary account is listed below as well. And I have followed and rung the bell. Highly recommend everyone ring the bell. Since YouTube's not very good about letting people know when people upload things. Ringing the bell is an important bit of YouTube maintenance. So, yes. Andrea, Yep. Well, Andrea, you've come to the right place. I'm autistic. Heather has an autistic child. Stephanie just so happens to also. Funny how things work out. And we all hang out, and it is a lovely community here. So, yes. Highly recommend. And that link is now below in the description to Heather's secondary account and Stephanie's family account as well on YouTube. So, all the fun. Megan?
Yes.
It's an optional option.
The only thing I want to say is if you haven't seen the chronic illness and disability tag, I'd highly recommend checking it out. It was a lot of fun to make. The community helped me create the tag. So if you have a chronic illness or disability, I would love to see your version of the tag. And please let me know so I can add it to my playlist of videos. And yeah, that's about it.
Yay. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone who's been hanging out with us here throughout the almost 9 hours.
Oh my
I
goodness.
can't believe I've been like here that long. It's been a wild ride. I'll be tomorrow on Nia's stream at 12 noon on the Writeathon Sprint number 16. So I hope everyone can join us and continue writing. I hope you have a wonderful time. Thank you so much. Well, I'm going to say goodbye. Bye-bye, everybody.